I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Ridiculous and Terrifying City of Freedom. Amsterdam, what a beautiful place. It is so small that compared with other cities, it can only be traced back to the 13th century. It is also so great, because in just 400 years, it has become the largest city in the Netherlands and even in the entire Low Countries. It has the busiest port of this era, hundreds of shipyards, and the world's first stock exchange. Money flows freely in the hands of tens of thousands of merchants day and night like the tide. It is particularly worth mentioning that this city, which is plated with a layer of brilliant color with gold, has no king, no ruler, and no one who dares to threaten the existence of the Dutch. They are addicted to the arms of capital all day long, thinking that money can buy everything, including the ambitions of kings. It was understandable that they thought so. After all, half of the merchant ships sailing on the sea at that time belonged to the Netherlands. The dividend income that the Netherlands received from the stock exchange every year was worth 25 million Dutch guilders, equivalent to 200 tons of silver. The king and the duke needed to borrow from them. As long as they were willing, they could fill the empty treasuries of the kings and emperors of all European countries at any time. This made all the Dutch feel proud. They did not realize that the fatter a sheep is, the more likely it is to become a delicious meal for a lion. They did not realize that, except for William III, perhaps because he had been excluded from the center of power by Parliament for a long time, or because he had always viewed the Netherlands as a monarch rather than a businessman, he knew very well that the Dutch navy built up with silver might be able to roam freely on the sea, but on land, the army, which originally had only 20,000 people and was still being weakened, was just a fragile paper wall in front of France. In fact, while he was raising money to recruit troops, he was also trying his best to deal with envoys from various countries. This was no different from what the current Dutch Prime Minister was doing, all of which were attempts to provoke other countries' fear of France, and then curb France's conquest of the Netherlands. Although the Netherlands would suffer serious losses, at least it would have a chance to breathe. It was only because of Louis's instigation that Charles II's treacherous behavior, which was natural for a monarch, forced William II to condescend to be an honored guest in the Tower of London during the entire tense period. No one knew where he went. Perhaps someone knew, but the funny thing was that William II's dealings with Charles II would also make him untrustworthy in the hearts of the Dutch. To be precise, this was seen from the fact that when he was still a minor and the guardianship was first transferred from his deceased mother to the hands of Parliament, all the British around him were driven away, even though he had tried hard and begged, so even if they vaguely knew, they did not dare to question Charles II and the British, and could only inquire secretly. But they were running out of time. As the French army got closer, the atmosphere in Amsterdam became increasingly sinister. There were no roads in the city, only rivers and bridges. People were connected by swift boats. The boats in Amsterdam were different from the gondolas in Venice. They were plain and gloomy. People getting off these boats included Puritans in strict attire, noble ladies, scholars with white temples, and young men with muskets. They left or walked into the house late at night wearing cloaks, but they used to talk about business, but now they talked about rumors. Rumors are never restrained in this city. The parliamentarians also use this despicable but effective method to attack their political enemies. Of course, this is what a free city and a free country should do. Just like the philosophers of ancient Greece, people do not want to solve the disaster, but are eager to find a scapegoat. Usually it is their enemy, so that the malice and anger of the suffering people will all go to him. The most ridiculous thing is that the people are usually appeased by this method, as if the scapegoat is torn apart, the disaster will suddenly disappear miraculously one morning. It is not known whether they have been consciously trained to think in this way, but it is indeed a very useful weapon. John de Witt, Prime Minister, and his brother have used this weapon and strangled countless political opponents with it, even including the descendants and heirs of William of Orange, the founder of the Dutch Republic. They should also have thought that there will be a day when this double-edged sword will fall on their heads. While the Prime Minister was still busy with those diplomatic means that could be put in the open and those ulterior conspiracies, the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, who was once a member of the Fronde and was extremely skilled in incitement and deception, had completed a whole set of performances, Just like in front of Mrs. van Schulman, he first acted calmly in front of the Dutch, and when they persuaded him to leave Amsterdam as soon as possible, perhaps because they were worried about the final payment for the goods or because they really had some friendship with him, he always acted indifferent, and when people's curiosity was about to overflow, he said nonchalantly after being drunk that the Prime Minister of the Netherlands had made a deal with their Majesty. Afterwards, perhaps only a day or two later, before the Dutch people's anger could reach him, he suddenly acted anxiously and annoyed, and hurriedly packed his bags to leave. This repeated behavior of course attracted the attention of some people, and they managed to steal the Duke's letter box from his room. In the box, they found the letter from the Duchess of Longueville to the Duke of La Rochefoucauld as they wished. Even the Dutch were familiar with the romantic affair of this pair of lovebirds. After all, Madame Longueville's first son was very likely the Duke of La Rochefoucauld's. The Duke's undisputed heir not only did not inherit his father's title and property, but instead became a priest under the name of Abbé de Orleans. This caused a sensation. Under the restrictions of the law of primogeniture, only the youngest son or the unfavored second son would do this in the past. The Duchess's eldest son actually did this, which made people sigh and lament, and they couldn't help but speculate that perhaps the eldest son was also sure of his own life experience and could not bear the torture of his own virtues and conscience, so he did this. Although the Duchess of Longueville had made mistakes during the Fronde, she should be thankful that she had a brave brother and a tolerant and kind king. She returned to the court very early. Although it is not known whether she still maintained her previous relationship with the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, it is reasonable for such a lady to urge her lover and the father of her eldest son to return to Paris as soon as possible when she found that her lover and the father of her eldest son were in danger. What made the Dutch angry was that in this letter, the Duchess of Longueville not only confirmed that the King of France had indeed made a deal with the Dutch Prime Minister Johan de Witt, but also pointed out that the Dutch Prime Minister not only betrayed his people, but also betrayed the King of France. He accepted bribes from the Habsburgs and sold the Netherlands to Brandenburg. Here we have to admire the skill of the Duke of La Rochefoucauld. He knew very well that people never looked down upon things that came easily, but they believed firmly in what they had tried to obtain. Moreover, as a Frenchman, he pointed out directly that the Dutch Prime Minister had a deal with Brandenburg, which might make people suspect that he was trying to sow discord. At first, he acted as if he had won, which made people believe that Amsterdam was in the hands of the King of France. Later, he hurried away, or ran away, which proved from another side that the Dutch Prime Minister had sold Amsterdam to the enemy of France. So he lost his original calmness and peace of mind. When handing over the ships, he sighed and hesitated, and made a gesture of "I know a lot of things, but I can't say anything, just out of friendship, I hope you can understand what I mean," and so on. In the letter to Mrs. van Schulman, he was even more straightforward. He tried his best to persuade her to return to her parents' home in Cologne as soon as possible, take everything she thought valuable. He said without hesitation that this place would soon become a battlefield between the Habsburgs and the Bourbons. In addition to these, the Duke of La Rochefoucauld did not forget his servants in Amsterdam, including many spies and some ordinary people. He gave them generous severance pay, and his servants inadvertently complained about the Dutch Prime Minister, who was untrustworthy, for a while. These rumors spread quickly among all classes like ink dripping into water. Did the Prime Minister and his brother, who was also a member of Parliament and the Minister of Finance, realize this? Yes, they realized it, but they just thought that this was just another attack on them by their political opponents. While they sent their subordinates to refute or counterattack in the newspapers, they were still busy bargaining with various envoys. This was difficult. King Louis XIV of France was not unprepared. How could he use 120,000 people to destroy the Dutch army, which had only 20,000 troops on land? These were the preparations that Louis XIV had made to fight against another alliance, like the fangs of a lion. Even Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire, Frederick, Grand Duke of Brandenburg, or Carlos II, King of Spain, would not send troops just because of a few pleas from the Netherlands. Even Christian V, King of Denmark and Norway, who was also facing threats, was the same. Even though the old king was about to die, he gritted his teeth and wanted to tear a piece of good meat from the Netherlands. Until the people of Amsterdam rushed into the city hall and the Prime Minister's room, the Prime Minister and his brother still failed to react. How comfortable they were when they chose scapegoats before, how surprised they were now. They had been in high positions for too long and had long forgotten that they were also mortals. They could choose anyone to sacrifice at will, and even use it as a means to eliminate political enemies, and of course others could do the same. They couldn't even refute the charges before them. The treasury of Amsterdam was indeed almost dry, because the Prime Minister not only allocated a large sum of money to those black wizards, but also the money used to bribe important figures in various countries was taken from it. John de Witt did not use his family's money out of selfishness or fear of being called a dictator, but the most inappropriate thing was that his brother, Mr. Witt Jr., actually took the opportunity to make a lot of money and made a considerable fortune from the national crisis. All of this was exposed by the person who handled it. The Prime Minister looked at those angry and ferocious faces and found that he couldn't say a word. At this time, even if he admitted that he colluded with the wizards, it would be useless. The wizards would not leave him a written receipt, and the King of France, Louis XIV, was still sitting in his royal tent. His frequent exchanges with the envoys, in an era without recording or video, who could prove that he was saving the Netherlands instead of betraying it? And he did have some secret deals with these people. He might need to consider his family, especially since the Netherlands would inevitably be depressed for a period of time after this battle. To ensure that his current position remained unmoved, it was understandable that he made some small concessions. But no one would listen to his explanation now. If it was a month ago, it might be possible, but during the period when the rumors were fermenting, Louis did not do nothing. After the Duke of La Rochefoucauld brought back the ships, he immediately issued an edict, no longer allowing French merchants to trade with the Netherlands, or have any financial dealings. The biggest source of profit for Dutch merchants was immediately cut off. Then, in order to reduce losses, merchants fired a large number of craftsmen or clerks. Countless people suddenly lost their original income, which was not rich, but could be said to be abundant. The stocks on the stock exchange fell like a flood. Almost every day, someone committed suicide because their property suddenly became worthless. Just 63 years ago, the tulip bubble that ended in 1937 did not even affect all classes of the Netherlands so thoroughly. At that time, at least there was a government and order. For the Dutch people now, if they can calm down, they should know that no matter how badly the Dutch Prime Minister did, the rumors are somewhat true, and they should try their best to maintain the authority of the government, even if they can wait until the disaster is over before settling accounts. However, ordinary people are completely caught up in a frenzy formed by fear and anxiety. The parliamentarians who could have stopped them indulged or even fueled the flames because of their own plans. Witt has been the Prime Minister and the Speaker for too long. They all said so. There may be one or two rational people among them, but they are like the stumps and fallen leaves swept away by the flood. It is good enough to keep themselves from being shattered, let alone doing something for others. Chapter 227 The Bodies of the de Witt Brothers. Prime Minister John de Witt originally had his own guards, but they had been transferred away by the Orange Party before the riots broke out. To the Orange Party, the Prime Minister was undoubtedly the murderer. They even took the lead and led the people into the city hall and captured the Prime Minister and his brother. Even though the Prime Minister shouted, "Judge me, judge me," hoping to get a glimmer of hope in the court and prison, people still just silently dragged them out of the office, dragged them to the street, and stood them in a small square. When the Prime Minister saw there, he couldn't help but cry and pray. There was no judge, no jury, and no executioner here. This did not mean that they could be pardoned. On the contrary, it meant that they would be subjected to extremely cruel torture and slaughter. A monarch once said that the people are like children. This is not contempt, but a catastrophe. Yes, the people are often as docile as cattle and horses, and as silent as earth and stones. But when they peel off the mediocre surface and reveal the evil underneath, even the devil cannot compare with them. The author cannot even bear to describe what happened to John de Witt and his brothers. Let us take a look at the bloodiness and horror of that time from the scene depicted by the Dutch painter Jan de Baan in The Corpses of the de Witt Brothers. In this gloomy picture, as if on a small open space on a simple stage, there stands a torture rack made from a ladder, with two white bodies hanging on it. People who don't know the inside story would think they see two shaved and gutted lambs at first glance, but if you look more closely, you will see that what are hanging on the ground are human arms, and between the hanging arms is a bloody head and disheveled hair. The Prime Minister faces the audience, and the audience can clearly see that his eyes have been gouged out, his ears and nose have been cut off, and his lips have disappeared, revealing a hollow black hole. His teeth should have fallen out in the previous beating, and they are wide open, as if they are still uttering the last unwilling howl and sad prayer. But it is obvious that even if the stone had not been lost, the Prime Minister's cry would still not be heard by the people who have lost their minds. His chest was exposed. Sometimes, in order to show their sincerity, people would say, "I want to show you my heart." And the Prime Minister did it. He may have been cowardly, or ambitious, or selfish, but he was indeed loyal to the Netherlands. Although it was precisely because of this loyalty that he eventually led the Netherlands to destruction and death, but he eventually showed his heart to the people. It's just that those greedy people not only took his heart, but also his liver and stomach. So here, you can only see the Prime Minister's empty chest, like the desperate treasury of Amsterdam, as if he was using it to repay his debt to his people. There was a deep cut mark on his thigh, deep enough to see the bone. The same was true for his brother, which was quite symmetrical. Here, the painter did not exaggerate the tragedy too much. Only in later records can we see that what was left of the people were just two white skeletons. No, it was not because their anger lasted to such a point, but because some people, out of a business inspiration, cut off the flesh of the two brothers and sold it along more than 1,000 rivers at the price of 10 copper coins apiece. The Dutch, who started out as traders, would certainly not give up this opportunity. They swarmed up and divided up the noble bodies of the Prime Minister and his brother. If the parliamentarians had not found it unbearable, and the guards of the Witt family had not finally arrived at the square, the Witt brothers would probably not have left even a nail. Hundreds of years later, we can still see the fingers of Prime Minister John de Witt on display in a church. Now, let us go back in time, back to that chaotic night, to the moment when dawn finally came. Amid the sad cries of relatives and the smiles of political enemies, the rule of the de Witt brothers came to an end. A new round of competition for the positions of the new Grand Speaker and Prime Minister began again. Except for France, almost all countries were stunned by such changes. Didn't these people see that the 120,000 French troops were lined up on the northern front of Flanders? I said, this is freedom. They are free to massacre innocent people, or free to bring their country to an end. Louis handed the letter sent by the spy to Philip, who bowed to take it. The Duke of Colonna at the side stepped forward and tied the sword for the king. Now, the young duke was second only to his brother Philip in the king's favor. People often saw him beside the king. Whether he was meeting with ministers or handling official business, the king would not avoid him. The most enviable thing was that at such an important moment, in front of his army, at the moment of declaring war on the Netherlands, the king still brought a Duke of Colonna with him. The Duke of Colonna was 11 years old this year and was not far from adulthood. Everyone knew that he was the king's illegitimate son, born even earlier than the Crown Prince Louis. Although the king had no way of making him inherit his position, he was born the Duke of Colonna, and although he had no territory, he had nothing to complain about. As far as Philip knew, people in the French court were speculating whether the king would choose a wife for him from among the nobles who owned territories, just like the Duke of Luxembourg. It was a common method for nobles at the time to obtain a piece of territory from their wives. Only Philip knew from the king's few words that the king intended to let the Duke of Colonna marry the daughter of the Grand Duke of Tuscany. The father of that princess was Gaston d'Orléans, and her mother was the sister of the Duke of Lorraine, the lady who accompanied Gaston before his death. This lady certainly would not have much affection for Louis, and the little princess was born in 67 and was only 3 years old now, so it was too early to talk about marriage. However, the Orleans system originally had the right of inheritance to Naples, and as the Grand Duke of Tuscany, the Medici had ruled Tuscany for 100 years. With their support, the Duke of Colonna would have more bargaining chips to inherit and obtain the Naples region. As for Princess Margaret of Orleans, Louis could only hope that she had the rationality that a smart person should have. Queen of Naples was already a good title. The Habsburg family would not accept a descendant of a merchant, and other countries had not yet seen any good candidates. She might not be willing to send her daughter to the harem of the Ottoman Turks. But these were all things that happened after the war against the Netherlands ended. Louis had already tasted the sweetness of war. Under the huge military deterrence, status, bloodline, or title, or the Roman Church, which was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, or the enemy on the table or hidden in the shadows, were not worth mentioning. Louis put down his hand and pressed it on the Duke of Colonna's shoulder. Louis's height was now over 5 feet and 5 inches, about 6 feet, with broad shoulders and long legs. He was a very tall and handsome man. The Duke of Colonna was 10 years old this year, but he was already about 4 feet tall. He inherited the advantages from his father and mother, and was born with beautiful eyebrows and fair skin. In terms of talent, He was the best among his peers in both the outer world and the inner world, and sometimes even adults could not compare with him. It can be said that except for some flaws in his origin, there was nothing to be picky about. Philip held the king's hat aside, thinking that his brother's efforts for this child were not without reason. Perhaps it was because of his guilt that little Lucy received even more love than little Louis, and Louis's love for little Lucy was also reciprocated by little Lucy. Anyone with eyes could see that the Duke of Colonna admired the king. Although his birth was accompanied by conspiracy and calculation, Louis had never been absent from his life. Even the inability to obtain formal recognition and not being able to call Louis his father became a little bitter in the sweetness of the Duke of Colonna. Not only did it not take away his love for his father, but it made the relationship between them more mellow and deep. Philip. The king stood there for a long time, and Philip did not bring his hat over. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Philip reacted and hurriedly walked forward with his hat. Louis bowed his head slightly and let Philippe put his hat on him. He joked that if the Duke of Orleans was so incompetent, he would deprive him of the right to serve him in dressing and give the job to the Duke of Colonna. Philippe half seriously said, "Then he must have a stool. Children grow up very fast." The king sighed, and his eyes briefly touched with the Duke of Orleans. The two smiled together. Obviously, they also remembered their childhood, wearing little skirts and snuggling with their mothers. They didn't expect that they would one day fight side by side on the battlefield. But in the next ceremony, not only Philippe, but no one can accompany or follow the king, because no one can take away the light of the Sun King, even a little bit. The royal tent stood on a hill. On the plain below the hill was the king's army. These strong and warlike young men, according to the distinction between corps and branches of the army, wore uniforms. The buttons on the uniforms, the epaulets on the shoulders, and the bayonets on the muskets sparkled in the sun. Louis rode a tall white horse, half draped his cloak behind him, and slowly passed in front of them. Slowly, the horse's pace became faster and faster. The king in royal blue ran in the strict formation, shouting as he ran, "Long live France! Long live France!" The soldiers immediately followed suit and shouted. They were a little reserved at first, but the king had taken off his hat. "Louder!" he shouted, "let our enemies hear it, good boys, louder!" The soldiers' shouts became louder and louder. They shouted, "Long live France and long live the king and long live Louis XIV." Although it was a bit chaotic, it was like waves hitting rocks, which made people more excited. The speed of the king's horse had reached a worrying level, like a white lightning, shuttling back and forth between the gray, royal blue and indigo forests. Every time it passed, it would bring a greater resounding echo. The generals and ministers in front of the royal tent had stood up nervously, but no one dared to stop them, even if they just followed them. They were all worried about being swallowed by the huge waves of soldiers. The king was like a white sailboat supported by them, sometimes disappearing and sometimes appearing, and those shouts were like the prelude to victory, sending the king to the top of the waves again and again. It seemed that in an instant, the rumble came from far away, and the king's white horse leaped up the hill in front of them. The king stopped in front of the royal tent, turned to the army, raised his hands, and the rumble under the hill stopped abruptly. One might even think that he had suddenly gone deaf, but it was only because the soldiers saw their king. The corners of the Duke of Colonna's eyes turned red, and his chest rose and fell. This was his father. His king. He almost shouted out loud, but he could only control himself with the last bit of reason. The Duke of Orleans felt a little fortunate in his heart, fortunately that he did not take over the power of the regent king under the persuasion of his mother and the bishop when his brother was injured. Otherwise, even if he could save his life, he would never be able to stand with his brother, share his glory, and witness the grand and glorious scene at this moment. Louis, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, stretched out his arms to the north. "Amsterdam, everyone," his voice echoed on the hills. "Let's go to Amsterdam. Amsterdam is finished." "Charles I said, "The Netherlands is finished." 10 steps away from him sat the embarrassed William I. After hearing what Charles I said, the young man couldn't help showing a look of resentment. "The Netherlands will not be finished," he said. "Don't underestimate the people of the Netherlands. They have fought for 80 years to gain freedom. Now they can continue to fight any enemy. Britain, France, Spain, anyone who dares to rule them will be on pins and needles. Like you." Charles I asked humorously. "I don't want to rule anyone," said William I only want to lead them and serve them, not hold power and seek personal gain for myself." "It's all the same," Charles I said tolerantly. "It's all the same, child. For the people, there is not much difference, because their eyes have only seen what they want to see, and their ears have only heard what they want to hear. They have hardly received any education and only know how to go with the flow. You probably don't know yet, and I just found out that William, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Mr. Johan de Witt, was dragged out of the city hall by a group of mobs a few nights ago. In a small square, he and his brother were cut like a scaled fish. After he finished speaking calmly, he saw William I fainted. Although William I and the Prime Minister were enemies, on the other hand, the reason why William I was able to remain calm was largely because the Netherlands still had Johan de Witt. Although the Prime Minister was always vigilant and fearful of the descendants of Orange, he was also loyal to the Dutch Republic like William I. As long as he was there, the situation in the Netherlands would not deteriorate to the point where it could not be cleaned up. "You shouldn't tell him," the wizard behind Charles I said calmly. "He will definitely try to escape." "Don't do that," Charles I said. "I believe you." He looked at William I again, "And even if I don't tell him, he will still keep trying to escape. Maybe this will make him behave himself." He looked at the wizard's face. "Maybe." He added. "It costs extra money," said the wizard. Chapter 228. The second person to declare war on the Netherlands. The Tower of London was full of ravens. The Duke of York glanced up briefly, and the White Tower was set against the black shadows flying up and down. Against the grey twilight background, it looked even more strange and inexplicable. This 100-foot-high White Tower was the main building of a fortress built by William the Conqueror in 1078. Later, 13 buildings were built around the White Tower. This complex of buildings was once used as a military fortress, royal palace, armory, observatory, mint, treasury, prison and execution ground. What made the Duke of York feel cold was that when he looked at this building, he thought of another Duke of York. This involves a long and famous war and a despicable thief. After the War of the Roses, the winner was Edward IV. He had 2 sons. The eldest son was traditionally named Prince of Wales, and the second son was named Duke of York. This is also the origin of the British kings naming their second sons the Duke of York. The problem is that Edward IV died too early. His eldest son Edward was only 13 years old when he ascended the throne, and his younger brother was only 10 years old. They were no luckier than Louis and Philip. At that time, they not only had no strong supporters around them, but only their ambitious uncle. Edward IV had 2 younger brothers. One was executed because he was held hostage by Edward IV's opponents and lost his right of inheritance. The other, the Duke of Glaris, who later became Richard III, secretly sent a priest to claim that Edward IV had been married to a woman before marrying the Queen, and that woman was still alive. Therefore, the Queen's marriage to Edward IV was not in accordance with religious law, and his 2 children became illegitimate children. Edward V and the Duke of York were imprisoned in the Tower of London, although the Tower of London was still a royal palace at that time. But since then, no one has seen the 2 unfortunate princes again, and no one knows whether they are dead or alive. They disappeared without a sound, and even when Richard III was defeated by Henry Tudor, they still did not make a sound. However, considering that Henry Tudor had married Elizabeth, the daughter of Edward IV, at that time, even if they were still alive, it would be better for them and others to die. For this crown, the Duke of York thought in his heart, how many noble people have thrown away their blood, heads and dignity. Such memories weighed like a heavy lead on the heart of the 37-year-old Duke. He was younger than his brother, but his hair was already gray. However, the ambition that had been growing in his youth was like a wild vine. Not only did it not wither with the passing of time, but it grew stronger and stronger, almost covering his eyes and ears. But just as his carriage turned towards the Palace of Whitehall, on a small stage on the side of the road, a strangely dressed guy was reciting Shakespeare's works loudly. From a chapter of Richard II, he said, "For God's sake, let us sit on the ground and tell sad stories about the deaths of kings. Some were deposed, some died in battle, some were haunted by the souls of those they deposed, some were poisoned by their wives, and some were killed in their sleep, and none of them had a good end. Because in this empty crown is enclosed the flesh of the king." For the Duke of York, who believed in astrology like any other royal member in the past, the voice of this ignorant man was like a sharp awl piercing his heart. Without thinking, he reached his hand out of the window, and the attendant who was riding beside him immediately ran over and bowed his head to listen to his order. The Duke whispered a few words, and the attendant immediately turned his horse's head and galloped away. About half an hour later, when the Duke of York was already walking on the corridor to meet the king, the attendant had returned, and his sword had just been wiped, and the blood of the criminal did not leave a trace on the sharp blade. The death of a person is just a trivial matter, even for the Duke's entourage. The Duke of York's annoyance still comes from the bad omen it brings, especially when the king summoned him. He unexpectedly met the king's astronomer and astrologer Mr. Flamsteed outside the king's room. The astrologer was dressed in a blue robe, with a solemn and a little unhappy look. The Duke of York greeted him kindly, and couldn't help but curiously inquired, "Is there anything that bothers you?" He asked, thinking that if it was just about money or official positions, he could try to give some help so that the astrologer could see his future for him, whether he could take another step forward. The matter should be said to have been resolved. The astrologer said, "You know, our observatory is on the White Tower. I don't know why, there are a lot of crows there recently, and their feces and feathers continue to pollute and damage our observatory equipment. I came to ask the king if he could send someone to drive away or kill these hateful birds, but His Majesty is unwilling." At this point, the astrologer showed a hint of doubt. They had never encountered such a situation before, but the king asked us to move to Greenwich, maybe it's better there. He shrugged. "What about you? Your Highness, have you also come to see the king?" "My brother summoned me," said the Duke of York, "but I also hope to see my dearest brother." "Then I won't bother you any more," said the astrologer. "Goodbye, Your Highness, may God bless you." "May God bless us," the Duke of York said. He watched the astrologer turn around the corridor, then signaled the servants outside the door to report. When the Duke of York entered the room, Charles II was staring out the window. The early autumn scenery cut by the 1-foot square black grid was not very pleasant. He also saw ravens. If these ravens were ordinary birds, he would certainly meet the expectations of the astrologer, but these birds were the servants and spies of the wizards, so it was clear who he would choose. After all, wizards can do what astrologers can do, but astrologers cannot do what wizards can do. The Duke of York was not aware of this matter. Although he was a member who had the right to know the existence of the other world, some powers were exclusive to the king. At least before Charles II completely lost his power, wizards would not actively favor the Duke of York, especially British wizards, who were as rigid and rigorous as ordinary British people. Charles II would not trust his younger brother as much as Louis trusted Philip. Henrietta's words took root in his heart like the seeds of a poisonous weed, and the British wizards, although they rejected the king's request at first, to be honest, they were also quite surprised, but after some hesitation, they still agreed to let the king have a biological heir with the help of the potion, said from the bottom of their hearts that if Charles II had not received Louis' help when he was still the Duke of Cornwall, then his journey back and the experiences in between might have made him choose to give up the struggle with Parliament. But it was precisely because of Louis' presence that Charles II, who was much older and more experienced than Louis, would certainly have a competitive spirit. When Charles I was beheaded, he was already 19 years old, and there would be nothing to say even if he ascended the throne directly. When he was with his father, he was exposed to many political insights and methods. Unlike Louis XIV, he had almost no memory of Louis XIV, and all his teachers were arranged by the Queen Mother and the Bishop. Although Charles I was beheaded, Charles I was once exiled, and Louis XIV also fled Paris 3 times in embarrassment, so why couldn't Charles I do what Louis XIV could do? Compared with Louis, he had an extremely favorable condition, that is, the legacy from Henry VIII. He was not only a secular king, but also a religious leader. As long as he could bribe the London court, he could put the wizard on the chessboard like King Arthur. In addition, there were some things that he knew only after he decided to take over the other world of England. More and more people from the other world had entered the secular world either passively or actively. Maybe one day, the legends he had read would really appear naked in front of people. His behavior could not be said to be a betrayal of faith. On the contrary, being prepared in advance was what a devout warrior should do. Charles I finally made up his mind 4 months ago. With the help of wizards, the Queen is pregnant, but it has not been officially revealed to the public yet. The wizards have even replaced the work of the royal doctors. It must be said that their medicines and treatments are more trustworthy than Charles I's royal doctors. There were no demonic or ominous signs during the Queen's conception. In response to Charles I's questions, the wizards explained that unless one of the couple has lost the ability to have children, there is no need for sacrifice. Charles I has 14 illegitimate children, so the problem is certainly not with him, but with the queen. The queen is not infertile, she just encountered some minor problems. If Charles I did not have illegitimate children, then he might have doubts, but he has children, so as long as the problem of the queen is solved, it is natural for him and the queen to have children. Just a week ago, the wizard did a divination for him, and the child is a strong boy. Charles I has an heir. Charles I decided to carry out his plan with Henrietta. He summoned his brother to throw out bait to persuade him to stand on his side in the future war against the Netherlands. "Come and see this," Charles I said kindly. The Duke of York walked over. C1, in the portrait placed in front of the window stood a tall and beautiful girl. She stood in front of the window, with a heavy crimson curtain behind her, which made her skin white and flawless and her eyes bright and moving. Maria Beatrice Anna Margarita Isabella d'Este. Charles I spoke a long string of syllables, and then gently flicked his almost numb tongue. She is 12 years old this year, and is the eldest child of the Duke of Monaco. Her younger brother inherited her father's title in '62, but is now regented by their mother. She is her mother's most beloved child, not even the second one. People say that if she were a son, then Francesco I should be her instead of her brother. The eldest son should inherit everything from his father. The Duke of York said respectfully. But it doesn't seem to follow the Sackley law completely, that is, the law of primogeniture. Charles I said casually, her younger brother was born in '60 and is only 10 years old now. He was not so surprised to see that the Duke of York's eyes became brighter again, and her dowry. How much dowry does she have? No less than the Queen of France, Teresa of Habsburg. Charles I said, and then EF jokingly said, "Maybe I will have to borrow from you." The Duke of York didn't say anything. He stepped forward and touched the person in the portrait. As Charles I said, the girl was as beautiful as a newly opened rose, and her dowry covered her with a layer of brilliant gemstone. "How is it?" Charles I said, "The envoys of the Duke of Monaco are in the palace. As long as you are willing to act according to my will, I will call them and sign the contract." He paused, "But there may be one more thing I want you to know." "Please tell me, brother," the Duke of York said. "The Duchess of Monaco has one request," Charles I said. "She will not marry her daughter to a Calvinist," he said. "Her daughter's husband must be a Catholic." "It's ridiculous," the Duke of York blurted out. He knew very well that he did have many supporters in the court and the army, but these supporters were all Protestants. They would never allow a Catholic to become their king. The lesson Bloody Mary taught them was profound enough. Mary I was the eldest daughter of Henry VIII. In the process of restoring the Catholic faith, she had launched a cruel revenge on Protestants, hence the name Bloody Mary. Once he promised the king, it might be more serious than if he stood on the king's side and went to war with the Netherlands without the approval of Parliament. Charles I just smiled at his fierce reaction. He took his brother's arm intimately and brought him to the window. "See," Charles I said, "that's the Thames." "I see." The Duke of York was reluctant to see this river because it had become a shame for the British Navy not long ago. General Lloyd of the Dutch drove his ships along the Thames and went straight into London. Although their shells did not pose a fatal threat to London, the self-esteem of the Londoners collapsed in this battle. "It will bring enemies, yes," Charles I said calmly, "but, Duke, it will also bring friends." What kind of agreement did you sign with Louis XIV? The Duke of York asked after a moment of silence. He was not a fool. Not only Louis XIV, but also the Roman Church, Charles I said. They helped us regain power, and we gave them a king who believed in God. Chapter 229, War on Sea and Land. This is the first day of Lent, and there will be 40 days of Lent until Easter. However, for this Dutch merchant fleet, it is nothing, because they will probably spend these 40 days at sea. On the sea, meat has always been a kind of embellishment. Their staple food must be something caught from the sea fish, sea beasts and seaweed. The captain, the first mate, the doctor and other distinguished people can enjoy potatoes and cabbage, and the other crew members can only endure endless stomach burning and mouth bleeding. At that time, when fresh fruits and vegetables have not yet been discovered to resist scurvy, these symptoms are very common among the crew. Captain Hong had no such worries. As a captain, he could not only eat potatoes, but also tomatoes, coffee and chocolate. However, Every time before he ate, he would spit on the deck, because these delicious fruits and vegetables were introduced from France to the Netherlands, and the Dutch were sure that these crops they used to appreciate were edible. When thinking of France, Captain Han's heart was like being ground. He was from Amsterdam. His brother dragged their prime minister out of the city hall that night not long ago, and then, together with some thugs, dismembered and sold him. Han only regretted that he was at sea and not at home at that time, otherwise he would definitely try to stop his brother. However, looking back, Captain Han was not sure if he would really try to stop those people if he were there. Those people were crazy. They all knew that the King of France had an army of 120,000, and they only had 20,000. With such a huge disparity, unless General Reuter's crew could climb ashore, they could not expect to win. No, this was no longer a question of whether they could win, but whether there would be a Dutch Republic in the future. Under such great pressure, like people who have gone through hundreds of dark days and still cannot see the light, they are full of suspicion and anger towards their husbands, who are in charge of the De Witt brothers. In addition, William II suddenly disappeared, and the Orange Party took the opportunity to use various methods to incite them in the streets and alleys. These dissatisfied voices finally gathered into a rushing flood, completely destroying their last barrier. Yes, Captain Han's heart could not help but pass through a gloomy and bitter emotion. He knew that after venting his anger, his brother also realized that he had done something stupid, but even if Jesus came, he could not put the De Witt brothers back to their original appearance. The people of Amsterdam fell into a kind of chaos and confusion. They didn't know what to do. They could only wander outside the city hall, hoping that William II or anyone who dared to take on this burden at this moment would come out and tell them loudly what to do. There are always people saying that those parliamentarians are nominating a new ruler, but as described before in this article, the proposals of the General Council have to be passed down layer by layer, from the General Council to the Provincial Council, from the Provincial Council to the Municipal Council. This matter is not as simple as building one or two ships or signing a contract. Everyone knows that whoever stands up at this time may become a hero of the Dutch or a prisoner of the French. There's even a voice saying that they are not unacceptable to a ruler like the Sun King, but some people retort that the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre also happened in Paris, and the Dutch are all Protestants. No one knows whether a Catholic king will take away their property or even their lives. Even though Han knew nothing about politics, he could see that the Dutch Republic was already on the verge of collapse. He asked the merchants he was familiar with, and they all brought him disappointment. Whether it was Utrecht, Zeeland, or Gelderland, the provincial councillors seemed to have not seen this sort of Damocles hanging over their heads. They were still debating and negotiating day and night, making deals that were either open or secret. Even if they were timid and unwilling to be the ones to raise the flag, they were also worried that others would seize power and gain the biggest benefit. There was no doubt that if someone could turn the tide at this time, the Dutch would not be unwilling to give him a crown. In this way, they were dragging their feet, constantly accusing each other, and even framing and murdering each other. Let alone a few months, even if they were given a few years, they would not be able to choose someone who could face the King of France. Han stood on the deck, looking back at the invisible Amsterdam, and his heart was desolate. He and the merchants behind him, every time they left Amsterdam, they didn't know if they could return to this beautiful city, or when they returned, it would no longer belong to the Netherlands. A seagull flew over the Wind-class warship owned by Captain Han. This Wind-class warship was a double-decker warship with 80 guns. The lower deck was about 120 feet long, 30 feet wide, and had a displacement of about 1,000 tons. Even so, it was no longer the main ship in the Dutch Navy. The main ships in the Dutch Navy were now three-decker warships with a displacement of more than 1,500 tons, and there were slightly inferior ships with a displacement of 1,200 tons and a gun load of 90-98 guns. The Liberty ship was originally under the command of General Ute, but because it ran aground during a cruise not long ago, it was converted into a merchant ship escort after repairs. Even so, it and its four friends, similar warships, were still the most dazzling in this huge team. There were a total of 72 merchant ships. They were huge in size, like a group of sheep with luxuriant hair, guarded by four strong and active sheepdogs, chasing the waves and heading towards their destination under the morning light. Captain Han took a deep breath. It was not hopeless. As far as he knew, some businessmen and parliamentarians were trying to buy off, bribe and lobby powerful people in other countries. Some were also recruiting soldiers. As long as they could hold out against the French and wait for other countries to form an alliance against France, even if it cost some money, the Netherlands could at least preserve its territory and shipping routes, as long as. When he was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a sharp shout, "Enemy!" When the Dutch saw the British warships, they were so close that they could see them directly with their eyes. Looking at the British warships that were preparing to seize the T-shaped horizontal row, Captain Han felt dizzy, but he was still a man who had followed General Lute through 2 Anglo-Dutch wars. Almost the next moment, he reacted, "Prepare for battle," he shouted, and the crew around him ran quickly to convey his orders to various parts of the ship. The guns of the Liberty were arranged in the front, middle and rear of the upper deck, and the forecastle and poop of the open deck. There were 12 36-pound heavy guns on the lower deck, but Captain Han was worried that they had undoubtedly been ambushed by the British, and he didn't know whether these guns would have the opportunity to exert their power. Honestly. Captain Wilson, who was the person in charge of this operation and one of the Duke of York's confidants, said, "I still can't believe it. Is it a trick played by those alchemists?" "I don't think you need to care so much," his first mate said in his heart. "The alchemists were probably just disguised, and these guys, maybe they were servants of the devil, but he didn't show it at all. As long as they do what they promised, it's fine. I think." Captain Wilson sighed deeply, but still didn't continue. He could think of what the first mate could think of. He didn't expect that the rumors in London were not all nonsense. Captain Han. Captain Han was shocked, because the man in front of him actually walked out of the flames. He immediately drew his sword. A captain who had spent almost half his life on the sea knew more than ordinary civilians. After all, the sea was ruthless and unpredictable. Some businessmen with capital would occasionally hire wizards, but these wizards were dangerous people at any time. Seeing Captain Han like this, the wizard was not angry. His clothes were no different from those of a wealthy businessman. "Don't be nervous, I'm just an ordinary wizard," he said. He thought so. He was not even a dark wizard, so he escaped the French king's purge. He just didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing just by doing business with the merchants and running to the safer new world. "Just come to tell you, Mr. Captain," he said, "it seems that war is inevitable. The gentleman who hired me decided to give you some help if you need it." Help. Captain Han remembered that there were indeed 24 armed merchant ships among the 72 merchant ships. Although they were merchant ships, they also had 60-80 cannons and were fully capable of being put into battle. He was about to thank the wizard when he saw him wave his hand casually. A few flames fell on the deck, burning a few black spots. In front of the fleet is our master's clipper. Clippers are small 3-masted ships with sharp rams. They are smaller than the flat-bottomed boats that carry the most cargo and the armed merchant ships carrying cannons. In the merchant fleet, they certainly also carry cargo, but it is obvious that they are not to the point where they cannot be lost, because the wizard said next, "These clippers are carrying woolen cloth." He said lightly, "My employer said that the wind direction is just right. He intends to set all these ships on fire and then rush towards our enemies. Although it may not be possible to prevent them from occupying the T-head position, the smoke and fire afterwards will also interfere with their vision. In this way, we may be able to buy some time." Captain Han hesitated for only 2 seconds, then nodded immediately. "Thank you very much," he said quickly. "Tell your employer that I will report his loss to General Lute and include it in the additional amount as war damage." "I'll tell him," the wizard said. He threw a handful of sulfur on the ground and left in the rising flames. First a little, then a piece, and then the whole ship. It burned. Even at noon, it was still so bright that people could not bear to look directly at it. The black smoke rose from the sea to the sky, just like an unskilled painter holding a crude charcoal pencil and scribbling a few lines between the sky and the earth. "They are simply crazy," Captain Wilson shouted angrily. After setting the ship on fire, the crew jumped off the ship and left immediately. The ship behind rescued them. Although it was very dangerous, the rewards promised by the captain and the merchants were enough for them to spend comfortably for several years. After losing the controller, only one of the ships that were on fire rushed straight towards the British fleet, and the others went crookedly to other places. But even so, the huge smoke there raised interfered with the British fleet's vision as Captain Han hoped. Captain Wilson ordered the cannon to sink the clipper that rushed to the center of the fleet. They did not buy much time for the Dutch fleet. During this time, Captain Han's warships and armed merchant ships had already sailed to both sides of the British fleet. Although the British had occupied a favorable position at this time and Huns warships were within range, the Dutch merchants also showed rare courage. They boldly used their merchant ships as sea fortifications, allowing the warships to cross the British blockade even if the shells hit the precious goods. The British sent out 12 fleet warships and 6 clippers equipped with artillery, but the decisive action of the Dutch caught them off guard. Before they decided whether to actually destroy these merchant ships, which were their spoils of war, Captain Han had led his warships and armed merchant ships to circle to the right side of the British fleet. In this way, they occupied the T-head position. For a moment, the waves rolled, the flames blazed, the cannons roared, the old enemies fought each other on the vast blue waves, and the victory or defeat at this time depended on the courage of the two captains and whether they were keen enough to understand the battle situation. Captain Wilson originally had the upper hand, but he was also a greedy man, or in other words, his master, the Duke of York, was often short of money. This was Britain's declaration of war on the Netherlands, but at the same time, the Duke of York also hoped to enrich himself. On the battlefield, even the slightest hesitation would change the outcome. Captain Han did not waste the opportunity that the merchants had fought for him. His Liberty had not yet completely crossed the hull, but it was already firing a group of cannons. His choice was not wrong. Although his artillery could not hit the British warships, it allowed their ships to slow down for a while. After all, not everyone had the courage to rush into the gunfire. He defeated those cowards. Although Captain Wilson tried to make amends after realizing his mistake, and even ordered his warships to compete with the Dutch for a favorable position again, in the end, he had to watch with regret as the Liberty proudly and lightly passed through their field of vision in the thick smoke and broken planks, flying over the net with most of the merchant ships and once again into the embrace of the sea and the blue sky. What was left for the British was a sunken clipper and 3 merchant ships that had completely lost power because they served as offshore fortifications. The crew also set fire to the ships when they left them, so they could only say that they gained nothing. I really don't know what to say, Louis said, while putting the letter paper on the candle and lighting it. This letter was written by a member of the Gelderland Provincial Parliament to the mayor of the Free City of Nijmegen. There is no need to say much about the content of the letter, but the member probably didn't expect that his messenger was not as fast as the French army. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, War at Sea and on Land, 2. Compared to the British's first battle at sea, which was unfavorable, Louis XIV's army was rampant on the land of the Netherlands. William II was originally the last chance for the Netherlands, but it was wasted in the internal struggle with Prime Minister John de Witt. If the Dutch could settle for the second best and ensure that the Prime Minister's power was not shaken, at least in wartime, then with only one voice, the Netherlands might be able to organize some forces to grab the noose around its neck and survive. But just like the letter in Louis's hand, the Orange Party's hatred for the Prime Minister finally broke out completely after William II disappeared. They incited the mob regardless of anything and strangled the last glimmer of life in the Netherlands in the small square. Even though the King of France had declared war on the Netherlands and his army had invaded the Republic in 3 directions, the Amsterdam parliamentarians were still concerned about who could become the next Speaker and Prime Minister. This letter to the mayor of Nijmegen was to ask the mayor to support him in the subsequent election after generously promising various benefits. The mayor of Nijmegen knelt in front of Louis. It was not so much that he had completely surrendered to the feet of the King of France, but rather that the foolish behavior of those people in whom he had once given hope had completely destroyed his fantasy. Before Louis burned the letter, he had read it. He read it word by word, even if there was a slight mention of armaments or defense, or concern about the war, but no, even though the letter was sent the day after France declared war on the Netherlands. If you only read this letter, anyone would think that the war did not exist and that the Netherlands was still the powerful and wealthy land of God. I have taken many such keys, Louis said, playing with a heavy silver key that was long enough for his arm. The Netherlands is worthy of being the Netherlands. Even as a city, the silver key it offered was of great weight and inlaid with huge diamonds and gems, but these could not blind Louis' eyes. He came here not for mere wealth, or rather, not just for wealth. He wanted golden eggs, and he also wanted the goose that laid golden eggs. I never thought that a key could open people's hearts, especially when the people of this city were still my enemies a few hours ago." These words made the mayor of Nijmegen tremble. "Your Majesty." Although the people of Paris would loudly praise how kind and merciful their king was, the people of Lorraine, Alsace, and Flanders would not. This king always knew how to clearly distinguish between his enemies and those who were loyal to him. From what the mayor of Nijmegen had read in pamphlets and newspapers, the young king imprisoned the Duke of Lorraine, forced him to sell Lorraine to him, and then killed the true heir of Lorraine on the battlefield. His wizards spread plague in Lorraine and summoned demons. He drove the poor people infected with the plague into the fire or exiled them outside Lorraine and Alsace. After he captured Flanders, the king implemented a military system in Flanders. Even a small settlement had to report a clear number of permanent residents, and even a baby had to be registered. Adult males had to serve the king, building countless fortifications, forts, warehouses and roads. The king's army lived in such forts and walked on wide and flat roads. Behind the army were a large number of merchants who were responsible for exchanging woolen cloth or any valuable things confiscated by the army or paid by the people for taxes for food, tents and blankets. This situation is just like a tree that Dutch captains saw when sailing in the southeast. Its roots were not in the soil, but in another tree. Its roots extended into the bark of the other tree and sucked the juice inside to make itself grow. The tree parasitized by it would gradually become weak, while it would be lush and leafy, covering the sky. And Nijmegen, and even the entire Netherlands, is about to face such a tragic fate. Although the King of France praised God, in fact, it was not the case at all. He was full of hypocrisy and greedy like any Catholic. He annexed the territory of his wife's father and brother, that is, Flanders, for a ridiculous and false reason, and the vast Flanders could not satisfy his greed. Before today, the mayor of Nijmegen would still think that the King of France's attempt on the Netherlands would ultimately be a dream, even if the Netherlands only had 20,000 troops on land. But would other countries just watch him annex the Netherlands after annexing Flanders? If Flanders is just a group of sheep that produce woolen cloth, the Netherlands is a strong dairy cow. As long as a small price is paid, it can squeeze out an endless supply of snow-white milk. What he thought might be right, but it was obvious that those countries would not allow another Caesar to appear in Europe. However, this did not mean that they would waste their energy and money in vain for this reason. In fact, as far as the mayor of Nijmegen knew, countries such as Denmark, which were united by the Holy Roman Emperor, had already deployed troops on the border, but they were just waiting for opportunities amid the wailing of the Dutch. They did not like the French, but they also did not like the Dutch, and their intentions were no different from those of France. Louis casually threw the silver key to the Duke of Orleans beside him. "Take it and play with it, brother," he said, and the mayor of Nijmegen could only lower his head deeper. Mayor, he said, "I will send some officials to help you complete the work I need you to do. I hope they will not be hindered, or deceived, or even murdered, especially the last one. I am a kind man, but I cherish my people like I cherish my eyes. If anyone dares to hurt them." He smiled. "Anyway, what I look like in your pamphlets is what you will see like the King of France." He leaned down and looked into the mayor's eyes, his voice as calm as ever. "The king's cruelty does not affect his greatness. I think you should know that, because this is what you fear, and even murder your heroes for it." The mayor of Nijmegen struggled to say something, but in the end he found that he could not say anything. Louis said this for a reason, because some of his officials had been harmed in Flanders before, but fortunately, they were protected by vigilant soldiers and finally escaped with their lives. The angry king immediately executed the leader and exiled the entire village. There were also those fools who thought they would not be held accountable. They thought their new rulers were also those stupid Spaniards. But why did Louis keep so many spies? Wasn't it for this purpose? All the property of those people was confiscated and they were hung in cages. The shrunken bodies in the cages were hung beside each city gate, visible to everyone. The deterrent effect was unquestionable, but in the Netherlands, Louis did not want to do this again. He knew very well that this kind of free city was like a small country without a king, and the families in the city were the princes with power. The mayor was elected or traded by them. His warning was given to the mayor, and also to those families. They happily compiled Louis in the pamphlet, in fact, because they had a strange cognition. Although they did not want a king, they thought they were privileged nobles. Unfortunately, Louis would not pamper them like William I did. To Louis, they were no different from those ignorant craftsmen and small merchants. If they could not meet the king's requirements, the king would not hesitate to deal with them. Or, their value is only this. After the mayor of Nijmegen trembled and left, the king said to his brother, "But those merchants?" The Duke of Orleans pondered, "Is it the same as in Lorraine?" "You can say that," Louis said regretfully, "although I hope our merchants can replace them as soon as possible. That will be 10 or 20 years later, and with William II around, he will not give up the foundation founded by his grandfather. As long as the Dutch are willing to accept him." The Duke of Orleans laughed. His facial features were softer than Louis, but after laughing, he looked a little cold. "I really don't know if this is Charles II's own idea, or someone is advising him, but his act of detaining William II is a stroke of genius. In this way, even if we must hand over Utrecht to William II, it will not be easy for him to re-establish his authority." He said this, and then saw his brother's strange expression. "Is that why people can't always see their noses?" Louis murmured, and then ruthlessly revealed the answer. "Who else could that person be, Philippe? It's Henrietta, Charles II's sister, your wife." Philippe looked really surprised. She. The king affirmed, "Don't underestimate any woman, brother, they can do things that even the devil can't guess." "I didn't, it's just that." Philippe remembered that when they left Paris, the Duchess of Orleans Henrietta's belly had lived up to expectations. Speaking of which, when she encouraged her brother to imprison a king, their child was already in her belly. Damn it. The Duke of Orleans cursed in a low voice. They all said that this child would be a son. "There's nothing wrong with that," said the king. "I like smart people, not fools." He stood up, took the hat that Bontemps brought and put it on his head. "Come out for a walk with me, Philippe." Nijmegen is located on the banks of the Vaal River, with the Maas River below it. The Vaal River is a lower branch of the Rhine, connecting Nijmegen with Cologne and the Diocese of Munster, while the Maas River has become a channel connecting Nijmegen with France. This was because Louis' envoys persuaded the Archbishop of Cologne, one of the electors of the Holy Roman Empire, to form an alliance with France to jointly invade the Netherlands. Therefore, the 120,000 French troops were divided into 3 routes. The Viscount of Turenne, the king's army, led one route and marched downstream along the left bank of the Rhine. Condé led his troops from the Rhine Valley, and the Duke of Luxembourg marched towards Groningen. Because of the wizard's help, the king could get the movement of the other 2 armies. Even if it was not instantaneous, it was much faster than relying on horses and pigeons. In fact, rather than worrying about the Dutch resistance, the king was more worried about what would happen after conquering the Netherlands. In addition to sporadic rebellions and widespread hypocrisy in Flanders, the Dutch had always expected that other countries would be wary of France. Louis knew what those guys were planning because he would do the same. If they ran into the French army of 120,000, the losses would be too heavy, and the Netherlands, which was saved by this, would be less likely to be blackmailed by them. It would be better to wait until France destroyed most of the Netherlands before appearing as a messenger of justice, which would directly threaten the French, who had already consumed a lot of strength, and force the dying Netherlands to surrender at their feet. But they certainly didn't expect that the Dutch would be so stupid that they pinned all their hopes on the illusory external interference, while they are still fighting internally. Now the Netherlands doesn't even have a unified voice, let alone resistance. When attacking Nijmegen, the king's army encountered almost no large-scale resistance. Some scattered resistance came from peasants instigated by priests, and some more difficult ones came from families in the city. They had their own fortresses, hired soldiers and sophisticated weapons, even including artillery. Viscount Turenne really didn't understand why they would rather leave the artillery in the courtyard than move it to the city wall. At least it could stop them for 10 minutes. Louis could only smile helplessly at Viscount Turenne's rare sarcasm. This was the problem of letting merchants dominate the country. Merchants would always put profits first. For the sake of profits, they could sell anything. They could only see profits in their eyes. This made them invincible in the business world, but they could not gain any advantage on the battlefield. No, it should be said that this was their biggest disadvantage. It would always be extremely difficult to get merchants to give up their own interests, except for those merchants at sea. Thinking of what a British navy encountered, Louis shook his head. The Dutch on land even lost the keenness and decisiveness of maritime merchants when facing crises. Nothing, let them go, the king said to Viscount Turenne. Although the king just wanted to take a leisurely walk along the river with his brother in the morning, there would still be a lot of ministers and soldiers following him. The latter were for security, and the former were because if they failed to follow the king, These ministers would think that they had lost the king's favor and would be uneasy. After booking the future governors of the 3 provinces of the Netherlands, Louis certainly would not let others think that Viscount Turenne had lost his favor. Not only did he let Viscount Turenne command his new army, he also often asked Viscount Turenne to have dinner with him, or take walks and hunts together. Viscount Turenne seemed to have sensed something, and he always showed mixed feelings about this. This was much more difficult than asking him to attack the country of his uncle and teacher. Chapter 231, War on Sea and Land, 3. When the king met the mayor of Nijmegen, it was still the earliest time of the day, that is, at dawn. Candles had to be lit in the room to keep it bright, because the king had to check documents and read secret letters from time to time. After they dealt with the mayor of Nijmegen, they had a hearty breakfast and left the city at about 10 o'clock, which was a pleasant time of the day. The sun was bright but not dazzling. The new green of summer remained today, and it appeared like a yellow cat's eye color under the golden light. Some leaves had turned orange-red or orange, and some had darkened in color, like black, and others were lighter in color, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. The riverside was lush with water plants, and the reeds had gray-white ears. Unfortunately, it was not spring and summer, and the daffodils and buzzards had passed their flowering period. Only some inconspicuous scattered flower piles could be seen, and no one knew their names or habits. On the other hand, autumn is the time for fruits to show themselves. Raspberries, cranberries, bilberries, gooseberries, mulberries. They range from translucent green to blue, blue-purple, purple, dark black, and also bright red and milky white. They appear in clusters in people's vision. They are so plump and juicy that even if humans keep passing by, some clever birds and chipmunks will boldly climb on the branches and fill their stomachs and cheeks as much as possible. Even more daring are wild goats, rabbits, and deer. In addition to berries, they also come to the river to drink water. Because the king is not here to hunt today, even though the ministers and entourage accompanying him are all carrying weapons, and several young people are eager to try, they also suppress the desire to hunt. They are very regretful in their hearts. After today, their battle with Annam will begin. Cannons and muskets, as well as people's shouting, will drive away all the beasts here, even snakes and mice are no exception. As they continued to move forward, these people also realized that the king was here to inspect the position today. The king's horse stopped on a raised hill. Only the king's brother Philip and Viscount Turenne were allowed to follow. Their horses stopped on the left and right sides of the king, slightly behind. Looking down from this hill that was about 20 feet above the ground, you can see the position facing Arnhem. Arnhem is a new city built in 1233. It is precisely because it is a new city that its walls and fortifications are more advanced and stable than Nijmegen. However, whether it is the soldiers walking back and forth in the trenches or the generals watching on the hills, none of them showed an embarrassed look, just like a person riding a horse on the road and occasionally encountering a small protruding stone. He would not think that he encountered an insurmountable high wall. When a man ran towards the king and his companions, the king's musketeers became alert. They surrounded the hill like hounds at the foot of the throne. Although they all looked lazy and nonchalant, they would immediately arch their backs and show their fangs if they saw anything unusual. But before the man could announce his name, Louis raised his hand and asked the musketeers to allow him to pass. The man was Sebastian Vauban, a captain. However, everyone knew that he had made outstanding contributions in the battles in Flanders and the Netherlands, and he was an extreme royalist. Therefore, the king trusted him very much. Although he was not promoted immediately, when the war was over and they returned to Paris, this kid would definitely be very successful. Captain Vauban certainly would not ignore this detail that made him feel honored. He began to salute impatiently when he was still 10 steps away from the king. In people's impression, a man like Vauban who was good at fortresses, fortifications and water conservancy construction should be quite old-fashioned and introverted, but the fact was not so. Sometimes he was so exaggerated that even Louis could not stand it, like now, even the most playful and romantic figure in Paris would not be like him. At a distance of dozens of feet, he flipped his hat all the way, bowed in various ways, pressed shoulders, touched chests, and was just short of rubbing knees and tapping feet. When he came over, Philip chuckled and the king glared at him. "It is an honor." Vauban shouted, "My lord, it is an honor. Are you here to see your soldiers?" "I just want to relax," Louis said, "but if it doesn't matter, I'd like to see my soldiers." He said this because on the battlefield, Few generals or officers would welcome a person who has nothing to do with the war to hang around them, especially Louis, as His Majesty the King, with a noble and special status. His presence is likely to make people feel unnecessarily restrained. But who is Vauban? When he was still under the command of Prince Condé, he stood on the side of the king without hesitation. Viscount Turenne taught him a lesson on how to treat the king. It must be said that the disciple is better than the master. Captain Vauban's battlefield show has almost become a customary program. It can be said that he regarded the battlefield as a grand and real drama, and the king and his ministers were his audience. He was the screenwriter and the conductor. Although he sometimes needed to cooperate with others, he would certainly do his best to let the king enjoy the most magnificent performance. He grabbed the king's reins, acted as a guide, and led the king's horse down the hill. Viscount Turenne and the Duke of Orleans followed closely behind, and the others. At this time it depends on how correct their understanding of themselves is. The ministers and followers hesitated, and in the end only a few people bravely followed. The biggest feature of the Netherlands terrain is its flatness. Most of its territory is 3 feet below sea level. There is only one mountain range in the entire country, Mount Wallaceburg, which is less than 900 feet high. This mountain range is just north of Arnhem. There is still a plain between Arnhem and Nijmegen, with only a few undulating hills. Therefore, Vauban's position has almost no cover and obstruction, except for the new low walls and fortresses built by Vauban. He led the king's horse to the flat land between the trenches. Because the war had not yet started, wooden boards were placed at intervals above the trenches to facilitate the people carrying ammunition, food and other supplies to walk. Greetings to the king. Vauban temporarily replaced Bonhomme, and he shouted. Some soldiers who were too busy to notice them also raised their heads. When they saw the king, they bowed happily, shook their hats and shouted long live. They were more lively than some ordinary provincial officials when facing the king, because most of the soldiers here were the new army, that is, the king's Versailles army. They can be said to have grown up under the king's kindness and grace. For the king, they are willing to sacrifice their lives and honor. Louis treated them very gently. If the mayor of Nijmegen was watching, he might think that this king was completely different from the tyrant he saw in the morning. When the king saw a soldier who was obviously delivering food, he dismounted and walked to 2 huge wooden barrels to look. Captain Vauban immediately opened the lids. One was still warm cream soup, and the other was light wine. What else? Louis asked. There are also bread and dried meat, and each soldier can get 2 apples. Captain Vauban said. Add another dish of stewed pork tonight. Amid the soldiers' small cheers, Louis took a last look at them. This is war, so the people standing here, not counting the potatoes that will be hastily distributed tomorrow morning, this meal is likely to be their last meal. Then the king looked at the artillery, ammunition reserves and horses. There is no doubt that all the preparations are sufficient and proper. Marquis Louvois not only collected a considerable amount of woolen cloth as taxes from the Flanders region, but also made the Flemish people complete the repair work of roads and designated warehouses in the form of labor service. Almost all horses and 1/3 of cattle, mules and donkeys were collected, both to make those Flemish people more peaceful and to meet the king's army's demand for supplies. A wizard told Louis that through the eyes of ravens, these cattle and horses and the goods they carried were as amazing as a black river. The amount of these baggage reassured the king's soldiers and worried the king's enemies. Arnhem also has its own small government. Before the incident, this government was controlled by the Gon Party. Now the Orange Party has the main say. The Dutch people are tired of the parliamentarians' rhetoric, perfunctory indifference, the radicalism of the Orange Party, and the nostalgia for William III. Yes, for many people, the dead are the most perfect saints, which makes the people of Arnhem fall into a strange frenzy. When the French army entered Nijmegen, they imprisoned all members of the city hall. The Orange Party became their leader. In an indescribable strange atmosphere, the property of the parliamentarians and the property voluntarily donated by the citizens were used to hire soldiers and build an army. Some people may ask, at this time and in this place, how can Arnhem hire soldiers? In fact, it was possible. Those craftsmen, small businessmen and students came for justice, for their own homes, or for fear of being ruled by a dictator. More often, they were tempted by the price of 10 Dutch guilders a day, and if they could keep the French out, they would even get more rewards. The city thus established an army of 1,000 people. Fortunately, because Arnhem was a new city with tall walls and numerous fortresses, The families of the parliamentarians had not yet established an unshakable authority here. Their hidden guns, artillery and gunpowder were all moved out and transported to the city walls. The battle started in the morning as usual, and the only music was artillery. The deafening sound of artillery fire came one after another, and the smoke mixed with a real morning mist. Captain Vauban was accustomed to and fell in love with the smell of sulfur and earth. Human blood and quinine had not yet arrived, because the beginning of all sieges was intended to destroy the enemy's fortresses and walls. Such bombardment continued rhythmically for an hour. There was indeed a counterattack from the city of Arnhem, but it was no match for the French artillery. Captain Vauban made a rough estimate of the ammunition stock, raised his telescope to check the results of the artillery bombardment, and ordered the artillery to move forward. The bricks and stones under the gun bracket were taken out, the soil was dug up, and the wheels were reinstalled. Originally this would have been a very difficult task, but since the king's scholars invented a portable lifting device, the soldiers moved much faster. The artillery was covered with hard cowhide and pushed and pulled forward in the trench by the soldiers. As described before, Captain Vauban's 3 trenches were connected together, and the narrowest one could allow a 24-pound artillery to move in it. After the soldiers moved the artillery forward 1 trench, they set it up again and readjusted the sights and direction. Captain Vauban's engineers had pushed the new trench to within a few hundred feet of the city wall. At this point, the artillery on the city wall was able to threaten the engineers. They dug and prayed under the wooden hood covered with iron sheets. Unfortunate people were knocked down, and the soldiers carried them out. Some of them were obviously dead, so they were neatly arranged in the rear position. Others were just injured, and were taken over by medical staff wearing white aprons and white headscarves. From here Captain Vauban could hear the whirring sound of shells being fired. The king had repeatedly warned him not to be so reckless, but for any general, this was the only way to win. When people replayed the battle on maps and sand tables after the war, they could certainly look down and calmly analyze and consider, but the real battlefield, even the battlefield of Vauban, Viscount Turenne or Prince Condé, was a mess, especially when the artillery came into play and it was the turn of the muskets. In the continuous sound of artillery, the sound of the muskets became dense and loud, and the soldiers of Arnhem and the king's soldiers were not two clearly defined rivers. After the face-to-face battle began, they were all mixed together. Although the king's new army had been trained and knew how to maintain the advantage of a small force as much as possible, the situation on the battlefield was always changing, and no one could guarantee that they would remain calm in pain and death. If a general or officer is not involved in the situation, all the orders issued by him or her can be said to be useless, because in the time it takes for the herald to run to you and back, the situation may have changed several times. The best way is for them to lead the way, and the soldiers will follow them closely. They must penetrate the enemy's defense like a sword, both physically and mentally. Captain Vauban jumped out from behind the broken low wall, shouting "Long life France!" while throwing a small earthenware jar filled with gunpowder. The jar exploded before it hit the ground, and the whistling fragments cut the bodies of the Arnhem soldiers in Vauban's face, allowing the king's soldiers to see him. They immediately rushed over and followed him all the way to the simple block fortifications. The enemies behind this fortification were either dead or fled, and some were howling in blood. Vauban was the first to cross the piled boxes. He was about to say something when he caught a glimpse of a bright fire. Out of instinct and experience, he suddenly fell to the ground. Something exploded next to him. The hot air wave pushed all the boxes behind him away. The air suddenly became thin. Vauban could not hear anything, and his eyes were blood red. After a few minutes, he was pulled up and fed a sip of bitter potion. His vision suddenly became bright. "What's going on?" he asked. A soldier, or more precisely, the wizard who the king arranged with Captain Vauban, poured away the potion bottle. They set the ammunition box on fire. "There are still the people here," Captain Vauban said, but he immediately said, "Obviously they don't care." "I don't care," said the wizard. "Be careful, there seem to be some fanatical enlightened ones here." "What is that?" Vauban said. "Forget it. What's the situation now? Go and see for yourself." The wizard said, "Your soldiers are very brave." "The king's soldiers," Vauban said, and then he immediately threw himself into another battle. The wizard was right. Even if Vauban fell, the king's soldiers could still determine who should command them according to their military rank. The youngest non-commissioned officer could command 10 soldiers. If they encountered other teams, they only needed to look at the rank to determine who should hold the command. Even if Vauban was absent for a short time, the soldiers continued to bravely move forward under the command of another second lieutenant. Captain Vauban led his soldiers all the way to the Ussel River, which is a tributary of the Rhine River and just divides Arnhem in two. They faced this God-given moat, and on the moat, there was originally a wide white stone bridge, but now, Captain Vauban would not be surprised by any fortifications or even fortresses he saw, but guess what he saw? He saw a Protestant priest, and behind him were a group of believers in black clothes. A little late, I will add 700 words. Chapter 232, War on Sea and Land, 4. Wait. Seeing those people rushing towards the fully armed soldiers, even Vauban, who had experienced no less than 10 battles, couldn't help but shout, "What are they doing?" The French soldiers were also confused, because those people didn't even have any weapons that could pose a threat. No muskets, no swords, not even a cross. There were indeed bishops who used heavy crosses as their weapons on the battlefield. They just ran towards them barehanded, determined and chaotic. The wizards around Vauban were not surprised, whether it was the Roman Church or the Protestant Church. They had dealt with many people like this. He looked around and pulled a gunpowder can from the waist of a grenadier and threw it forward, although his arm strength allowed him to throw it less than 30 feet, but the sulfur that poured out was enough for him to cast spells and deceive people. A burst of flames suddenly jumped from the ground to the air, forming a scorching high wall in the air, and Vauban and his soldiers instinctively retreated. But the believers seemed not to have seen this terrible scene. No, it should be said that they became more fanatical. They screamed devil or God, and threw their bodies into the flames without hesitation. However, these flames did not come from human creations, but more from magic, so their bodies immediately burned up. Even so, the upright and moving torches still staggered towards them. Captain Vauban finally regained his sanity and understood the situation at this time. Or, even if he did not understand, he knew what to do. He shouted loudly, "Fire!" First, the soldiers closest to him, and then the officers and non-commissioned officers who heard the order. While they passed on the order, they also raised their muskets. For a while, the gunfire was dense like a rainstorm. Even if this bridge was built to connect Upper and Lower Arnhem, it was not wide enough to be used as a battlefield. At most, it could only be said to be a slaughterhouse. Facing the hail of bullets, these believers not only showed no fear, but became even crazier and more manic. One or two soldiers stopped shooting because they had made the same mistake as Vauban before, and were frightened by their manic attitude. Those people immediately ran out from the gap and tore the two poor people to pieces with their teeth and nails. But just like the occasional muddy stream colliding with a solid dam, calm and rational people immediately ended the farce. Although there was the Edict of Nantes, there were naturally no Huguenots in the king's army. When the Catholics realized that they were all Protestants, their hearts suddenly became cold. Even if those believers danced and made harsh noises, or even stepped on the bloody or charred bodies of their own kind, they did not hesitate. Especially after Vauban ordered the soldiers to pull the carriages and form temporary fortifications. After the last Protestant fell, the temporary fortifications and bridges were in a mess, as if a giant had collected the corpses and wounded from the entire battlefield and dumped them on this narrow piece of ground. When Vauban walked in his boots, the touch of his feet was not hard or soft, but indescribably sticky and slippery. He was confused. What were these people doing? There was no concept of human rights in this era, let alone during the war. Even at the king's wedding, there was the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, where everyone from the Duke and Marshal to the civilians was killed. That massacre did not even spare pregnant women and babies, and the death toll was in the tens of thousands. If you are confused, said the wizard next to Vauban, you can ask him directly. It turned out that Vauban had unconsciously expressed his doubts. The wizard brought a person in front of Vauban. That person was the priest who had been walking at the front of the team before. God knows how he avoided the manic crowd and bullets. Although he was also injured, he was still alive. The interrogation was hasty and brief, or more accurately, a simple question and answer session, because the priest seemed to have none of the courage and boldness of those he had bewitched. He answered everything Vauban asked, leaving out every detail, and the answers were as absurd as the wizard had expected. It turned out that when the French army was pressing towards Arnhem, although the Orangemen of Arnhem made a gesture of holding on to the end, they were also very clear that they could only delay for a while at most. After the French army entered the city, another part of the Orangemen even proposed that they should temporarily submit to the King of France. Although humiliating, It could at least guarantee the safety of the citizens. But another part believed that the King of France was a Catholic and a tyrant. He would not allow Protestants to continue to stay safely in his city. What awaited them was either hanging, drowning or other tortures, or being exploited and exiled. The two sides argued, but the French army would not give them time to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing that the city of Arnhem had fallen into the pocket of the French, and their only troops were only enough to defend a city hall, a priest, perhaps wanting to become the second Savonarola, a priest who had gained secular power in Florence by opposing the Pope, stood up and said that he would lead the devout believers to block the way of these demons. The Oranges didn't believe him at first, and didn't want to make themselves a joke. But the priest had already incited hundreds of people. These hundreds of people were indeed a threat to the Oranges. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, so they agreed to this matter. The result was what Vauban saw. Flesh and blood, even wizards, can't fight against bullets and swords, let alone a group of mortals. Vauban couldn't help but feel a little pity for those who were fooled and deceived. He walked a few steps, but heard a scream. He ran over and saw a French soldier holding his hand, and blood was dripping from his palm. What happened? Vauban asked. The soldier was in so much pain that he could not speak. The soldier next to him quickly answered for him, saying that when the soldier was collecting the bodies on the bridge, he saw a dying girl and gave her a sip of light wine out of sympathy. It was the soldier's own ration, so it was called light wine, but in fact it was grape juice with honey and salt. Who knew that after the girl woke up, she immediately bit the soldier? The wizard looked at the soldier, then turned around and shook his head at Vauban. He has to go, he said. His right thumb was bitten off. Whether it was holding a gun or a sword, he could not do anything without his thumb. Even when he returned to Versailles, he could not become a craftsman or a farmer. The soldier burst into tears when he heard this. What made him more painful than his disability was that he had to return to France silently with a baggage train with a glorious victory just before his eyes, and he could not share even a bit of the glory. You were injured while fighting the enemy, Vauban said. I'll write this in your record. In this way, the soldier could at least be promoted one rank after the war, and the soldier at least looked a little better, but the look he gave the girl was filled with more regret and hatred. Vauban thought about it, walked up to the girl. How could you believe such nonsense? This is God's will. We are to fight the devil. The girl said weakly and firmly. Vauban pointed to the blood on her body without saying anything. She was shot on the shoulder. Use flesh and blood to fight bullets. God will bless us. Obviously, he didn't, Vauban said. Because of your behavior, I can only think, you are all our enemies, and we only have one way to treat our enemies. He paused for a moment. You and the lucky survivors here will only die. The girl was obviously shaken, but she immediately regained her original tenacity. Death is also a gift from God. We are happy to accept this result. Oh, that's great. Vauban turned around. Throw them all into the river. As if they had been waiting for this order, the French soldiers immediately picked up the black-clad believers on the fortifications and bridges, whether dead or alive, and threw them all into the Ussel River. The river churned and swallowed up these devout believers in an instant. Vauban seemed to hear screams, like that girl, or someone else's, or pleading? Not for her, but for her brother, or mother? Vauban no longer cared. Nothing could test one's faith more than death. As the king said, some seemingly fanatical and fearless believers, or people who believed in the ideas and morals he thought, were actually just good at deceiving themselves. They naively thought that the louder they shouted, the more people they incited, the stronger their momentum, and the tougher their attitude, the weaker and more fearful their enemies would be. They were the chosen ones and would inevitably win the final victory. But they didn't know that there were always some enemies that they could never resist. Others couldn't understand their actions, but they didn't know that they would be so stupid that they would be afraid and retreat when death really came to them. But it was too late by then. After the last begging voice of "I want to convert" disappeared in the waves, the wizard looked at the soldier with a broken finger and saw a relieved smile on his face. He laughed and said that when Vauban gave the order and the soldiers threw hundreds of people into the Ussel River one after another, all the buildings on the riverbank were closed, and there was no one on the streets. If they didn't know that the last troops of Arnhem were in the upper city, they would really think that this was just an empty city. But just a few minutes later, as if to break the wizard's conjecture, a group of people came out from the streets on the other side of the bridge, and the leader was holding a piece of snow-white silk. Birds of a feather. Louis said. He was, this may shock many people to hear, an atheist, So in his heart he treated Catholics and Protestants equally, but the French Protestants, namely the Huguenots, had deep malice towards the Bourbon royal family. If it were not for the economic shock caused by the expulsion of the Huguenots, there would probably be no Huguenots in France now. Louis even disdained to play tricks like 1/3 converted, 1/3 exiled, and 1/3 drowned. He did not like any hidden dangers in his rule. The Protestants in Arnhem undoubtedly reminded the king of many unpleasant past events, but just as he could not clear out the Huguenots, he could not, for the time being, do anything to the Protestants in Flanders and the Netherlands. After all, Protestants were the main force of faith here, so he could not even determine the faith of each household while establishing the household registration system, lest these fools think that he was going to launch another purge against Protestants. Tell me something happy. He put his palms in a tower shape and pleaded with the Duke of Orleans, who was sitting on the side. The army of the Grand Condé has occupied Thuringium, the royal army of Viscount Turenne has captured Nijmegen and Arnhem, and the Duke of Luxembourg has obtained Naarden. General Riot, the nightmare of the British Navy and the hero of the Dutch, read expressionlessly. Thuringium is an important stronghold in South Holland, Amsterdam is just to its north, Arnhem is the hub of Gelderland, and to the west is Utrecht, the heart of the Netherlands. Utrecht. 10 leagues further west is Amsterdam, Naarden, an ancient and powerful autonomous city, belonging to the same province of North Holland as Amsterdam. It has thick walls and a wide moat. General Riot originally thought it could hold out for dozens of days. No, it should be said that he thought every city he read about should be able to hold out longer. Now every letter in the letter is like a branding iron on the general's heart. He recalled the big quarrel he had with Prime Minister Johan de Witt when he left Amsterdam. Yes, the Prime Minister even said that he was Loot's benefactor and that he had promoted Loot. Loot responded by breaking his scepter in front of the Prime Minister. He was not loyal to the Prime Minister or William III, but only to the Netherlands. The night he returned to the port, the Prime Minister's messenger caught up with him and presented him with a restored scepter. Loot could not help but feel guilty about this. He was still thinking. When he returned to the Netherlands next time, he would apologize to the Prime Minister. He had no chance. Loot could hardly suppress the regret in his heart. He shouldn't have done that. Even if the disappearance of William II was closely related to the Prime Minister, he shouldn't have quarreled with the Prime Minister so publicly. He should have realized his own importance. As an important person, his falling out with the Prime Minister undoubtedly sent a signal to those villains, a signal that the Prime Minister could not get his support. That's why they dared to act so boldly. The Prime Minister might have his own selfish motives, but with a powerful enemy at hand, the Netherlands needed a voice to guide them, instead of fighting each other like now, even ignoring the tightening noose. Chapter 233, War on Sea and Land, 5. In addition, there were letters from several reliable people to Loot. Loot opened the brass letter box, knocked it on the table, and poured out the letters, saying, "I hope there won't be too much bad news." He opened the tightly rolled letter paper. There was not much content in the letter. It was from a Dutch merchant in Rochester, England. He was originally in London, but in his letter, he said with a lingering fear that he was almost involved in a riot and lost his life. Now he left his colleagues and friends and ran to Rochester alone. He asked Loot about the current situation in the Netherlands. If possible, he wanted to return to the Netherlands from Dover. Seeing this, Loot sighed bitterly. He had a good relationship with this merchant friend, but just as he sat down and wanted to reply a short message to the merchant, asking him not to return to the Netherlands recently, he suddenly thought of something. Who sent this letter? He shouted, "Let him come to see me immediately." The messenger was immediately brought to Loot. "Are you from Rochester?" Loot asked. "Yes." The man replied nervously. "Are you British?" Loot asked, and the man was immediately panicked. He certainly knew that Britain and the Netherlands were enemies now. "God is my witness," he cried. "I am just a poor guy, a servant, not a soldier or an official. I have no interest in the relationship between countries. I am just a servant who is very loyal to my master. Sir, my master asked me to deliver a letter saying that you will never hurt me." "I won't," Loot said, "but you have to tell me what kind of riot your master was involved in London that forced him to flee to Rochester." "I don't know much," the servant said tremblingly. "You know, there are always some people quarreling and making trouble, and there is no peace. The parliamentarians are always at odds with the nobles, saying that our king is a fool and a traitor. There are always people parading in the streets. I have participated in 2 parades, but I thought it was a Saints' Day parade. He talked a lot, and Loot's first mate was getting impatient, but Loot just remained silent and listened patiently. He could only hold back. Finally, he talked about what Loot was interested in. That night, sir, my master and I were sleeping when we suddenly heard a commotion outside. Someone was firing a gun, someone was firing a cannon, it was very loud, and someone was shouting, the same old thing. Of course, sir, I don't think everything they said was true. They said it when they executed the king, and now. Anyway, my master immediately ordered me to close the doors and windows. Of course, I closed them all. We reinforced them again and dragged furniture to block the door, but it was no use. He swallowed. It's no use, sir. Before dawn, someone knocked at the door, very loudly. My master said that there was no one here who could harm people except an honest merchant and a stupid servant, but they didn't believe it. They said that if we didn't open the door, they would throw torches in. His eyes rolled up, as if he was still on that terrible night. They almost did that, sir. I was terrified, but we opened the door anyway. As soon as we opened it, they rushed in and searched everywhere, poking with swords and torches. I had 2 beautiful clothes that were burned and had several small black holes. He swallowed. They also took my master's money and jewelry. Even so, they still felt it was not enough. They almost killed my master. Fortunately, my master immediately said that he could give them more money. Bills and securities. Anyway, they took it and left. God bless them, they were really a group of robbers. Did you see their faces clearly? Did you see what they were wearing? Leet asked. So what if I saw them clearly? Said the servant, I don't recognize any of them, sir. As for what they were wearing, I think they were very decent clothes, white trousers and blue or black coats. Blue or black? The first mate couldn't help asking. You know, it was night, and we had only 1 candle at most. I can only say that it was a very dark color. I said blue because when one of them approached my master, his front was illuminated. Then think about it again, Loot said. Is there anything else that impressed you? The servant was silent for a moment. I'm not sure, sir, I'm not sure. It doesn't matter, Loot said. I just want to know everything, even the smallest and most uncertain. He took out a shining gold Dutch guilder. 1 answer, 1 gold coin. The servant panted eagerly, his eyes almost glued to the gold coin and couldn't take it off. The gold coin could indeed make an excellent doctor. He immediately remembered a lot of things, such as the awl-like daggers fixed on the muskets of the soldiers who broke into the room, and the buttons on the soldiers' coats were all silver, like the shape of stretched petals, and the officers who accepted bribes had beautiful metal tassels on their shoulders, etc. Finally, he paused and said, and, sir, I seem to hear them speaking French. French? Yes, sir, I don't speak French, and I haven't been to school, but I work in a tavern, and they say. He then said something strange, not French, nor English, but more like some local dialect. A French sailor said this, and another sailor had a fight with him, and later I heard that it was an extremely blasphemous and obscene word. I understand, Loot said. Okay, that's 1 answer. He put a gold coin in the servant's hand. Anything else? I really can't think of more, the servant said regretfully. I was scared that night. Think about it again, Loot said. Don't forget, 1 answer, 1 gold coin. The servant swallowed and was taken away. Leet looked at the first mate, his eyes glowing. Do you understand? First mate, what, sir? This servant is the real letter. Leet said, my good first mate, my friend only said a few words in the letter to prevent him from being intercepted by the British or French. This man's tongue is the real secret letter. He told me everything my friend wanted to tell me. I'm still a little unclear, sir. For the first time in a year, Leiter laughed from the bottom of his heart. The French are in London. They participated in, he glanced at the letter paper, riots, but I think this is most likely a restoration, the restoration of the rights owned by the monarch. Charles I was forced to reconcile with his subjects, but he never gave up his pursuit of royal power and his hatred for those rebels. Of course, all monarchs are like this, but his subjects are of course also very clear about this, so his ministers and parliamentarians not only do not allow him to have a standing army, but also do not allow him to have his own territory and money. The royal expenses cannot be withdrawn from the treasury, and even need to be confirmed by Parliament before they can be allocated. This is a shame for Charles II, but now, he took a deep breath, I'm afraid that London has changed dramatically now. Are you saying that the French sent troops to help Charles II? Yes, Leet said, those people are French. Their coats are the royal blue designated by Louis XIV, so they look black in the dark and blue in the light. Their buttons are not flowers, but suns, and the metal tassels are tassels hanging from epaulets. The first mate listened carefully and kept thinking, so what you mean is, God, you mean, the fleet. France and Britain are separated by the ocean. Louis XIV can only send troops by ship, and they. Leet looked at the first mate. If they want to contain or even annihilate us, they will inevitably form a joint fleet. It's just that before they officially go to war with us, this fleet will first go up the Thames and go directly to London to help Charles II gain real power. In this way, they don't have to worry about the British Parliament making peace with the Netherlands during the war. He showed a hint of sarcasm. After all, the British fleet can't even beat a merchant fleet. I think those parliamentarians must have hesitated a long time ago. So, the first mate exclaimed. The British Parliament was fearless because Charles II did not have his own army. But if Louis XIV was willing to help, then Charles II should have obtained the rights that any monarch should have. This was almost bad news for the Netherlands, because no matter what, Charles II would never make peace with the Netherlands. The Netherlands could only give up its colonies, shipping routes, etc. at most. But if the alliance between Britain and France could achieve the expected goals, they could also divide the Netherlands. No, we still have a chance. Leet jumped up from his chair. Didn't you expect that? The riot happened 3 days ago, and we haven't seen the shadow of the combined fleet on the sea. And from Calais or Dunkirk in France to London, they have been stationed for these days. Those fleets must ensure sufficient supplies before setting off. They may still be in Britain, in a port, or in the bay. He waved his fist in the small cabin. Let me show them some color. Let Charles II know that his ministers are not without reason to fear me. Charles II had the best sleep he had had since January 30th, 49 AD, when his father was beheaded. When he awoke he felt refreshed and relaxed. He stood up, put on a silk dressing gown with the help of his servants, yawned at the window, and before having breakfast he took a bath in the small living room that had been newly converted into a bathroom. This was a fashion that had spread from Paris, but before today he had not bathed often because bathing was an extremely expensive thing, but, now he was Britain and Britain was him, and he no longer had to count the gold coins in his hands to live. Charles II soaked in the fragrant bathwater, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling. To this day, he still felt a bit dazed, as if in a dream. Those things that were like heavy rocks pressing on his body and heart were removed so easily. In just one night, he became a real king. A king who no longer had to look at anyone's face and could issue decrees and establish an army at will. A dictator who controlled the fate of the entire country and his people. When he thought of this, he couldn't help laughing. His smile remained on his face until it was time for dinner, when he suddenly had an idea. I want to go back to Whitehall Palace, he said. Move the meals there too. I want to eat while looking at the square. This request was immediately obeyed, but Charles II's queen did not quite understand. Your Majesty, she asked gently, isn't this room good? We can change rooms. I'm afraid Whitehall Palace can't find a suitable room. It doesn't matter, it's just a morning, Charles II said gently, reaching out and stroking her bulging belly. Wait until I come back, my dear queen, wait for me with my son, but don't delay dinner. The queen had to obey, and another reason was that she also guessed Charles II's intention. Whitehall Palace was partially burned down in the Great Fire of London in 1998, and there has been no money to repair it. They could have moved to Hampton Court Palace long ago, but Charles II did not agree for some reason. Then, during the riot a few days ago, during the King's trial of traitors, Whitehall Palace caught fire and was completely destroyed. So they moved to Hampton Court Palace. As for why Charles II had to dine in a ruin, after the servants busying around, Charles II was finally able to sit down in a small room facing the square in Whitehall Palace. His table was covered with sumptuous food, and through the crooked window frame covered by curtains, he could see a huge execution platform, and this execution platform was exactly what Charles II had planned in his mind 10 years ago. When Charles I was executed, Charles II was still in the Netherlands. He did not witness the terrible scene with his own eyes, but now he could almost imagine it, because the scene in the square had overlapped with that of 48 years ago. The people gathered in the square, dancing with joy and excitement. Perhaps, for them, It made no difference whether to execute a king, a protector of the country, a minister, a general, a thief, or a woman, as long as they were given bloody corpses. Charles II was still so eager and expectant when he came here, but when he really saw the fanatical people and the ministers who had been so arrogant in front of him but were now in a mess and looked depressed, he felt a little bored again, but this boredom would not affect his appetite and the plan he had started. He began to eat, and those heads that were once extremely noble were rolling down from the scaffold one by one. Chapter 234 War on Land and Sea, 6. This was the day after most members of Parliament were beheaded, and Charles II was so satisfied that even the Duke of Albemarle resigned from all his positions in anger because he was unable to prevent the trial and massacre of Parliament and returned home in disgrace, which did not affect his good mood at all. Although France's aid was conditional, in the Treaty of Dover, Charles II had to make concessions not only to France, but also to the Roman Church. Just as he said to the Duke of York, Charles II did promise that once he gained real power, he would give up the privileges that Henry VIII had once seized from the Roman Church, and return to God what belongs to God. And just as General Loutre had guessed, the French fleet came from Dunkirk, and 5,000 French soldiers became the swords in the hands of Charles II. Of course, under the cover of night and chaos, these soldiers still retained the ancient traditions, looting and rape. The citizens of London therefore spent a night like hell, but for Charles II, it didn't matter. The citizens' hatred would be directed at the French, and after he gained power, he would have countless money. No, now he collected a large sum of money from the convicted officials and nobles, and took out a part of it to distribute among the people, so that while half of the people were still crying, the other half began to party. Since the ancient Roman period, rulers have been quite good at this: bread, wine and blood. Although Charles II could not build an arena, he could set up a huge execution platform, and the heads of those noble masters would satisfy those fools and they would no longer pursue the previous things. During this vacuum period, Charles II only had about 1,000 guards around him, but it was enough for him, because he would recruit more soldiers soon, and when almost all of his enemies had gone to see the merciful God, he didn't need to mobilize too much force. The Duke of York came to see his brother before leaving London. After losing the shackles of Parliament and the help, the Duke was quite uneasy. The Duke of York was not familiar with Hampton Court Palace because it had never been the first choice of the English royal family. This was not because the building was small and dark, or too old. Hampton Court Palace was originally the residence of Cardinal Wolsey, a minister favored by Henry VIII, but because, Henry VIII was different from Louis XIV or Louis XIV. He was cruel and suspicious by nature. The wealth of Bishop Wolsey had long made the king unhappy. When this unhappiness reached its peak, even if he presented the building to the king, he still could not escape the catastrophe. Henry VIII was very happy with his queens. Yes, although he was the head of the state religion, he still insisted on monogamy. In order to implement this system to the end, he executed 2 queens here for adultery. One was Anne Boleyn and the other was Catherine Howard. After the death of Henry VIII, Edward VI, who inherited the throne, followed in his father's footsteps at a young age. The Tudor dynasty was taken over by Henry VII's eldest daughter Mary. This princess, who later became the Queen, is also known to everyone by her other well-known name Bloody Mary. It was also from that time that rumors about Hampton Palace began to increase. Some people saw Cardinal Wolsey in the palace, walking around the palace sighing. Even though he finally died in a monastery, the cause of his death has always been in doubt. There was also Anne Boleyn, the maiden queen who had fallen in love with Henry VIII. She was beheaded, so she always wandered around Henry VII's former bedroom with her head in her hands. There was also the daring Catherine Howard, who was full of resentment and her teeth were chattering. She appeared with her lovers, even her brother, in any place where the sun did not shine. Some people also saw Queen Jane Seymour, who died of puerperal fever, or the souls of monks and assassins. Now Charles II has added a new gloomy atmosphere to the palace, because the decree to behead more than a dozen ministers came from here. The Duke of York looked up at the 4 pillars of Hampton Court Palace. These 4 pillars, about 3 people high, were made of red bricks, just like the architecture of Hampton Court Palace. On the white platforms on top stood 4 statues, one of which was a knight, the other a lion and a war horse. Between the pillars was a heavy black iron door. He rode his horse slowly inside and dismounted on the square. Hampton Court Palace had more than 1,000 rooms, and his brother had chosen the suite where Henry VIII had lived without hesitation. These rooms had the best lighting and area, and the walls were covered with oak panels, with exquisite reliefs everywhere, and there were several huge elk antlers. This kind of decoration was a royal privilege, but even the Duke of York did not have such beautiful and huge antlers. His brother was sitting under a pair of antlers that could almost support an adult man when stretched out. When he saw him coming, he showed a hypocritical smile. The Duke of York saluted his brother, with unprecedented piety and solemnity. "Oh, Charles," I said, "please don't be so polite, my good sir." He said, half sincerity, "I should thank you very much." This sentence is correct. If the Duke of York had not reached an agreement with the French to withdraw the coastal defences of the Thames and Solile Bay, it would not be an easy task for the French ships to enter London so quietly. "This is my duty, Your Majesty," said the Duke of York. "These traitors and traitors should have met their end long ago." "It's great that you think so, Charles," I said with a smile. "As far as I know, many of them are still your friends." "It's just prudence, Your Majesty," the Duke of York quickly explained. "I just hope to be able to do my part for you." "You are the pillar of me and the country, Mr. Duke," said Charles II, "but we don't have to think about everything that happened before. Now we have to continue to face our common enemy." "You mean the Netherlands?" "For the time being, it's the Netherlands." Charles I said, "In recent years, sir, it should be the Netherlands." "Then we have to be friends with the French." "Louis is our relative and friend," Charles I said. "Now the French have occupied 3 provinces of the Netherlands. Yes, Utrecht has also fallen, and Zeeland and Groningen will be captured in a matter of days. We must act now. No matter what is agreed in the peace treaty, Mr. Duke, we must also plant our flag on the territory of the Netherlands. You must destroy the Dutch fleet and send our soldiers to the land across the Channel." "This is exactly my long-cherished wish, Your Majesty," the Duke of York said eagerly. "Then let me wish you a successful start and a triumphant return," said Charles II. Because the brothers were not like Louis and Philip, who had true affection between them, the story could end here, although it was a bit awkward. But if they continued to speak sweet lies, the Duke and the King, who knew each other's feelings very well, would inevitably affect their appetite for the next meal. So the Duke of York resigned on the pretext of heavy military duties, and Charles I was relieved. It would be better for the Duke of York not to stay in London in the next few months. The Queen's due date was before the next Lent, and Charles I only hoped that the Duke of York would still be at sea at that time and come back after his heir landed safely. The Duke of York knew nothing about the Queen's pregnancy. As soon as he left Hampton Court Palace, he rode his horse all the way to the mouth of the Thames and boarded his warship, a huge warship with 100 guns. Its name also came from the Duke of York, called the Royal Prince. As soon as he boarded the ship, he urged it to set sail. Under the crescent moon that gradually spread silver light over the Thames, the Duke of York shook his head in annoyance. He was not even sure if he was doing the right thing. Fortunately, the contract he signed with the Duke of Medina's envoy was next to him. He took it out. After stroking it for a long time, he picked up the portrait of Mary, the daughter of the Duke of Medina. This portrait was specially painted and sent to him because he knew that the Duke of York might have to fight at sea for a period of time. He looked at it carefully. Although the Duke of Medina's ancestor had an ignoble origin, he was also said to have a good appearance. The appearance of this Princess Mary was indeed much better than that of the Duke of York's first wife, not to mention that she was only 12 years old this year, just in the age of budding. Even if there was no rich dowry, no one would think that the Duke of York had made a loss. When the crescent moon rose high in the sky, the royal prince also met with a combined fleet. The sole bay where the combined fleet was anchored was located above the mouth of the Thames River, below a port town called Southend, and to the right was the North Sea, only about 155 nautical miles away from Amsterdam. At this time, the Duke of York was already sleeping in his cabin. He didn't know that just 100 nautical miles away from him, the Dutch fleet was riding the wind and waves. Louis was indeed the supreme commander of the Dutch Navy, but not all of his generals were willing to obey his orders unconditionally, and Louis' speculation was too unbelievable. They also had spies traveling in the Strait of Dover, but no one saw the fleet from France. How could such a large army cover its tracks? But Louis was sure that French soldiers participated in the riot in London that night. The Dutch were also very concerned about the situation of Charles II. They knew that although the king had always wanted to regain his power, he had never succeeded because of the restrictions imposed by the Parliament. Among these restrictions, the most effective was the control of military power. The King of England had only a small number of guards, which could only be used as a ceremonial guard. If he wanted to overthrow the world overnight, these people were definitely not enough. But the problem was that the ships that could carry thousands of soldiers would not be just some inconspicuous small boats. In the end, Louis almost used his previous authority and his own glory to forcibly suppress all opposition. Their ships sailed on the sea at night, heading straight to Seoul Bay. Some people could not deny that there was a Seoul Bay. Even Louis himself was not completely sure. However, he had sent spies to explore the hydrology, navigation, tides, and defense of the Thames estuary during the surprise attack on the Medway River, which was the Great Parade on the Thames River that made the British lose face during the Second Anglo-Dutch War. He was very familiar with the situation in the Thames River area. If Britain and France joined forces, their fleet would definitely not be less than 100. There were very few bays where such a large fleet could live, and Seoul Bay was the most likely one. 100 warships, Louis's friend Van Gent exclaimed at the meeting, maybe more? How many do we have? We have about 130, Louis said. All. Another person asked, what if your speculation is wrong? Louis closed his eyes and opened them after a few seconds. We have to take a risk, gentlemen. This is indeed the largest fleet of the Dutch Navy, 130 ships, including 61 giant warships, 4,500 guns and 20,000 officers and soldiers. If Louis made a mistake, it would be fine. But if the British or French fleets took advantage of the opportunity and went straight to the Dutch mainland, then they would be heavily blamed. But in the end, they still believed Louis. When they could only see the seawater, everyone was worried and almost no one spoke. When Louis walked onto the deck, his first mate was also there. It seemed that they would not be able to sleep tonight. The huge sails that covered the sky were blown by the sea breeze and were almost stretched to the limit. The speed of the ship was also the same. According to Louis's plan, they must reach the battlefield before high tide. If the joint fleet was in Seoul Bay, they would not have much time left. The Duke of York woke up at about 5 or 6 in the morning. He was woken up because the workers had already started working. Barrels of beer were piled up like mountains. There was no other way. At sea, clean water would soon rot and stink. Only beer could last longer. There was also brandy and wine, which were for the officers to taste. There was also pickled meat. The beef or pork was cut into pieces about 4 pounds in size, as hard as stone, and was packed in wooden barrels like wine. There were also clucking hens and clucking roosters, quacking ducks, bleating sheep, and snoring pigs. These were all sent on board as fresh meat. In addition to these, there was something called pocket soup, which was like a 17th century seasoning packet. Vegetables, meat and animal offal were boiled into a sticky and solid piece, which was dried and sliced and used as a soup. In addition to the vegetables in the pocket soup, there are real onions, carrots, cabbages, white radishes, pumpkins, and potatoes, which are rare vegetables that do not easily rot. There are also some things packed in wooden boxes, which are specially for the captain, the first mate, or the ship's doctor, such as coffee, chocolate, and butter, etc. The Duke of York looked out and sneezed. This damn weather, he said. The torches on the dock were not so bright. He estimated that it might be dawn, so he walked out of the room. Sure enough, his royal prince had been coated with a beautiful layer of gold. He happily stretched his back and looked at the sea. There were several bright dots flashing between the sky and the earth. Chapter 235 War on Land and Sea, 7. The Duke of York had not yet completely woken up from his sweet dream. He stood there, still wearing a loose dressing gown and with his long curly hair loose. Suddenly, a loud shout came from above. Enemy attack. It was the enemy. The Duke of York immediately understood that it was the enemy's fireship. He grabbed his clothes and called his servants, passing through the crew members running around. Maybe someone saw him, maybe not. Anyway, the Duke of York didn't notice it. He quickly returned to his cabin and changed his dressing gown as quickly as possible. He inserted the short-handled musket into his belt while constantly issuing orders. Although he didn't know who leaked the fleet's secret and let the enemy know that they were replenishing in Seoul Bay, the Duke of York knew very well that they were now in a critical and urgent moment. The combined fleet was almost still in the bay, while their enemies were on the sea. In this era when the T-shaped horizontal position tactics were widely used, they were just like a group of sheep locked in a sheepfold. And because they were a combined fleet, the Duke of York was not the only one who could speak up. Although he was reluctant, he immediately found the wizard who boarded the ship in the name of an astrologer. "Can you contact that French wizard?" he asked. "Immediately." the wizard said straightforwardly. Right in front of the Duke, he turned over a mirror and muttered to the shadow inside. The other side seemed to be waiting for them. The image in the mirror floated up, and then showed a face completely different from the person in front of the mirror. "We have encountered the enemy," said the wizard on the other side. "There is no time to discuss. We have to compete with the morning tide for time." "I am the Duke of York," said the Duke of York. "Let your General Esters talk to me." Victor Marie d'Esters was the commander of the French Navy in the combined fleet. When the Duke of York saw him appear in the mirror, he said without hesitation, "General, we don't have much time to discuss now, so I hope you can give us help as your king promised." The French general frowned slightly, but nodded gently. "I'm not sure if I can do what you want. The Dutch fireships are approaching us, maybe in a few minutes," said the Duke of York. "We need flexible and agile boats to destroy them before they set our ships on fire." Indeed, in the combined fleet, France had only 26 large ships, while Britain had 46. However, their large size meant that they could carry more artillery, but also meant that they were slow to change direction. By the time they slowly moved themselves to the blocking position, the fireships had already completed their mission. Although France had few large warships, it had many small warships accompanying them, which were converted from merchant ships built by the Dutch. After all, they were customized according to the specifications of armed merchant ships. "I will," said General Esters, "but our ships must leave the port first." "You one and I too," said the Duke of York. There were a total of 150 large and small fleets in Sol Bay. What was the concept? They were densely moored on the screen-like opening and closing shells. They had to evacuate as soon as possible so that they would not have to endure the bombardment and fight for a way out with their allies when the enemy attacked. There was nothing wrong with the reaction and decision of the two commanders. With the wizards present, the communication of orders was no longer a problem. Both the Duke of York and General Esters could overlook the situation in Sol Bay like a bird in the sky. They stared at the mirror while determining the order of the ships to exit Sol Bay. The small French warships, that is, three-masted ships equipped with 40-60 guns, passed through the forest of masts and headed towards the sea where the sun rose. Their enemies were first to fire ships discovered by the lookouts. When they were far away, they could hide in the dazzling waves, but as the distance got closer, they were as conspicuous as rubies inlaid on jasper. Before, both the wizard and the naval commander had thought that they had to get ahead of the tide, because the Dutch took advantage of the rising tide to push the fire ships towards them. The French three-masted ships faced them and fired. Louis XIV was not stingy. The ships were loaded with newly built cannons. Even for such small warships, the largest weighed 24 pounds, and the smallest weighed 8 pounds. The problem was that although Louis had never thought of giving up the ocean, the development of the French Navy lagged far behind other countries. Although the soldiers were brave and the shells were sufficient, the hit rate was really not flattering. There were only 12 or 13 fire ships, but 2 of them still broke through the defense line of the French warships and crashed into the British fleet sailing northward. The British fleet suddenly cursed, but no one could hear it at this time, no matter if they were allies or enemies. The Earl of Sandwich, the British admiral in charge of the rearguard, was one of the people who cursed, but he was helpless. To be honest, the French were willing to lend a hand instead of watching them fight with the Dutch, which was enough. As for tactics and skills, these were things that needed to be accumulated in battle. They might have to thank God for not letting the French accumulate more experience, otherwise a country that could be invincible on land and sea would be too terrible. The fireship hit the Earl of Sandwich and another ship. Fortunately, these 2 ships were large ships equipped with hundreds of cannons and were not affected too much. Their test was the Dutch fleet that followed the fireship. Louis stood on his own 7 provinces. This warship had been with him for nearly 20 years. Sometimes Louis felt as if it had a life. 7 provinces had already established great achievements. From the 4 days' battle to the Battle of the Medway River, it was invincible and unstoppable like its owner. "I hope you can still bring us good luck," Louis said. He stood on the bow of 7 provinces, raised a telescope, observed the actions of the combined fleet, and then issued orders. The flags on the ships indicated their respective identities. Louis decided to focus on attacking the British fleet, not both, or the French, but the problem was that the fleet he led, their commanders seemed to have their own ideas. Some people may find it confusing, but the Dutch fleet at that time was like a multi-headed dragon hovering on the sea. In terms of management system, the problems that Louis had to face were roughly the same as those faced by the Dutch Prime Minister, Because the Dutch fleet was also the crystallization of commercial behavior, and the money required for each ship since its birth came from the taxes paid by merchants, so merchants could dictate the behavior of the fleet and even send their own agents to control the fleet. The agents and managers of this fleet, whether recruiting crew members, maintaining and building their own ships, building warehouses and docks, or smuggling, looting, or organizing escort fleets, did not need to ask loot for permission. Even large warships like the 7 provinces were just commodities in the eyes of merchants. Therefore, there have always been different voices in Loot's fleet. This time, Loot decided to raid Sola Bay on his own. Yes, his speculation was correct, but his will still could not be obeyed by everyone. Perhaps the officers of those fleets thought that the British were the old enemies of the Dutch, but the French were more hateful, and they had already gained an advantage in surprise, and the number and quality of their ships were far better than this joint fleet, so they still separated a part of them and went to the French fleet. This act of dispersing power was not wise enough, but Loot could only lead the fleet that was willing to obey his orders and tighten the net as much as possible. At this time, Loot's fleet had formed a beautiful arrow, shooting at the British fleet that was heading to the North Sea desperately. Today's wind direction was also extremely unfavorable to the British. If the British fleet wanted to break out of the Sola Bay and head to the North Sea, they had to sail eastward. At this time, they needed strong winds from the west, but today's winds were all from the east. They had difficulty moving and were as slow as a snail. The Dutch fleet rode the wind and waves like a bird flying on the sea. Once the first-class ships arrived at the designated location, the 7 provinces lowered its original flag and replaced it with a new flag, which meant that Loot ordered the ships to launch a full-scale bombardment. It is difficult for people who have not seen the sea battle to imagine the scene. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was dazzling, and the air was clean. However, with more than 30 large warships and hundreds of guns roaring at the same time, the smoke rising from the muzzles immediately spread a layer of soft cotton wool on the sea surface. This layer of cotton wool was sometimes thick and sometimes thin, and it kept accumulating, covering the hull, masts and sails. The captains climbed up to the forecastle and could learn about the enemy in our situation from the telescope in time to decide what to do next. The crew ran around on the deck. They had to deliver gunpowder and shells to each gun continuously. The deck was full of overturned barrels and coiled ropes. It was even more difficult to see clearly in the smoke. There were always people who were tripped or knocked away, or vice versa. The crew members in charge of the artillery fire were the most nervous and the most tired. They stuffed the shells into the gun barrel from the back, poured gunpowder from the top, and ignited the fuse. Then, with a deafening roar, the gun barrel suddenly retracted due to the recoil. A group of people needed to hold the rope that fixed the gun barrel tightly to prevent it from hitting the rear deck directly. Another group of people frantically picked up the mop wrapped in cloth strips and reached into the muzzle to wipe off the excess gunpowder residue. This was very similar to the original muskets. After firing many times, someone had to constantly pour cold seawater on the gun to cool it down to avoid exploding. As soon as the person cleaning the gun barrel stepped back, the people who had previously held the gun barrel rushed forward and pushed the gun back to its original position. Unlike the first firing, the observer would adjust the angle and direction of the gun barrel based on what he saw at the firing port to ensure the hit rate, or try to directly bombard the enemy's ship mast, forecastle and other important positions. Van Gent noticed the St. James, the Earl of Sandwich's ship. He didn't know that it was the ship on which the Duke of York's most trusted lieutenant was riding. But after being hit by the fireship, the ship deviated slightly from its original course, so that it had an imperceptible but real distance from the other ships. As Loot's most trusted friend and subordinate, Van Gent certainly would not miss this opportunity. He immediately ordered his ships to begin continuous bombardment of the St. James. Van Gent's ship was the Amsterdam. Although the name of this ship only came from a city, its configuration and displacement were similar to those of the 7 provinces, just like a pair of twin brothers. It also had 12 proud 36-pound heavy guns on the lower deck, together with 2 24-pound guns, forming a powerful strike line, not to mention the nearly 70 guns on the upper deck and the forecastle and stern open decks. In the waves of rising smoke, the fire from the muzzles was like the sharp edge reflected by a sword, flashing, flashing, and flashing again, and each flash indicated that they were pushing the enemy one step further towards destruction. In such intensive bombardment, the Earl of Sandwich also realized that he was facing the full-scale attack of the enemy. He raised his telescope on the forecastle, trying to find a breakthrough in the smoke, when a shell whizzed in and hit the mast behind him, brushing his head. The mast broke with a snap, and hit the Earl's shoulder when it fell down. It can be said that he was a good man. He was still issuing orders when he was dragged off the forecastle by his subordinates. Under his orders, the street. James slowly turned and faced the side of the Amsterdam to launch a counterattack. The Earl of Sandwich temporarily handed over the command to the first mate, and then staggered to the upper deck with the help of 2 other crew members. "My collarbone may be broken," he said with a groan. "The ship's doctor will heal you." The crew said that they passed several people who were busy putting out the fire, and then others who were sending shells down the deck, and others were lying on the side of the ship, constantly lifting barrels from the sea. The water was used to cool the gun barrel. The ship's doctor was also busy here, but what he could do was very limited. When he saw the Earl of Sandwich, he subconsciously tutted. After a simple inspection, he confirmed the Earl of Sandwich's estimate. "It's troublesome here," he said, and then put a splint and bandage on the Earl. "Can you go back and rest?" "If I can, of course," the Earl of Sandwich said. Chapter 236 War on Land and Sea, 8. The ship's doctor gave Lord Sandwich a bottle of aniseed liquor. It was called aniseed liquor, but in fact you could think of it as a bottle of anesthetic potion. The ingredients in it included belladonna and opium. Lord Sandwich felt waves of severe pain, but he just sipped the aniseed liquor in small sips. Now was not the time to let go of everything and fall asleep. More and more wounded were sent to the ship's doctor. Some people needed amputation. The doctor's tools were probably taken directly from the kitchen: saws, knives and axes. Even the freshest blood would emit a disgusting and foul smell here, just like pork that had been left in Dover for several days in September. The doctor was wearing a cowhide apron, with a wounded severed hands or feet at his feet, as well as some indescribable things, maybe intestines, eyeballs and flesh. Anyway, anything could fall from these poor people. With a gloomy face, the Earl of Sandwich walked past these people who were constantly wailing. The hurried stretchers passed by him like a school of fish. He first went to the middle and rear part of the upper deck, where there were 14 18-pound cannons, which continued to roar. There was a smell like hell in the cabin, the smell of smoke plus sweat plus tears plus sulfur, which not only made people unable to open their eyes, but also made breathing almost a problem. The observers, gunners and auxiliary personnel had bloodshot eyes and hoarse voices. It was extremely strenuous to make these ferocious steel beasts roar. They even ignored the Earl of Sandwich. Seeing this, the Earl quickly walked past him and came to the lower deck, where there were 14 24-pound cannons, which were heavy artillery, but now only 12 of them could make a sound, and the other 2 had suffered irreparable damage. But the most traumatized area was the poop on the open deck. The Dutch shells not only broke the Earl's collarbone, but also the mast and half of the poop. There were 12 light artillery pieces deployed here, and now they were probably all sunk to the bottom of the sea. The huge wound was like a big mouth mocking the British, and this giant swallowed the lives of more than 10 crew members. Most of the wounded at the ship's doctor's place came from here. "Captain." A crew member suddenly ran over. "What's the matter?" asked the Earl of Sandwich. The crew member showed a look of panic and confusion. "Captain," he said hesitantly, as if he didn't believe it. "The Royal Prince is sinking." "Sir? It's dying." The Earl of Sandwich paused. "Nonsense." "Really, sir?" the crew member said sadly. "Look, it's sinking." The Earl of Sandwich turned around abruptly and raised his telescope to look where the crew had pointed out. He saw the Prince Royal, a 3-deck battleship carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of crew members. It was indeed sinking, as the crew said. The concentrated attack it suffered was more severe than the street. James, and unfortunately, 1 or more shells hit their ammunition depot directly. The earth-shattering explosion broke the behemoth in half. Flames burned on the sea. The gray-white sails slowly dipped into the glassy blue water. The brown hull pointed to the sky. The mast was like the outstretched arms of a dying man, and the British crew in crimson uniforms jumped into the water in a hurry like penguins gathering on the melting ice. Earl of Sandwich felt dizzy. "Where's His Royal Highness?" he asked, struggling. Fortunately, at this time, a cheer rang out on the other side of the street. "James." The Earl of Sandwich heard someone shouting the name of the Duke of York. He immediately ran over and looked over. It was the boat that the Duke of York and 2 followers were riding in that was rowing towards them. The Earl of Sandwich immediately ordered the crew to lower the boat to protect and greet them. Not long after, the Duke of York climbed up by grabbing the ladder. Although he looked a little embarrassed, He was still very excited. To be honest, the sinking of the royal prince should be blamed on fate rather than him as the commander. After all, in naval battles, it is not extremely common to be directly hit by an ammunition depot. I may have to take over the command of the St. James. This was the first sentence the Duke of York said when he saw the Earl of Sandwich. It is an honor for me and the St. James, said the Earl of Sandwich immediately, and the Duke of York also noticed the white triangular scarf on his shoulders. You are a brave man, but since you are injured, I should order you to return to your cabin. Please allow me to follow you, said the Earl of Sandwich. As for my injury, I only broke a bone, and I have a bottle of aniseed wine. Well, said the Duke of York, as long as you think you can still hold on. Although the Duke of York was an ambitious man, he was also an outstanding military leader. After his flagship Prince Royal had to abandon ship due to the explosion of the ammunition depot, the St. James immediately raised his flag. Although the British fleet suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Dutch, under the command of the Duke of York, they desperately braved the enemy's artillery fire to attack the enemy's array line. If it were on land, this kind of fighting method would undoubtedly use the bodies of soldiers to suppress the enemy's offensive, but here, small warships, transport ships and logistics supply ships were used as armor for the main ships. His actions caused the fleet of nearly 100 ships to be suddenly reduced to less than half, even including the St. James. The Duke of York changed another flagship. But these heavy costs were definitely worth paying. If the Dutch fleet was all here, General Lute could have completely suppressed the British fleet in the Sol Bay. However, only 2/3 of his fleet was under his command. In such a large sea battle with hundreds of ships participating, the gap left by the 1/3 fleet could not be filled even by Lute. He commanded the fleet to turn around and continue to intercept the British fleet in the North Sea. However, at this time, from the southeast side of the Dutch fleet, there was a thunderous sound of artillery fire. Van Gent couldn't help but spit. He couldn't believe that the two fleets would be defeated by the French, who might not even learn to swim. He really blamed his colleagues wrongly. Many years later, when people talked about the Battle of Sol Bay, they had to mention the whimsical General Esters. Indeed, on the sea, the French could not even compare with the British, the Portuguese, or the Spanish. But when General Esters faced the aggressive Dutch navy, after the two sides began to bombard each other, he ordered the crew to dump a large amount of quicklime into the sea. Although no one knew why there was so much quicklime on the French warships, the quicklime immediately produced a chemical reaction when it came into contact with the cold seawater, and the seawater boiled. A large amount of water vapor came out, just like the previous battle between Lute and the Duke of York. The French and Dutch warships were already hazy due to the smoke from the artillery fire, and the production of water vapor made the situation even worse. Just when the lookout on the top of the mast could hardly see the situation below through the fog, the French left a small number of logistical ships and armed merchant ships to deal with the Dutch who were following them, while their main force went around the Dunkirk waters to the North Sea, echoing the British fleet from afar, causing Lute to be attacked from both sides and had to abandon its original plan and retreat to the outer island chain of the Frisian region. But this was only the explanation displayed to the civilians. In fact, it was the wizards on Gadjala Island who stayed on the French ships who played a role. Gadjala Island was one of the other worlds chosen by the Italian wizards. The wizards hid it, and no mortal who had not been allowed to notice its existence for 1,000 years. In this case, the wizards could also hide a fleet from being discovered. This was the reason why the French fleet had not left any traces in the eyes of the spies before arriving at the mouth of the Thames. It was just night, and now it was daytime, so the wizards still used the cover of gunpowder and water vapor to achieve the result that General Esters wanted to see. Because General Lute retreated quickly, even though the other two Dutch fleets caught up after they found out they were deceived, they wisely chose to avoid the remerger of the two fleets. What surprised people even more was that in this naval battle, although the British lost 4 warships, including 2 3-deck warships with 100 guns, a dozen small warships and logistical ships, and the Dutch also lost 2 warships and some armed merchant ships, the casualties of the crew were not very serious. The British lost more than 1,000 people, while the Dutch only lost hundreds of people. The appearance of the sacred golden lily flag was during this naval battle. When the battle was over and the sea was in ruins, the crew members who were forced to abandon their ships and could not climb onto the boats desperately grabbed wooden boards, statues or any floating objects. Several French three-masted ships lowered their original flags and raised a flag embroidered with a golden lily, sailing towards those desperate people. They shouted loudly, asking all those who fell into the water to abandon their weapons, from muskets to daggers, even and all for picking teeth, and then lowered the boats to let these people climb onto the boats. Then they fixed the ropes towing the boats on the three-masted ships and pulled them all the way back to Seoul Bay. After that, whether they were rewarded or imprisoned and whipped was not something the French needed to worry about. The golden lily symbol continued for hundreds of years, spreading from the battlefield to the people. Eventually, all rescue ships would raise the sacred golden lily flag, sometimes with a golden lily inlaid in a sun pattern. Most of these ships came from France or shipping companies controlled by the French. However, Louis XIV was not able to know such a sequel. He was now in Naarden. Naarden was very close to Amsterdam, so close that it was only as long as a finger on the map. It was indeed a free city with solid walls and many fortresses, as General Reuter said. However, General Reuter only saw the thick stone walls, but failed to see the fragile human heart. As a free city, the citizens here were all very responsible, the sense of responsibility for personal freedom and personal interests. They were still arguing when the French had already captured Bissell, which was just a stone's throw away, but when the French army knocked on the door, they made a decision to surrender quickly. It must be said that if possible, Louis did not want to destroy this small town because of the war, for no other reason than that it was too beautiful. Looking down from above, the city looked like a blooming snapdragon flower, with a lip-shaped corolla, 2 petals on the top and 3 petals on the bottom. That was the fortress extending towards the middle and in all directions, and outside the polygonal fortress was a wide moat. How wide was it? The whole city looked like a small island floating on the lake, and there were even dams and bridges across the moat for carriages to travel on. "What a beautiful place it is," Philip said. "I hope I can bring my wife and daughter here to live for a while in the future, not thinking about anything, going hunting in the forest and boating on the lake." Philip was talking about the origin of the name Naarden. There is a Naarden forest here, facing a vast lake called IJssel. It is covered with reeds. Clumsy cormorants and elegant and brutal swans are very common here. When the afterglow of dusk is projected on the lake, Lake IJssel looks like an amber lake or a golden lake. Perhaps it is because this place is so beautiful that the citizens here are so weak, Louis thought to himself. It seems that at any time, people with strong hearts can only be born in pain and poverty. No, perhaps there is ambition. He looked at Philip and smiled. "Has Leopold I finally started to act?" "If we don't act now," Philip said nonchalantly, "the Austrians can only watch us swallow up the whole Netherlands." But Louis's speed was too fast. His army advanced forward almost unhindered like a knife cutting through solidified fat. Neither the Viscount of Turin, the Duke of Luxembourg, nor the Prince of Condé, the 3 armies had ever stopped somewhere as their enemies had expected, due to accidents, conspiracies, or the stubborn resistance of the Dutch. It took less than 3 months from Louis XIV's declaration of war to the fall of Naarden, and it was still unknown whether Leopold I's allies had gathered enough troops, but they had to act. Spain, Austria, Denmark, Norway, Brandenburg, Switzerland. They had to curb the expansion of France, just like a hunter facing a lion that had tasted human flesh. A lion that had tasted human flesh would treat humans as prey, and the French king who had tasted the sweetness of victory in the war would not easily stop his conquest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Amsterdam. Today's asparagus is served with hollandaise sauce, Bontom said. Although the Dutch parliamentarians looked at Louis XIV like a lion, in fact, Louis preferred a light taste and focused on the freshness and quality of food. Hollandaise sauce was a new sauce that he extracted and improved from a local light butter sauce after he came to the Netherlands. This sauce was milky yellow and semi-solidified, and it was used to match the asparagus that was only boiled in water. There were about 12 or 13 asparagus standing upright on the white ceramic plate, with a pointed reddish-brown head, emerald green stems, and small brown leaves. The king pinched one, dipped it in the sauce, and ate it with satisfaction. Today, he was still having dinner with his brother Philip and the Duke of Colonna. In the war against the Netherlands, he was not able to lead an army as he did in the war against Flanders, but stayed with the king. The Viscount of Turin and Captain Vauban served the king in the charge. The Duke of Orleans had no complaints about this. He knew very well that if he continued to accumulate merits in the war, the relationship between him and the king would become extremely awkward. Moreover, the war against the Netherlands was a real war between countries. In this war, the glory of the Sun King must not be covered up by anyone. The Duke of Colonna was still childish. As a child who was not yet an adult, he did not like vegetables, but he dared not express it in front of Louis. Although Louis could be said to be a good father, sometimes, when a person established supreme authority, the people around him had to think more about everything they did. When the Duke of Orleans saw that the Duke of Colonna tried his best to show that he didn't hate asparagus so much, he couldn't help but think of his brother Louis when he was a child. When he and Louis were still curled up at their mother's knees, Louis was much more picky about food than the Duke of Colonna now. But like the Duke of Colonna, although Louis never showed that he was afraid of anyone, even the Queen Mother who held great power at the time, or the Bishop, or the Fronde, or those dark creatures, he was able to control himself like an adult. Some adults may not even be able to do this. He knew when to be patient, when to be perfunctory, and sometimes he should refuse without hesitation. "What's the matter?" The king noticed that the Duke of Orleans suddenly stopped, and asked gently. "Oh, brother," Philip asked, "I don't like asparagus. Can I not eat it?" "Of course, if you don't like it, don't eat it," said Louis. After obtaining the king's permission, the Duke of Orleans pushed the asparagus aside and had the servant take it away under the envious eyes of his nephew. He replaced it with roast venison with a sauce of honey and pepper. The Duke of Colonna looked at him more eagerly, but he could only enjoy the plaice with his father. Plaice is also commonly known as flounder. This fish has a flat body and a strange appearance, but its meat is fine and there are not many small thorns. Louis certainly noticed the look in his firstborn son's eyes, but the Duke of Orleans had been an adult for a long time and was at his strongest, while the Duke of Colonna was still between a child and a teenager. If he was as unrestrained as the Duke of Orleans, he would be tortured even if he was a wizard. In the past few years, Louis has learned a little about the medical methods in the inner world. Different from the medical methods that are popular and respected in the surface world, which are mainly based on surgical methods, the inner world has gone to the other extreme. Whether people in the inner world are injured or sick, they are solved with a bottle of magic potion. The magic potions of wizards can indeed be used in many ways, but perhaps because the inner world was also in a state of war not long ago, magic potions are useless for some common diseases, and many magic potions also have significant side effects. To put it simply, if someone has some unspeakable diseases, in order to make the magic potion have the best therapeutic effect, the wizard's method is to cut off that part, and then use magic potions and magic to make the cut part grow again. You don't want it, right? Louis whispered to the Duke of Colonna, Luciano Jr., who was sitting on his left-hand side, and I will let Bontang watch Philip drink elderberry tea. Elderberry tea is also a drink in the inner world. It is very effective in eliminating greasiness, but the problem is that it is bitter and astringent. Duke Colonna smiled when he heard this, and it was obvious that he had found some balance. Philip complained loudly, thinking that Louis should not be so biased towards Duke Colonna. "Every loss has its own gain, brother," Louis said, while sharing the 2 candied cherries on his cake with Duke Colonna and Duke Orleans. "I'm going to meet some people later," Louis said, "please take care of Lucy for me." Duke Philip let the smile remain on his face. "Okay, brother, maybe we can go to the lake for a walk." "Don't mess with the swans," Louis ordered. The prince and Duke Colonna left, and the relaxed atmosphere in the room disappeared as quickly as the sweet smell lingering on the silver plate. With the help of Bontam, Louis changed into his most gorgeous and complicated outfit. The king had a necklace hanging on his chest and a ring on his hand. His long curly hair fell on the heavy coat that was like plate armor because of the excessive gold and silver thread embroidery. He moved his feet, and the silver heels clanged on the ground. Before the final battle against Amsterdam, the king had another difficult battle to fight. In the 17th century in Europe, there was one thing that was hard for people today to imagine: no country could launch a war purely with national power. To put it bluntly, it was impossible for Louis XIV to launch a war against Flanders or the Netherlands by adding up the national treasury, his own private property, all the assets of his brother and the Queen Mother, the income of the princes, and all the taxes that could be collected. Therefore, According to tradition and objective conditions, even though Louis XIV immediately implemented a strict martial law system after capturing Flanders, drawing blood from Flanders' bodies and greatly alleviating the consumption of 120,000 people, he still had to borrow from domestic and foreign merchants and bankers, that is, issuing war bonds. War bonds can be traced back to the ancient Roman period. At that time, the soldiers in the ancient Roman legion needed to equip themselves with weapons and armor. They often borrowed from merchants to buy what they needed, and then used the spoils they plundered in the war to repay the loan. Later, with the gradual privatization of the ancient Roman legion, the commander of the legion had to equip his soldiers with weapons and ensure supplies, so this behavior became more and more common in large scale. The reason why the Netherlands can become the wealth concentration of Europe is that the Dutch first applied financial credit business to their armed forces. As described before, the Dutch Navy is invincible because Dutch merchants have this need. Warships are also their commodities. When each fleet needs maintenance and expansion, merchants buy bonds to support it. Their return is the escort and looting of warships, as well as compensation and ransom for the defeated, as well as colonies and slaves. The person Louis XIV wants to meet tonight is the merchant who has been constantly and massively buying bonds, allowing him to launch these two wars in succession. What is incredible is that there are Dutchmen among these merchants. They have no guilt for this act equivalent to treason, and their attitude is very calm, even arrogant. Louis knows that they will say in private that although the Dutch army was defeated by the French, the great Sun King still has to borrow money from the Dutch, and even if the French king wins the final victory, they can still make a lot of money. However, in this era, this idea can be understood by many people. After all, in the minds of many people, the concept of the country is not as clear as in later generations. If it comes to faith and ideas, they can give their property and even their lives for it, but the country. This is also because many places, regions and even principalities are constantly changing owners at this time. For example, if Louis XIV can achieve his wish, then half of the Netherlands will be a large province of France in the future. Oh, goodbye Tom. Louis raised his hand to cover his face. Move the candle farther away, it's too dazzling. How many diamonds are on this coat? I think I can wear it to light up my soldiers. You are the Sun King. Bontom said seriously, I think you are mocking me. Louis said. Bontom nodded, your wisdom is like St. Augustine. That wise saint had a tragic fate. Louis tightened his scarf. I'm just a layman who hopes to have a smooth journey. Although it was an audience, the merchants were not qualified to talk to the king directly. They were allowed to meet the king more to seek a practical promise and guarantee. After all, France's victory was at hand, and Louis asked them to continue to make additional investments. His 120,000-strong army was like a hungry beast. If Louis could not feed it, it would turn against the king. The merchants all looked embarrassed. For this war, they had invested nearly 10 million livres of money. Although this could be said to be a necessary investment, their warehouses were almost dry. Unexpectedly, the first person to stand up was a Dutch businessman. Mr. Count, he said, while carefully peeking from behind his lowered eyes at the corner of the king's coat that was increasingly dazzling in the candlelight. This coat alone might be worth about 1 million livres, not counting the jewels the king wore, which was enough to repay the interest for the past few months. Although the king did not have the procrastination problem of other monarchs, he had to know, sir, he repeated, if possible, can we know why you still need such a huge expenditure? He said cautiously, as far as I know, your army is invincible, and the gates of Amsterdam will soon open to you. If the glorious Caesar, the respectable Sun King, wants to hold a grand triumphal ceremony, we can offer you 100% sincerity. As long as you say it, sir, we will do it. Your Majesty does not need these empty titles, the Marquis of Louvois answered on behalf of the king. What he needs is your sincerity. He paused. Don't worry about your investment. The king is willing to increase 1 point of interest to appease your unnecessary anxiety. After the war, he said, everyone here can get a royal charter. As soon as this sentence fell, the merchants became agitated. Perhaps some people could not understand what a charter was. Then here is a clearer example, that is the Dutch East India Company, which grew into the behemoth it is today under the charter issued by the Dutch Parliament. It allows you to monopolize the sale of a certain commodity, or a waterway, or it may be the autonomy of a city, and so on. Perhaps the King of France would not be so generous as to that extent, but the power in the hands of a monarch, even if a small part of it is given up, is enough for them to change their allegiance, or even become the source of a prominent surname. The Dutch merchants retreated back to the ranks of merchants. They whispered to each other. Louis nodded to the Marquis of Louvois. He had played the role he should have in this negotiation. He stood up. The merchants immediately bowed, until the door opened and closed. They anxiously calculated and considered again. The Dutch merchants had been hesitant, because the merchants who nominated him as a representative wanted him to ask the King of France to lower the tariffs on Dutch merchant ships and goods. Ever since Louis XIV declared war on the Netherlands, he raised the tariffs on Dutch goods and merchant ships to 30% in one breath. This crazy move made the Dutch merchants complain. Under such high tariffs, their business could not continue at all. The door of the Netherlands was indeed about to open to Louis XIV, but the door of France was still closed to the Dutch. Just at that moment, a thought flashed through the mind of this merchant. Maybe letting France seize the Netherlands would not be a bad thing. Such an idea was like a stone falling into the IJsselmeer lake, and it soon disappeared. The merchants made a decision a few minutes later and were willing to invest more in the King's War. However, the face value and number of bonds, as well as the repayment date and interest, had to be renegotiated. Marquis de Louvois handed the matter over to his subordinates to report the results to the king. He was flattered when he was allowed to enter the king's bedroom, because Louis XIV was very much like a Puritan in this regard. He did not like to be surrounded by ministers and nobles all the time. The king had already changed out of his heavy coat and put on a soft velvet robe. Winter was about to come. The fireplace in the room was blazing, and the fire made every face in the room wander in uncertain light and darkness. When Marquis de Louvois gave his answer, although he could not look at the king's face, he heard a soft sigh. Chapter 238 Amsterdam 2. No one knew that Louis was about to reach his limit, whether it was physical, mental or financial pressure. The war against the Netherlands started too quickly and was too closely connected with the war against Flanders. But after reading the intelligence about the Netherlands, Louis realized that if he wanted to get the Netherlands, he still had such an opportunity. The Netherlands seemed strong, but it was already rotten inside. The Orange Party, which advocated Orange, that is, the monarchy, and the Republicans who insisted on the parliamentary system were deadlocked, and they were even willing to bet on the country and the people. His act of seizing Flanders had awakened many people. If the descendants of Orange, William II and the Dutch Prime Minister Johan de Witt became vigilant and compromised and united with each other under the threat of France, things would become ridiculous. In order to catalyze this battle into victory for France, Louis XIV can be said to have put his last chip on the line. He not only borrowed money from the Queen Mother, his brother and the Duchess of Montpensier, but also from domestic princes and merchants, and even raised tariffs and military service taxes. The last type of tax was directly aimed at civilians. If possible, Louis did not want to go this far. Then there were various secret contracts, which only a few people knew about. Louis even mortgaged the Palace of Fontainebleau. If this news got out, it would inevitably shock the whole country and even affect the progress of the war. The consequences would be disastrous, but there is no secret in the world that can be maintained forever, unless the secret is insignificant. This is why Louis must seize the Netherlands as soon as possible. Fortunately, his generals such as Prince of Condé, Viscount of Turenne, Duke of Luxembourg and others also supported the king's idea. They also believed that abandoning those small towns and areas with ambiguous attitudes, such as Zeeland, not setting up garrisons for the time being, and concentrating all main military forces on Groningen, Friesland, Utrecht and the 5 provinces of North and South Holland, headed by Amsterdam, could lead to the final victory. Just like a hunter hunting a giant bear, it would be a stupid mistake to spend too much energy on the giant bear's thick fur or sturdy but not lethal body. Only by directly stabbing the bullet or dagger into the giant bear's throat or heart can all troubles be solved in one fell swoop. Amsterdam is the heart of the Netherlands. This is the last battle of the Netherlands, and it can also be said to be Louis XIV's first or last battle against the outside world. Those countries that did not expect the French army to be so swift and fierce, and that the Netherlands would be in internal strife to this extent, are hurriedly recruiting soldiers and gathering troops. They and Louis XIV are buying time. If Louis XIV fails to get Amsterdam before other countries intervene in this war, then they will brazenly raise troops and force Louis XIV to give up all the fruits of victory they had previously gained, or at least a large part of them. If Louis takes the lead and becomes the master of the Netherlands, then if they want to intervene again, they will have to do so in a more gentle way. What they can get from Louis also depends on whether Louis is willing to give it. Louis didn't even dare to continue lending money to his own merchants today. The merchants who came today were either British, Italians, or Dutch, and the last loan the king borrowed from them was also used for the last battle. The merchants took away a thick stack of bonds and sent real gold and silver. These pounds, Dutch guilders and florins were packed in boxes. When they arrived at the city of Naarden, the hooves of the Shire horses pulling the carriage were constantly trembling. This kind of horse with 4 strong hooves has always been good at transporting goods, but they probably have never pulled such precious goods. After being inspected by the king's tax officials, these boxes were sent directly to a small town in front of Naarden, which was below Amsterdam and was called Muiden. Interestingly, Muiden was neither conquered nor opened its doors to offer the keys. Instead, several soldiers, together with their non-commissioned officers, got lost after exploring the battlefield. When they saw the city walls and gates, they went up to ask for directions. After they waited for a few minutes, the city gates opened and the mayor came out holding the keys. It turned out that they thought the French had already attacked. As a small town, they looked at the mercenaries, who were less than 100 people, and thought it would be better not to trouble each other. The non-commissioned officer was also taken aback, but he was a Versailles native, and the officer in charge of teaching them had mentioned how such things should be handled, so the non-commissioned officer immediately sent a soldier to report the news. The soldier met Captain Vauban halfway. Although it was just a small town, Vauban did not relax his vigilance at all. While asking the soldier to continue to report the news to Viscount Tyrone, he led his company, about 300 people, into Muiden. They arrived both quickly and timely, because the people of Muiden had already discovered that they had made a mistake. They were planning to kill those fools at the banquet who were stupid enough to get lost in the enemy's territory. Vauban's arrival shattered their fantasy, and they immediately became docile again. However, they still wanted to confuse Captain Vauban, but Captain Sebastien had a heart of steel, and only the king and the war could shake it. When the envoy of Viscount Tyrone rode there overnight, they learned that Vauban had controlled several important figures in the city and asked them to write to the mayor and councillors of Vesp, a mirror city not far from them, asking them to surrender to the King of France like Muiden. Here we have to mention the terrain between Naarden and Amsterdam. Between Naarden and Amsterdam is a narrow area like a woman's waist, and Vesp and Muiden are just on both sides of the waist. The plain area between them can just meet Louis's garrison requirements, of course. Even if Louis XIV did not invest all his forces in the Battle of Amsterdam, there is really not such a large battlefield. The soldiers here have reached 30,000. This number of soldiers is not something a small town like Naarden can accommodate. Muiden, which surrendered because of a misunderstanding, and Vesp, which was framed by it, just formed an elongated triangle with Naarden. The 3 cities can just meet the needs of the king's army. And the soldiers in this triangle, just like the king's sword, pointed to Amsterdam, which was only 10 miles away. Louis XIV took a wizard's potion before going to bed, which was rare, to ensure that he could have a quiet and dreamless night. When he woke up, he was energetic and bright-eyed. Today, he did not wear the gorgeous clothes he wore when meeting merchants, but chose a coat that was also royal blue, but the style was very similar to his military uniform. However, his hat was decorated with what might be the longest ostrich feather in history. It was not only long, but also fluffy. It was like the king dragging a shining cloud on his head. Captain Vauban built a high platform for the king in accordance with tradition. A huge white tent was set up on the platform, and the flags of the Sun King and France were hung. The king's soldiers were neatly arranged under the platform. When they saw a man surrounded by ministers and generals appearing in front of them, they suddenly burst into a loud cheer. The king made a gesture and they fell silent. Such power could not help but make the merchants who were watching feel a deep chill. When they were bargaining with the Marquis of Louvois, they had not cared about the king's authority, and even their own lives. But now, they deeply felt the fear of this monarch. As long as he made a gesture, these rude soldiers would rush over and tear them into pieces that could not be put together. Louis XIV did not pay any attention to them at all. "My soldiers," he said. 30,000 was a very scary number. Even with Vauban's high platform, Louis' throat and vocal cords alone, even if he shouted until he was hoarse, only the soldiers who were no more than 100 feet away could hear what he was saying. But since Louis dared to use witches in the field hospital, now he dared to use wizards to amplify his voice and ensure that everyone could hear his voice. The soldiers were surprised and turned their heads curiously. Of course, they could not find anything and could only think it was a miracle. "My soldiers," Louis asked, "have you got your bread?" Unexpectedly, the king would ask such a question first. The soldiers smiled in surprise. "Yes," they shouted. "It was the best white bread with sugar and salt." "What about the meat?" "Yes." "What about the wine?" "Yes." Then, there were soldiers shouting, "Thank you very much, my majesty." "Then, today, you can also get some other shiny little things," Louis said, and then the carriages slowly turned from behind the high platform to the passage between the arrays. Although they didn't know what was inside, some experienced soldiers had guessed it. After all, the ruts were so deep that you could put a finger in them. They were excited and kept whispering to each other. The officers quickly opened the boxes, and there were indeed shiny little things inside. Each soldier could receive 3 gold florins, or gold pounds, or gold Dutch guilders, and 10 silver coins. After each person was given, the officer said, "The king thanks you for everything you have done for him." The funds the king raised from the merchants last night were squandered in just 1 hour, but it was worth it. In this era, generals and kings often defaulted on soldiers' pay, sometimes for decades or even hundreds of years. A country may have changed the flag of its monarch, and it is not uncommon for old soldiers to still ask for the pay they fought for the king of the previous dynasty. Louis soldiers were willing to fight for their king for several years without interruption because Louis was able to avoid defaulting on pay. They would send the pay home so that their families would not starve, or they could equip themselves with horses and weapons to increase their survival rate on the battlefield. If they were injured, they would not have to worry about their future life. The rewards Louis distributed today were completely unexpected. A soldier suddenly walked out of the line, and just when his superior wanted to reprimand him, he suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, thank you for your reward, but what else can we do for you? Please tell me, even if we have to go to hell to fetch water, we will go." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers around him also started to make noise. "I don't need anyone to fetch water for me, my good boys," Louis said, and the shouts below were instantly calmed down. The soldiers listened attentively to the king's words. "As your superior said, these shiny little things are just to thank you for everything you have done for me, good people," he said sincerely. "I know that you have been fighting for France, for Bourbon, and for your king in this strange place for 9 consecutive quarters. My soldiers, you must be tired. Yes, even I am almost exhausted, let alone you, but please listen to me, we are about to reach the end. Look, right in front of you, less than 10 miles away, is our destination, our place of glory. My soldiers, my generals, my ministers, as long as we capture Amsterdam, we will be triumphant, we can go home. I swear to you, good children, you will never go back empty-handed. Your purses will be filled with gold and silver, and your carriages will be piled with silk and woolen cloth. You will have necklaces around your necks and rings on your hands, your father and mother will dance around you happily, and your wife or the girl you love will be able to wear the most beautiful clothes. Your children, whether they are born or not, are destined to no longer have to work in the fields or be beaten by their masters in the workshops. And all this is very close to you. Go, my soldiers, to Amsterdam. Then we can go home, back to France, with victory and gold. Long live!" The soldiers answered, like a landslide and tsunami. The officers mounted their horses, and as the horns blew, this terrifying monster slowly turned its body and set off with a warm heart. "I didn't expect you to say that," Viscount Tyrone said. "Just put yourself in their shoes." Louis fell into a chair. In a place where there were no strangers, he could safely show his fatigue. "I'm tired, you're tired, and so are our soldiers. We conquered Flanders, and then the Netherlands, without any interval. Some of them haven't seen their loved ones for several years and slept in their own bedrooms. If there is anything that can motivate them more easily than heavy gold or silver, it is to go home. Of course," he said jokingly, "it's best to go home with a bulging pocket. You really understand the human heart very carefully and correctly." Since the 10th century, the most annoying thing for generals and kings was that the soldiers could not persist in a long war. Perhaps they were just tired of fighting, or they were afraid of constant injuries and death, or they were thinking about their loved ones. Anyway, at the end of every war, large-scale escape was inevitable, and Viscount Tyrone was surprised that these soldiers could persist for so long. He did not expect that the king would bring up the thing they feared most and use it as an incentive for the soldiers. "This is also helpless," Louis said. "If possible, I would rather achieve my goal in other ways." "What else can you do?" "I heard some very bad rumors, Your Majesty, They said that you mortgaged Fontainebleau. Viscount Tyrone just said it casually, but he didn't expect the king to not deny it. God, he whispered, are you crazy? Chapter 239 Amsterdam. 3. Viscount Tyrone later served as governor of the 3 new western provinces of France for 25 years. He was summoned by the king when he was over 80 years old and returned to Paris. During these 20 years, envoys from almost all countries, not to mention the Dutch, except France, had persuaded him to lead these 3 provinces to independence from France. It was true that he was a descendant of Orange, but the Netherlands did not strictly implement the primogeniture system, that is, after all male heirs died, female descendants could inherit Orange's territory and title. If Viscount Tyrone was willing, not to mention his 3 existing provinces, even Utrecht, owned by William III of Orange, would be willing to respect him as the King of the Netherlands, but Viscount Tyrone never wavered in the slightest. Later, when he returned to Paris and saw the king, who had become more calm and wise in the past 20 years and had not aged or become senile, he suddenly understood what he had understood 25 years ago, the night before they conquered Amsterdam. The king was a crazy and bold gambler. He did not consider at all that if his offensive in the Netherlands was frustrated, the loans from merchants in the name of the royal family would immediately become a mountain pressing on his back. In the best case, all French people from the king onwards would suffer because of this failure. In the worst case, once the French people could not bear this pain, they would pour all their anger on the king, and Louis might become another Charles I, and he would repay the people's hope in him with his head and blood. On the other hand, as long as Louis XIV could completely conquer Flanders and the Netherlands, the wealth plundered from these 2 sheep with golden fleece would not only repay the loans, but also benefit every French person, just like the Spaniards and the British in the past, who could be said to have gradually become powerful by sucking the blood of the Low Countries. After the Netherlands became independent, Amsterdam became the world's financial and economic center. Merchants took bonds and bills from the Dutch stock exchange, but left gold and silver in the basement of the Amsterdam Bank. Once the king's army broke through Amsterdam, these were all spoils of war. The spoils did not need to be returned or publicized. They would become the most solid foundation for Louis XIV's throne. From that moment on, Viscount Tyrone deeply understood how the king was determined to win the Netherlands. As the first gem inlaid on the scepter, the Netherlands played an extremely important role in the economy and military for Louis XIV, and it was also very important in political significance. How could Louis easily give up such a region? 25 years ago, when France was just a newborn who had just slowly recovered from internal and external troubles, its king dared to launch a national war. 25 years later, when France had become a huge empire that could defend a long coastline, vast territory, and countless colonies at the same time, did someone imagine the independence of the Netherlands? Thinking of this, Viscount Tyrone would laugh so hard that he would even break one of his ribs. No, he would never betray his king. Betray his country. He would return to Paris and spend the rest of his life quietly in the mansion granted by the king or in the suite of the Palace of Versailles. After his death, he would rest in the Cathedral of St. Denis with his close friends, his colleagues, and his family. Louis did not expect that his behavior would bring such a deep shadow to Viscount Tyrone. In history, there are many kings who borrowed money from merchants because of wars. Even in the history of France, Philip I, Louis VI, Louis IX, the so-called St. Louis, and Philip I all borrowed money from merchants because of the Crusades. In 1494, Charles VI borrowed money from the Genoese because of the invasion of Italy, and the interest rate of the loan was as high as 100%, annual interest rate. When Duke Charles of Burgundy wanted independence, King Louis of France also borrowed money from bankers to consolidate allies and bribe enemies. But Louis XIV was the first to mortgage the royal palace, especially the Palace of Fontainebleau, which is second only to the Louvre. Just as Louis said to Viscount Tyrone, he was helpless. Generally speaking, when merchants borrowed money from the king, the collateral they asked for was usually the country's taxes, as well as the monopoly on waterways, military supplies or bulk commodities, or export rights, colonial management rights, mineral mining rights, currency minting rights, etc. This is how many Italian tycoons suddenly prospered, but Louis could not give up military supplies, nor was he willing to let merchants control France's taxation. The previous Fronde movement was caused by this. He was even more unwilling to give up the mining rights and the right to mint currency, so there were too few things he could mortgage, but Fontainebleau could. When they heard that the king was willing to mortgage Fontainebleau, these merchants suddenly became generous. No, Fontainebleau did not mean much to the merchants, but even Louis was like Charles I was beheaded by the people, and the kings and governments after him would buy it back at all costs. But now it seems that Louis' head can stay on his neck for decades, and Fontainebleau will only be held briefly in the hands of merchants in the contract. The battle for Amsterdam only needs time to worry, even if the Dutch gather the remaining land forces, that is, more than 8,000 people, in Amsterdam, they can't resist the French king's muskets and artillery. Even their last trump card, destroying the sea dam and turning Amsterdam into an ocean to stop the French invasion, and even the conspiracy that may severely damage the French army, has been leaked to the king's messenger, the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, by a naive and ignorant, no, it should be said that an arrogant woman. Bonhomme! He shouted. Bonhomme appeared immediately. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Go and ask Madame Lavalier to come to my bedroom, the king said, and Bonhomme left. Madame Lavalier opened the door a few minutes later and walked in. She was summoned to Nardin by Louis a few days ago. As the first royal lady, she had the room closest to the king, but there was no joy on her face. She had followed the king for so many years, and the most intimate thing they did was just lying in the same bed. She didn't know who to hate, the gentle but cold king, or the despicable Marie Mancini, or herself who was waiting with a glimmer of hope. Sit down, Louise, the king said. After a moment's silence, Louis suddenly asked, what did those Bohemian witches promise you at that time? Madame Lavalier shuddered slightly. Fortunately, she was sitting on a chair at this time, without a wine glass in her hand, so she did not lose her composure. She thought that she was just, at least compared to Mary Mancini's recklessness, she just slightly used the privileges of being a royal lady. In other words, she thought that the king still had some feelings for her. It was just a small mistake, she thought so, until the king came back from Flanders, and there was no survivor of the Bohemian witch cult with him. She could no longer sit still. She slid down from the chair, knelt at the king's feet, with her neck hanging. Madame Lavalier has always been criticized by the court for her overly tough and neutral face, but she has a delicate, snow-white slender neck, and some tiny curls are scattered on the back of her neck, making her reveal a rare fragility. Go ahead, you know me, Louise. Louise said dryly. She knew that the king might forgive any seemingly unforgivable sin of others, but there was one thing he would never forgive, that was lying or concealing something from him. He rarely executed someone for lying to him, but from then on, that person would never appear in front of him again. They promised to give me a child. A child. A healthy child, a human child. Do you believe them? If there is another choice, Your Majesty. Another silence. Madame Lavalier's mood now was like a criminal waiting for sentencing. Even if she was not heartbroken, the last bit of hope had been extinguished. You know, the king said, if they deceive you or something goes wrong, you are forcing me to kill my own children. He said gently but cruelly, you know I love children, from little Lucy to little Louis, Elizabeth, and any child I have after that, whether their mother is Marie, you, or the Queen, they are the fruits of my big tree, and although I don't have to endure the 10 months of pain like you, losing any of them will make my heart bleed. And you, Louise, he said with reproach, I could have chosen, and I let you choose. I can't give you a child, and you don't even want to believe me? Have I lied to you? Or have I never kept my promise? No, you are a kind and good person. Madame Lavalier said woodenly. Many people in the court were jealous of her, not only because she got the title and fiefdom from the king, and her relatives also got official positions and jobs, but also because she was the only woman favored by the king in the 10 years after he took power. Although there was usually only one royal wife, the women in the entire court were eager to get the king's love. Even her father Clarence often blamed Louise for her greed. They were not werewolves from France, but foreigners who had to migrate here from Serbia. As a mortal king, Louis's attitude towards them was already tolerant and kind. Let's not talk about other things. Think about Charles II. But after so long, Madame Lavalier also realized that she wanted to give birth to children for the king, not for her tribe as she said, but out of the jealousy in her heart, for the Queen, for Marie, and even for her former master, Princess Henrietta, the Duchess of Orleans. The king did not continue speaking. He turned his head and looked out the window. The sun was shining outside, but his heart was as cold and hard as a stone in the winter. Then let's do this, he said. I am willing to give you this opportunity, even if the result may break my heart." He did not look at Madame Lavaliere's face that suddenly raised, "But in return, you have to complete the job I assigned to you, Louise. First of all, I have to say that this job is not difficult for you, but morally and emotionally, and even for the future existence of your people, it will be a huge and irreparable mistake. You may be immersed in endless regret for decades until your death, and I can't even give you too much time to think about it. Please speak." "Your Majesty. In order to keep my army out of the city, the people of Amsterdam made a terrible decision. That is, when my army entered Amsterdam, they destroyed the seawall and let Amsterdam be submerged in seawater again. In a season like this, even with sunshine, the temperature of the seawater will take the lives and courage of the soldiers," the king said, "but they don't know that I already know about this. Now I need you and your people to destroy this conspiracy." "Your Majesty. It seems you have thought of it." "Yes, even with gunpowder, it is not so easy to destroy the dam. Hundreds of people will gather on the dam. They are just ignorant civilians. The other world only exists in their legends. According to the laws of the other world, werewolves, vampires or wizards can hunt them, but they cannot present the other world so nakedly in front of them. You will be exposed to countless pairs of eyes, with nowhere to hide." The king said, "I can't execute my soldiers for you, nor can I cover so many eyes. From that day on, you must disappear or die. I can only promise you that you will accept secret asylum from the French royal family until the last werewolf dies." "Is it asylum or imprisonment?" Madame Lavalier asked tremblingly. "It seems that you have understood it," the king sighed. "Madame, why not let the wizard do this?" Madame Lavalier asked again angrily. Her pupils shrank into a straight line in the sunlight. "Is it because you love Marie and her children more?" The king did not show that she had hit the nail on the head. On the contrary, he looked at Madame Lavalier reproachfully. "No, you guessed wrong. I can tell you, Louise, why it is a werewolf, not a wizard," he gently said the final judgment. "Of course it is because wizards are more useful than you." He even disdained to lie to himself. After realizing this fact, Madame Lavalier collapsed to the ground, unable to make a sound. "But if you and I had a normal human child," Louis said, "he would be legally recognized by me, his last name would be Bourbon, he would be born a duke, and he would own a territory, Flanders or a royal territory other than France. He would have a distinguished marriage, his wife would be either a princess or a county lady, and his children would inherit the glory of the Sun King from generation to generation, and would openly call me their ancestor until the bloodline was cut off." He lowered his head. "This would be a big gamble for you and me, madam." Chapter 240 Despair, 2 chapters in 1. This article was first published on Kidian.com. I hope you can support it. Written before the main text, this paragraph is not counted in the paid word count. It will be revised and supplemented after publication, because some readers mentioned in the comments that there are some questions about the Battle of Solbay. I originally wanted to answer them below the comments, but I thought that some readers may have the same doubts but did not raise them, so I answered them here together. 1. The ship brought back by the romantic Duke La Rochefoucauld should indeed have 3 decks that can carry hundreds of artillery. This is my typo. I have already revised it. Thank you readers for reminding me. As for the errors pointed out by everyone in the comments before, I will contact the editor to lift the ban and correct them one by one too. As for the issue of breech-loading guns mentioned by some readers, in fact, breech-loading guns appeared a long time ago, but there was no way to solve the problem of airtightness, so the range was not far. Therefore, although it could save time in installing shells, for a time, muzzle-loading guns with better integrity were still the main type. However, in the 18th century, around 1700, screw breech blocks and wedge breech blocks had already appeared. The battle took place around 1670. I made a few small adjustments here. After all, there will be a period of transition and experimentation before it is widely used. 3. The next thing is to explain what an adult couldn't understand, why the gunpowder had to be poured from the top of the barrel. No, this is what I wrote too briefly. After all, if I describe the structure of the artillery in great detail, the urgency of the situation would be weakened. Let me put it this way. First of all, the breech-loading cannon here uses a screw-type breech block. You can imagine a very long round tube with a threaded nut and a breech block male at the rear, just like you usually screw on a closed-end nut. Of course, before screwing it on, you must first put in the shells, and then the gunpowder, packaging. After that, after the breech block is screwed on, Someone will insert a chisel into the fuse hole on the top of the barrel in front of the breech block, and the tip of the chisel will smash the top of the gunpowder bag. The gunpowder bag is below the fuse hole. Then they will put in half grain and half powder black powder as ignition powder, and finally insert a fuse to ignite. Well, so, as you can see, there are about 200 words here. 4. In addition, some adults just directly accuse the author of not describing the war accurately because it was too general. I don't quite understand where the mistake is. Because I didn't participate in the naval battles in the 17th century, the descriptions in the book are basically based on physical materials, online materials, including movies, documentaries and pictures, plus some imagination. In a painting depicting a battle inside a ship, you can see that a cannon is set on the deck, inside the cabin, and the cannon is fixed with ropes. Before the battle, to prevent the cannon from sliding around, the cabin can't withstand the impact of such heavy metal blocks. After the battle, it is to prevent the cannon from hitting the cabin due to recoil. Above the cannon, you can see the matchlock hole I mentioned earlier, but the picture probably already has a flintlock firing mechanism, but it still needs to be pulled by a rope. Because the recoil of the cannon is huge, firing too close to the cannon will cause personal injury. Today's cannons still have such devices. In the picture, there are about 4 or 5 bare-chested sailors, ready to go, and a man in a neat suit is observing, that is, the observer I mentioned. 5. Another adult mentioned how a solid cannonball could blow off half of the stern. This can be blamed on the vain aesthetics of people at that time. The stern of a warship in the 17th century had a great feature, that is, it had a huge and towering stern with intricate Baroque decorations on it, that is to say, from the pictures I found, it was just like the wall of a palace suite, with reliefs, hollows and statues everywhere, magnificent and gorgeous. According to the information, it was like a stern sail that could not be folded up, and it even affected the ship. The bow was easy to deviate to the wind, so it was gradually abandoned a few decades later. 6. Oh, I also remembered a reader questioning what naval vessels should be at that time. You can only use one side to attack the enemy. Well, sorry, this is also because I didn't describe it too clearly. Yes, at the beginning of the war, both fleets will desperately fight for the T-head horizontal position to attack the enemy, that is, the ships of the same fleet will be arranged in a horizontal line, but after a period of fighting, the fleet that is at a disadvantage will not be so stupid to be beaten. They will also desperately destroy the enemy's advantage, so it is normal to intersperse and deter. Look at the oil paintings of naval battles. Except when going out or returning, the ships are interspersed with each other when they are really fighting. If there are enemies on the left and right front of the ship, will it still stubbornly use only one side of the gun? If so, why should the guns be arranged on both sides of the hull and the stern and bow? But it may also be that I didn't write it clearly, so the readers misunderstood that the guns of a ship were all aimed at an enemy ship at that time. Sorry. Finally, I reiterate that this article was first published on Gideon. The author is vigilant and courageous. I dare not have a perfunctory responsibility and never dare to disappoint any reader. I also hope that readers can give me some support and encouragement. GYU about here, text, this is the last battle between France and the Netherlands, and also a war of annihilation. This is the last chance for the Dutch and the last chance for the French. From the beginning, Viscount Tyrone did not think that the war could end as easily as before. He was well prepared, but when he really encountered a resistance that was close to a desperate one, he could not help but feel sad. Amsterdam is a city on the water. Everyone knows this. Looking down from the sky, the city is like half a spider web. The city hall, the Grand Place, the stock exchange, the church and the prison are like spiders entrenched in a spider web, surrounded by layers of artificial waterways. The Amstel River is like a branch that stretches between the square and the inland of the Netherlands, connecting Amsterdam with the outside world, but this is not Amsterdam's only external channel. Above it is the AI River, which leads to the North Sea in the west and to Lake Marken in the east. Above Lake Marken is Lake Uitsel, which can also be said to be the inland sea of the Netherlands, Nassau Sea. The sea blocking dam mentioned by Amsterdam people is between the AI River and the urban area. After Viscount Tyrone led his army to take over Moeden, he learned that there was a sluice gate connected to Lake Marken in Moeden. It can only be said that the people of this city did not have the courage to burn their boats and destroy their city along with the enemy. He had to thank God while still feeling terrified, or perhaps the king's blessing? After all, the process of how they got the two cities of Moeden and Wesp was too bizarre. However, since it was the French who got Moeden, Another importance of Moeden was also highlighted. Now the only channel for Amsterdam was the Ai River in the west. If the British fleet could defeat the Dutch riot as Louis expected, then Amsterdam would truly become a bird in a cage. Unfortunately, according to the news sent back by General Esters, the naval coalition can only be in a stalemate with Louis now, and it is not the coalition that has the upper hand, but Louis that has the upper hand. The British Navy has lost the courage to face this Dutchman, and the French, well, to be precise, they are indeed, as the Dutch said, a group of country bumpkins who can only swim in the bathtub, and Louis is very cautious and always swims near the coast. The Dutch fleet has only a small number of 3-deck large ships, and the average waterline is shallower than that of the coalition fleet. No matter how the coalition forces lure them, they will never enter the North Sea. The reason why Louis is afraid of them is because the number of coalition ships far exceeds that of the Dutch fleet. The fleet is the last bargaining chip of the Dutch. Louis can't believe what the Netherlands will eventually become if they lose their fleet. Viscount Turenne shook his head and put this little regret behind him. The roar of artillery was becoming more and more frequent. Due to the special geography of Amsterdam, the French had to face 5 moats. Most of the bridges had been demolished by the people of Amsterdam. They used the buildings along the river as fortresses and fortifications to confront the French, but their artillery was no match for the enemy's. When Prime Minister Witt was drastically cutting army spending, he certainly didn't expect that his targeting of the Orange royal family would become the Netherlands' most fatal weakness. "Keep the rhythm," shouted an officer. He was in charge of an artillery team. Listening carefully, the artillery fire was indeed rhythmic, and the rhythm was even quite beautiful. Da-da-da, bang bang bang, click click, each loud noise was accompanied by the soldiers' shouts, not only to ensure the safety of himself and his companions, but also to ensure the frequency required by the officer. The officer put a hand on his forehead and looked forward, observing the results of the bombardment. Suddenly, a black shadow occupied part of his field of vision. It was an enemy artillery shell. The solid iron ball rolled and leaped from the side of the fortress into the trench. 2 soldiers were knocked down by it and fell silently. This collision caused the trajectory of the iron ball to change. The officer only felt that he was grabbed from the ground by an invisible giant. He flew into the air and then fell. Before hitting the ground, he lost consciousness. When he got rid of the darkness, the officer found himself swaying up and down. He opened his eyes and could only see vague shadows. He was in pain all over and couldn't move. Something warm came close to the side of his face. Someone was talking to him, but the voice was also weak and frivolous. The officer shouted with all his strength, "Send someone to replace me." He shouted so loudly, but in fact his voice didn't come out at all. The man guessed his meaning from the way his lips moved. "The general has done that," the man said. As soon as Viscount Turenne discovered that the officer had fallen, he sent another person to replace him. The shelling continued, and more soldiers were carried down on stretchers. Some of them were still conscious and able to speak like the officers, and some, such as the 2 soldiers who fell silently, had terribly sunken chests, and it was obvious that they had no chance of survival. After they were moved out of the trench, they were placed in a tent on one side. Compared to the quietness of this tent, the tent on the other side was much noisier. It belonged to the unfortunate but also lucky survivors. Among the medical staff wearing masks, robes, or aprons and turbans, many were wizards. The potions they prepared were of great help to the real doctors. After all, amputation surgery at this time was no different from slaughtering animals, and the wizards' potions were impeccable in terms of paralysis, pain relief and hemostasis. Captain Vauban hurried over from the other side of the battlefield. This time he didn't even build a platform to invite the king to watch the battle. A trapped beast that still has fighting spirit is the most terrifying. "How is it?" Viscount Turenne asked. "We have advanced to the carriage square." Vauban shouted, "We are building a floating bridge." Because the bridge built in the river before had been demolished, he and his soldiers were rebuilding the bridge. The Dutch probably didn't expect that Captain Vauban's soldiers were better at engineering than fighting, and the width of the artificial waterway was far less than that of a real river. "We must synchronize." Viscount Turenne said that the current situation was that they could move forward without any scruples, but the loss of the soldiers would increase, and the king always cherished his soldiers. The geography of Amsterdam hindered them, but also gave them some help. For example, the soldiers had almost no chance to fight face to face, because the artificial river cut the blocks of Amsterdam into parts, and they only needed to gradually nibble away and destroy everything with artillery instead of soldiers. Of course, this tactic was discovered by the Dutch. Those brave people who were willing to stand up to protect the people could not help but feel a little frustrated. The French shells seemed endless. If the Dutch government was willing to spend 1/10 of what they invested in the navy to strengthen the forces on the road, they would not have to be so difficult. Their artillery and shells were unloaded from the ships under repair. It is conceivable that this number is not comparable to the French munitions reserves. "How many shells do we have left?" asked the captain. 8. This answer made the captain grit his teeth. "We will retreat after we shoot them down." But before he finished his topic, a shell passed over their fortifications and fell between them. This shell was not round, but cylindrical, with a few small holes on the shell. A young man shouted in surprise. Almost subconsciously, he bent down and reached out to check. Before the captain could stop it, the shell exploded. The countless projectiles hidden inside, driven by gunpowder, instantly turned this fortification into hell on earth. Viscount Tyrrell raised his telescope and looked at it, then sighed. This kind of shell was also developed by craftsmen and scholars under the encouragement of the king's generous reward. However, after testing, Viscount Tyrrell and others were very disappointed, because although it was powerful, for soldiers, it was difficult to control, and there was a possibility that it would not explode in advance, or be too weak. However, the king still insisted that the craftsmen drive out a batch and let them take it to Amsterdam. Mr. Viscount was prepared to use these expensive new toys to destroy the enemy's artillery positions from the beginning. Although there were also failed products, the huge lethality still made Viscount Tyrrell decide to support craftsmen and scholars to continue to develop this kind of shell called pomegranate after returning to Paris. Pomegranate constantly creates extremely gorgeous pictures in the Dutch fortifications and fortresses. Those sticky or hard things make the gray-white stone walls and the ground colorful, and also make people who see this scene involuntarily hold their throats to avoid vomiting. However, as the subsequent soldiers came up, these twisted and incomplete remains quickly disappeared from their sight, replaced by a rouge-red river. They continued to reinforce the Dutch fortifications and set up artillery. Just as the captain was deeply jealous of them before, more shells were sent up. In the last battle, because of the king's order, not to mention the consumed shells, even the artillery burst due to too frequent shooting. The officers were not stingy. As time passed, the roars from the Dutch positions became less and less, and the last few were equivalent to nothing. Only the French artillery was still roaring, opening a smoother road to victory for the soldiers. What the French could not understand was that at this point, there were still people hiding in the houses to resist. Who were they? The answer came after they captured 2 waterways. "Huguenots," Captain Vauban said, and the man spat at him silently. "Hang him and throw him into the river." Vauban said that these Huguenots should have fled to the Netherlands during the religious wars. As financiers, businessmen and skilled workers, they were like fish in water in the Netherlands. The Netherlands' development into the world's first financial and economic center was inseparable from them, but what they could get in the Netherlands was taken away in France. They were more radical than the Huguenots in France, not to mention that the Flemish black wizards had no hands and feet behind them. Compared with the real Dutch, these pagans were more afraid of a Catholic king, especially a French king becoming their master again. But their resistance was ultimately like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Alice," a soldier could not help saying as he entered a room, "why do they insist on this?" The house belonged to a wealthy merchant who lived in the canal, and his wife swallowed a gold as soon as she heard the visitors speak French. When they walked in, she was still struggling in pain, and the soldiers had to give her a blow to end her suffering. Vauban stood in front of a painting, which was undoubtedly the couple, and the wife in the painting had a bulge in her belly. "Is there a child here?" "No, sir," the soldier replied. "That's good," Vauban said. The couple's child in the painting is being held by a woman, crowded in front of the Amsterdam bank. She has a sad face. The roar of artillery can be vaguely heard here. Her husband is going to the bank to exchange money. They are leaving Amsterdam. After about a few minutes, her husband came back, but his hands were empty. The woman was shocked. "Oh my God," she shouted, "is there no money in the bank?" "No," her husband said, although his brows were still furrowed, but he was no longer as worried as when he left. "The bank is full of gold." "Yes, they opened the warehouse and let us exchange money at will. I also got it, but when I thought about how long we would stay outside, I put the money back into the bank. The bills are easier to carry and safer. No one can take it without my signature." But what if the French occupy this place? The woman asked in panic. Her sister and brother-in-law were determined not to leave their home and only let her take her children. There were many people like this, but many people left. They can't even think about getting to Amsterdam, the man said. Look at those people on the dam and those at the sluice. The French may be able to walk in here, but don't think about walking out unless they can turn into fish. He licked his lips and said, but we should leave. Where are we going? Now there are only ships to the Cape of Good Hope, the man said. Marquis Louvois shook his head. Although he didn't think the terms of the peace treaty proposed by these Dutch parliamentarians would be of any use other than making the king laugh, as a minister, he couldn't overstep his authority at will, especially in such a major event. He stood up and took the document to meet the king. About an hour later, he came back. The faces of the Dutch parliamentarians suddenly became ugly. If the King of France intended to negotiate with them, there would not be so little time. The Marquis of Louvois only said one sentence, Your Majesty asked me to tell you. He looked around. My Viscount Tyrann is already in Amsterdam. Some of the envoys were pale, and the Marquis of Louvois ignored them. He returned the document to the Dutch envoy, nodded slightly, and left. The leader of the envoys opened the document and read it again. At this moment, they also knew that without sufficient benefits, the King of France would never withdraw his troops. Therefore, in the terms, they not only promised to compensate France for military expenses of 10 million French shields, but also were willing to open all ports to French ships and form an alliance with France to fight against Britain and Spain. They also discussed that if the King of France was too greedy, what would be their bottom line? The final conclusion was that they could give up part of their colonies in America or share the Spice Islands, but now it seemed that they did not know the king well enough. This was no longer greed, but cruelty and viciousness. He did not give them any chance or hope. In that case, the leader of the envoys said gloomily, let's deal with it as we agreed before. The Battle of Amsterdam has been going on from morning to dusk. Firstly, the Huguenots are indeed very tenacious, and secondly, Viscount Tyrann values his soldiers enough. In fact, even without the king's order, he would not use the casualties of his soldiers to highlight his own achievements. This is not to say that the general is so kind, but that this is a war against the Netherlands. But will the anti-French alliance that has been formed let their previous preparations go to waste just because they have captured Amsterdam? It is very likely that they will have to fight a few more fierce battles in the future before they can leave the fruits of their victory intact. See, he said to Vauban. I saw it, Vauban said. What they saw was a brightly lit town hall. The soldiers also saw it. After the last gunshot disappeared, the French cheered loudly from nowhere, and then 2, 3, and many more. Finally, these cheers gathered together, long live the king! Long live France! Long live Louis XIV! They rushed to the people in the center of Amsterdam like a tide, as if to swallow them up along with the darkness. A member of the Witt family stood on the dock, his lips tight and his eyebrows furrowed. These French. Let them be proud for a while, the sea will punish them on our behalf. Another member said, he didn't seem to care about this matter, even if the fall of Amsterdam was a foregone conclusion. How much time will they need? Member Witt glanced at him. Who told you to move all the gold and silver? Otherwise, leave it to those French. The other said. But we are going to New Amsterdam, right? Said Senator Witt. If we are the only ones going to New Amsterdam, how can those people exchange their tickets? The senator seemed to be laughing. Fortunately, they were all in the dark. If they can come to Amsterdam, we will certainly exchange them in full. But if not, we can't do anything about it. Sir, what do you mean by looking at me like this? This is a decision made by the General Assembly. Did you raise your hand to show your approval? Senator Witt remained silent. This is also a helpless move, the senator continued. We need a lot of funds to establish a temporary government in New Amsterdam. If they exchange all the precious metals, how can we convince those merchants and envoys? They are all Dutch. They will surely be willing to give up some insignificant personal interests for the Netherlands. Insignificant. Senator Witt said, that is their life savings. Maybe they will starve to death at the Cape of Good Hope or Batavia. That's not our fault. The councillor opened his hands. Look, we gave them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. They naively believed in us, so they should pay the price for their mistakes. That's because you gave them an extremely beautiful promise. Promised 3 times the interest and precious franchise. That's because they are too greedy, sir. Every Dutchman should know that verbal agreements are just empty words and have no legal effect. Only contracts written in black and white are the most real. The councillor raised his eyebrows at this point, but in New Amsterdam, contracts are not the most powerful evidence. The most powerful are muskets, cannons and ships. Councillor Witt didn't say anything until he boarded the ship to New Amsterdam, not the Cape of Good Hope or Batavia. This three-decker ship has no ballast stones. Its ballast stones are all gold and silver, cold and icy, but extremely desirable. The sea breeze brushed across Councillor Witt's face, and the face that was 5 or 6 points similar to John de Witt finally showed a smile, especially when he saw the fire spreading from the city hall to the dam and sluice. "Look," said Senator Witt, "this is what they get after abandoning you, uncle." None of the people on the decks and sluices were high-ranking officials who had ever been in and out of the city hall. There were even only 1 or 2 businessmen among them. The rest were craftsmen, sailors and retired soldiers. They knew that it would be difficult for them to escape death. Although they had prepared small boats, once the dikes and sluices were opened, the raging sea water would not be under human control. No one knew how many people could survive here, but they were always keeping a close eye on the City Hall Square and Vesper Street, which was the only passage leading to the City Hall from the outside world. They had to wait and see the enemy step in here before they could open the dike, otherwise the French might have the possibility of retreating to higher ground and escaping punishment. Finally, in the darkness, a little light appeared. An officer holding a torch and holding his head high appeared on Vesper Street. The soldiers behind him held their muskets, puzzled and alert. The people monitoring the streets gently shook their lanterns to give signals. So, the Dutch who stayed here, ready to launch the final attack, held their breath and waited quietly. More soldiers poured into the square and the street, and there should be more elsewhere. Thinking that this distance was not enough for them to retreat, the people sitting in the boat on the AI River stood up and issued a decisive order. As long as one dam collapsed, others would also take action to let the seawater rush into the city. 2/3 of Amsterdam's territory was 3 to 15 feet below sea level. Once the seawater rushed in, these soldiers would inevitably die. Moreover, it was still night, and even the Amsterdam people who were good at swimming did not know where they should go to be saved. The crew member in charge of the dam was a strong young man. He didn't think he couldn't escape. When he was on the boat, he often played a gambling game with his companions. One person threw silver coins into the water at the dock, and the other dived into the water to find them. He always won. He lit the fuse and watched it hissing towards the gunpowder barrel. His heart beat very fast. When a hand was placed on his shoulder, he thought someone was worried that he couldn't escape and came to remind him. He turned around and wanted to say thank you, but he saw a mouthful of white fangs. The werewolf bit his throat. In the records of later generations, this was the largest number of werewolves attacking humans since the Roman Church acknowledged the existence of werewolves in 1414. No less than 100 people saw werewolves chasing humans out of the shadows, throwing them to the ground and tearing them apart alive. Among them were Dutch and French people. Some said they saw 3 or 4 werewolves, while others said they saw at least 7 or 8 werewolves. Some even said that this group of werewolves was as numerous as a group of killer whales. They were even like killer whales, killing people for fun rather than to fill their stomachs, because they were constantly attacking humans. Later, some people secretly fabricated that these werewolves were all raised by King Louis XIV of France, because the dead were all Dutch, and those French soldiers were not attacked by the werewolves even when they were only an arm's length away. Of course, the French absolutely did not admit this. They thought it was one of the most absurd rumors in hundreds of years. How could they believe that their glorious majesty would do such a thing? To harbor and drive werewolves? Why didn't they say he married a witch and made deals with vampires? However, some people did look up information about Lady Louise Lavalier because they heard that this lady was once scolded by the king's other lover, calling her a beast with a long tail, but they couldn't find any clues in the portrait of this lady, features such as the same length of the ring finger and middle finger, and she even gave birth to an illegitimate child for the king. The bloodline of this duke has been passed down to this day, and apart from inheriting the beauty of the Sun King, there is nothing to worry about. These are not what Mrs. Louise Lavalier can know now. She has blood all over her mouth and scars all over her body. The blood comes from those innocent people, but the scars come from the desperate fight between her and her father Clarence. In order to get the stay of Louis XIV, Clarence pretended to be dead and let his daughter lead the tribe to surrender to the King of France. He did not understand his daughter's stubbornness. According to him, the benevolent king has allowed their tribe to settle in the forest of Vincennes, which Charles I did not give them. Louise does not have to have a child with the king. Louise's heroic face does not suit people's preferences at this time. He persuaded Louise that when the time is right, she can step down from the position of royal lady, go to Vincennes, and choose a husband from her tribe. Louise always used silence to oppose her father, but this time, in front of her tribe, she could no longer hold back. "You are the real fool. My father," she shouted, "I admit that I have unrealistic expectations, but that was at the beginning, father. But I have been with him for so long, can't I see what kind of person Louis is? Vincennes is not only for werewolves, no, not anywhere is only for werewolves. On the contrary, there is nothing worth cherishing about werewolves for a king. I think you know, think about Charles I, and how his son treats us. Louis XIV is different," Clarendon argued, "he is a kind man." "That's true for his subjects," Louise said, "but not necessarily for us, even compared to those Bohemian witches. Yes, we might be able to stay in Vincennes, but if this is just out of the king's kindness, how fragile will this hypocritical illusion be?" "Louise." "He never touched me," Louise said. "No, I can see from his eyes that he has desires, but he still controls himself. He doesn't even need me to leave his sight and sleep with him in the same bed. For a person like this, how much weight do you think we can put on his scale when he thinks he has to make a decision?" "I can." "This is the most fortunate thing, father," Louise interrupted her father calmly. "Louis is a king, but he is also a fair ruler. Any reward he gives can be exchanged for merit. Yes, if we obey the king's orders, it is equivalent to exposing the inner world to the people of the surface world. If we violate the law, we will never be able to return to the inner world. But do you think we should really go back? You went back, and the result was that you were traded as a commodity by the Serbian wizard to the wizard of Gaelic Island. If it weren't for Louis, you would have died. In the eyes of the king, werewolves are tools, but in the eyes of the people in the inner world, they are beasts and sacrifices, or experimental materials. In comparison, I prefer the former. I know you have your supporters," Louise continued, "and I also have my supporters, father. I don't want to see unnecessary self-consumption in the tribe, so let's do it according to tradition. I want to challenge you, leader." "As you wish," Cleland said. Louise closed her eyes. The battle between her and Cleland ended faster than she thought. The old and seriously injured Grey Wolf was soon suppressed by the strong and young Silver Wolf. Louise bit Cleland's throat and then let go. "Go, father," Louise said, "I won't kill you." Cleland left without saying a word. The wolf pack's obedience to the new leader made her get a promise from the king. Humans cannot find hidden disasters in the dark, but werewolves' eyes and noses can. The silver giant wolf raised its head and let out a long howl towards the full moon. The wolves echoed. In the longer howls, the silver wolf jumped off the embankment and ran towards the palace where the king was. Louis had heard the howling of the wolves, so he stood up and opened the door to the terrace. The moonlight shone on him, and he watched the giant wolf rushing towards him like a wave of water, and leaping lightly onto the terrace that was about 10 feet high. Louise had grown bigger in the past few years than when they first met, and it seemed that she could swallow the king whole within one mouth. Her abundant fur made her look like a snow hill. She panted softly, and the strong smell of blood hid her face. "You have won," she said. "Your flag has been hung in front of the Amsterdam City Hall." "How great," Louis said. "You brought me this good news." "I came to ask you to fulfill your promise," Louise said, and then, as if the giant wolf had never appeared, in front of the king was a young woman wrapped in a layer of moonlight. "Do I disgust you?" she asked boldly. "No," Louis said, "it's not that I don't have other choices." Louise's eyes glowed, and she jumped forward lightly and pushed the king down directly. Chapter 241 Save Us. Save us. This was the first sentence General Lute saw when he unrolled the rolled-up piece of paper after being woken up late at night. Knowing that Amsterdam had fallen and might have become a swamp, the general, who had gone through countless trials and tortures, could not help but feel dizzy. His first mate quickly supported him. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a small bed. There were several people crowded in the small cabin, including the ship's doctor, the first mate, the pastor and the messenger. The last person was about to be pushed to the door. Lute suppressed the urge to vomit. "Let Senator Witt's messenger come over," he said. "I want to ask him in detail." The messenger walked over with difficulty and shame. In front of the meritorious general, he could hardly raise his head and didn't even know what he had said incoherently. Leet picked up the kettle on the table and poured the cold water all over his head. It was early winter at this time, and the kettle of water was placed on Leet's table before going to bed. Even if it had not yet frozen, it would make people withdraw their fingers as if they were electrocuted when touched. This immediately made the messenger embarrassed. "Are you a little more sober?" Leet said tiredly. "Even if Amsterdam fell, it should not have fallen so quickly." "What on earth did you do?" "What did you do?" Of course, in order to preserve all the gold and silver in the Amsterdam Bank and Stock Exchange, some sacrifices and changes had to be made. Even though Riot repeatedly told his friends and all the parliamentarians in his letters that they must buy more time for the French, Britain was not France's most reliable ally. They had been enemies for almost 100 years, and the ruling foundation of King Charles II of England was unstable. Once the British and French forces were frustrated at sea, the first to retreat would be the British. At that time, they would try to negotiate with the British and induce the British to turn to the Netherlands. With the two sides joining forces, they could not only fight back against France, but even seize part of Flanders. But first, this must be based on the fact that the King of England saw that occupying the entire Netherlands was already an impossible task. Therefore, even if there was only Amsterdam, they had to hold on to the end. As long as there was Amsterdam, they could confront France until a turning point appeared. Leet didn't know much about politics, and he didn't know how to negotiate, but even the dumbest person should be able to understand this. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, a wolf with only one fang and one claw is more frightening than a sheep with all four hoofs. Therefore, even if the Netherlands had to invest its only property, Amsterdam must be saved. This was clearly their unanimous opinion. "I said at the meeting," Leet said, "we will use all our money to hire soldiers." "How many did you hire?" 8,000, about. Leet laughed sharply, as if someone had blown a whistle, in the dark night, with unspeakable sadness. "Is it outside of the people orange left for us, or inside?" The messenger hesitated, not daring to speak, and not answering was an answer. Leet clenched his fist and almost crushed the note into powder. "You abandoned Amsterdam. You abandoned the last territory and the last city of the Netherlands. You left the Netherlands to our enemies, and you actually have the courage to beg me to save you. The Netherlands has not perished. Sir, the Netherlands has not perished. This is just a temporary retreat. We will definitely be able to come back. The messenger chose his words with difficulty. The parliamentarians have decided that we will establish a provisional government in New Amsterdam, and then make preparations. The King of France will face an attack from the coalition led by the Archduke of Austria, the Holy Roman Emperor. He will not be able to keep the Netherlands or even Flanders. At that time, we only need to pay a little price, and we can return to the Netherlands." Leet raised his head and looked at him with a strange look. "How is Amsterdam? I remember you told me that you have made final preparations. Once Amsterdam falls, someone will open the sluice gates and destroy the dams, allowing the water of the river Ai to pour into Amsterdam and drown our enemies in the city? How about it? Did you do it?" "It was because they failed." The messenger said in his heart that the parliamentarians had a good plan. They went out to sea before the fall of Amsterdam, and when the French were submerged in the sea and struggling for survival, they would not remember them and would not be able to pursue them. They could calmly cross the Atlantic Ocean and reach the Dutch colonial city of New Amsterdam, and establish a government in exile in New Amsterdam. No, it cannot be said to be a government in exile. New Amsterdam is also Dutch territory, and they are still Dutch. But who could have thought that those cowardly cowards would not be able to do as they planned? On the ship, the parliamentarians kept holding telescopes, wanting to see the fire in the city hall go out, but no, the fire spread from the city hall to various places. After seeing that the dams and sluices were also lit up, the parliamentarians cried, shouted, beat their chests and stamped their feet, and even blamed each other, because those reliable people were recommended or hired by them. Even so, they still had some luck, but as they had heard, the French king who had made a deal with the devil had the ability to quickly communicate with the army. Before they left the Dutch coast, the British and French naval forces had already caught up. Before the envoy set out, they were relying on their only frigates and armed merchant ships to fight against the coalition forces, but they could not hold on for too long. The only hope was General Lute. The envoy's second silence made the people in the cabin look even uglier. "A bunch of cowards," Lute said contemptuously. "I will not save a bunch of cowards. They don't even dare to resist." Go back and tell them that none of them is worth exchanging for a crew member." The envoy looked at Lute. If it was anger, annoyance or hatred, Lute would not be surprised, but he only saw sadness. "General Lute," he said with difficulty, I'm sorry, General Lute." He twisted his hat painfully. "You have to go, sir, because the Amsterdam Bank, the stock exchange, and everything, as you know, all the Dutch citizens, and any businessman who believes in the Dutch government, their gold, silver and all valuable things stored in Amsterdam, are all on the ship, sir, all on the ship." As he said this, he couldn't help crying. Lute couldn't believe what he heard. He grabbed a dagger and wanted to stab the other person's heart. How dare he say that? Don't he know? No, don't those parliamentarians know that the Netherlands can become the economic and financial center of Europe with such a small land because of the reputation they have accumulated with countless lives and money? If they did this, who would dare to trust them? Who would dare to put money in their bank? Who would dare to buy their bonds? It was over. It was over. The Netherlands was over. After what happened tonight, even if Amsterdam could return to their hands, even if a provisional government was established in New Amsterdam, the Netherlands would never become strong again. His mind was buzzing, not knowing what to say. He stood up, and it was the first time that his first mate saw General Lute look so lost. It was probably only a few seconds, or maybe a few minutes, or even 100 years later, they heard General Lute say, "Notify all fleets, prepare to set off." Such a simple order seemed to have exhausted all of Lute's strength. The first mate looked at him with trembling lips. "General, they may be waiting for us." Lute closed his eyes. Yes, if it was him, or a general with a little military talent, they would understand that this was a chance that could not be better. They were obviously doing this, just like a hunter who caught a cub, letting the cub scream to attract its parents. Now, they surrounded the parliamentarian ship, in order to force Lute to come out and fight them in the North Sea. Before, Lute was able to fight against an enemy that was completely superior to him in terms of number and size, because the Dutch ships had a shallow draft, while the British and French ships had a deep draft, and they were prone to hitting reefs and running aground in shallow waters. But now, Lute had to go. He couldn't watch the Netherlands being completely destroyed not only in people's eyes, but also in people's hearts. Just making such a decision was like abandoning one child for another. His inner pain was unimaginable. "It's not that there is no chance," he said to himself, "it's not that there is no chance." Just like before, although he failed to completely defeat the naval coalition, he also made their attempt to land in Zeeland come to nothing. He insisted on putting on his coat, getting on his boots, and walking out. At this moment, he heard a terrified cry, and then a sound of falling into the water. He looked back and saw his first mate rushing over with a sad face. "Captain," he said, "that gentleman, the envoy of the parliamentarian, he committed suicide." Lute had heard so much unfortunate news today that he was almost numb, but his dullness made the first mate misunderstand what he meant. "He is dead," he whispered. "Sir, I saw him draw his dagger and cut his throat first, and then fell into the sea." Lute looked in the direction he pointed out. Before they sent the messenger onto the boat, the crew member responsible for rowing was still holding a torch foolishly, falling into the water in the dark. Even a small boat, it is difficult to rescue people, because you can't see anything. He may be only a few feet or even inches away from you, but the black water waves can cover any pair of sharp eyes. The crew holding the torch raised his head. Lute saw the dark marks on his face and neck. The crew would not paint their faces, and there were obvious splash marks. That was blood. "May God bless him and forgive all his sins," Lute said. His voice was light, but it was heard far away on the sea. "He died for the country, for justice, and for dignity." The first mate took off his hat. The afternoon in Nart was so beautiful, or rather, in the eyes of Madame Lavalier at this moment, even the desert, the island, and the gloomy dungeon were beautiful. The king always woke up very early. He was a very self-disciplined man, but today seemed to be an exception. Madame Lavalier was not a frivolous woman, but she had longed for the night last night for 10 years. The king was as gentle as she imagined, but she was more enthusiastic than ordinary people. She held him tightly, like a thirsty person praying for a mouthful of sweet dew, a hungry person fighting for a piece of bread, or more accurately, like a shriveled she-wolf, grabbing her prey, and not willing to leave him for a minute, not for a moment, until she had eaten up all the tender flesh and blood. This entanglement lasted for a whole night and morning, including a whole forenoon. Although they were catching up on sleep in the next few hours, such pure sleep no longer made Madame Lavalier sad as before. After all, She was still a werewolf. After she woke up a little, she heard the sounds of someone breathing and walking outside the bedroom, so soft that it would not disturb the king at all, but she could hear it clearly. After a while, someone came to report that there was an important matter to report to the king. She hesitated for a long time before gently waking Louis up, with her lips. When Louis woke up, he remembered that he was with Madame Lavalier last night. Because of his guilt towards her, he seemed to have indulged himself a little. He had to admit that he also had a strong need. The Netherlands was a gamble for him. No one knew that before Madame Lavalier arrived, he had been gritting his teeth tightly and unable to relax. He finally relaxed when he heard that Amsterdam had fallen into the hands of the French army, and just like after a harsh war, the soldiers needed some comfort, he also needed a woman's arms to pour out his passionate emotions. "Who's outside?" he asked. "It should be Mr. Bonhomme," said Madame Lavalier without disguising. "I heard someone was telling him something important." "Bonhomme," Louis called out before she finished, and Bonhomme came in immediately and handed over the letter. The king opened the letter and read it. He read it very quickly and almost jumped to the end immediately. His smile became bigger and bigger. "Two good news," he announced loudly. "All the ships of the Dutch Parliament have been intercepted, and none of them escaped or sank." "Great!" Bonhomme shouted. He was a person close to the king, and of course he knew that the king had ordered the fleet to be prepared before. If the Parliament fled, they must be intercepted to prevent them from taking away the assets of the Dutch government. "What about the second one, Your Majesty?" Madame Lavalier also asked happily. She and her people may have a territory in Flanders, the Netherlands or outside France in the future. The destruction of the Netherlands also means that the king's promise will definitely be fulfilled. "The second one," Louis sighed, "it is indeed good news for me and France. General Michel Adriaensen de Ruyter died in battle. The last pillar of the Netherlands was broken. I forgot to promise to update twice a day today. It's too late now. Please allow me to owe you this once. I will make it up." Chapter 242 Greed. The death of General Ruyter was even more incredible to the Dutch than the tragic end of Prime Minister Johan de Witt's brothers and the still unknown life and death of the Orange descendant William III. They even dared not believe it and thought it was a rumor spread by the French and the British. However, not long after, the ships of the naval coalition towed back the 7 provinces with a broken mast and burned sails, which was General Ruyter's flagship. This ship had accompanied General Ruyter for more than 10 years and witnessed the countless victories he brought to the Netherlands. But after this naval battle that determined the fate of the Netherlands, it was tasked with transporting the remains of its owner back to the Netherlands. The general was killed after a cannonball hit his cabin and the flying wall fragments hit his vitals. His death came quite quickly, allowing him to leave only a few last words, "Holland! Holland!" He shouted twice before he was completely out of breath. His death was like a strong wind that dispersed the courage of every Dutchman. Ruyter's death not only marked the end of the war between the Dutch fleet and the Allied fleet, but also the end of the war between France and the Netherlands. The deceased probably did not expect that his death was still caused by the betrayal of the merchants in Amsterdam. No, that was not their original intention. It was just that when they met with the King of France, the situation in the Netherlands was obviously in a state of deterioration, but those Dutch merchants were still complacent and did not worry about the loss of their assets in Amsterdam. If they were ordinary people, they might have let it go. After all, in this era, merchants had a low status. But Louis XIV was always meticulous. He asked his spies to investigate the actions of the Amsterdam parliamentarians, and found that they were transferring government assets to their ships without being known. In other words, it was not just government assets, but also the real money that had been earned through the reputation that took hundreds of years or more to accumulate. The parliamentarians made such a decision, which was not surprising if you think about it carefully. For them, once Amsterdam was invaded by the French or became a vassal of the sea, these precious metals would remain in Amsterdam and might become the spoils of the enemy in the future. It would be better for them to take them all away now, so that the new Dutch government could still gain recognition and support from other countries on another continent. After all, they had a lot of bonds and capital. Louis certainly would not allow it to fail at the last moment, and he immediately thought that even if Riot was a rare general who could see through this trap, he still had to step into it, unless he was willing to see the Netherlands destroyed from his hands. He could not be so cold-blooded. At the last moment of his death, he was still worried about his country. It was also possible that these 2 shots were his last warning for the Netherlands, because he knew very well that his death would lead to the destruction of the fleet, and the destruction of the fleet would inevitably strangle the last hope of the sea coachman, and the Netherlands would never come back. And Louis XIV finally won a great victory over the Netherlands. Such a victory also made France's enemies panic and angry, especially Leopold I. He made a mistake because of his youth and rashness. In order to make up for this mistake, he had to remain silent, but this was his second mistake. After Louis XIV captured Flanders, he did not stop. His sword pointed at the Netherlands without hesitation. Leopold I realized that he was so stupid. He ignored the secret covenant left in the hands of the Grand Duke of Tuscany and united countries and duchies that were either as important as Denmark or as important as Brandenburg, intending to threaten Louis XIV with this. At the same time, he constantly sent envoys to lobby important figures in the French court and the court, trying to persuade Louis XIV to give up his ambitions for the Netherlands, or at least not to be so urgent. This kind of voice was not uncommon in Louis' ears. The Queen Mother and the Duchess of Montpensier had written letters full of worry, asking about the war situation, and in the streets and alleys of Paris and at salon banquets, there were often voices against going to war. Spain, other princes of the Holy Roman Empire except the Archbishop of Cologne, Denmark, Switzerland, etc. all deployed troops on the border, ready to go to war at any time. There were also sporadic but continuous riots in Flanders, and undercurrents in the occupied Dutch cities, which were also caused by the young emperor. It can be said that in this battle, as long as Louis hesitated, he would fail. Once he failed, his fate might not be much better than that of William III. The reputation of the king and the country would fall into dust, the former allies would immediately turn against each other, and other countries would inevitably take advantage of the fire to rob. The previous victory was just a wedding dress for others, and the heavy debt would destroy all the French. The king who lost his authority was not qualified to continue to dictate government affairs, and the French nobles and officials would definitely reactivate the tax farming system in order to repay the debts, and the tax farming system was one of the evil policies that triggered the French Revolution 100 years later. To put it simply, the original intention of the tax farming system is that the king will hand over the right to collect taxes to people he trusts, and these people will pay generous taxes to the treasury according to the agreement. Seeing this, people may say, what is the benefit of this official position? The benefit is that they can adjust the level of taxes as appropriate. It is conceivable that the civilians who need to pay taxes will have to pay 2 or 3 times the tax in order to satisfy the appetite of those officials. And the reason why those merchants are so happy to borrow large sums from the king or the duke is precisely because they have seen this point. Once the king and the duke are unable to repay the debt, they can justifiably ask them to use the position of tax farming officials to offset it. Of course, these tax farming officials who are born as merchants can exploit the civilians for their own benefit. It goes without saying that the civilians only know that they are the king's officials. Even if some people know the inside story, isn't it the king who borrows from the merchants? Why would the kings be responsible for the debts they owe due to war and enjoyment? With such thoughts, anger and resentment can easily accumulate. Once they overflow, the raging fire they ignite can easily burn down an entire country. Of course, the current French king no longer has such worries. In the Citizen Hall of Amsterdam City Hall, the tables and chairs were removed, and hundreds of oak boxes were piled up inside. The corners of these boxes were reinforced with iron bars and locked, but now they were all open, filled with the gold and silver, some of which were coins, and some were in blocks or bars. The sunlight poured into the room from the glass windows, illuminating them. The unique texture and luster of gold and silver made Mrs. Lavalier hold her breath. This was the second time she had this feeling. The first time was when she was brought into the Louvre. Yes, Louis said, that's not all, but I've always wanted to know what it feels like to take a walk among the wealth brought by 15,000 merchant ships. How do you feel? Madame Lavalier couldn't help but turn around and ask, her cheeks rosy and her eyes bright. She had never shown such a smile in attitude before. Although she never complained, people could tell at a glance that she was unhappy. But today, that gloom and more disturbing things left her, and even her not-so-charming face showed the brilliance that a woman immersed in love should have. Very good, my lady, said Louis. In the previous decades, the Dutch almost regarded the sea as their own pasture, and their merchants were the best shepherds. They constantly drew blood from the flocks of trade and fed themselves with it, allowing this small country to gradually become the behemoth it is today. Norwegian wood, Danish fish, Polish wheat, Russian fur, Italian wine, French ceramics and lace, Arabic and South Asian spices, Indian cotton, Flemish woolen cloth, and Sarus silk, all became weights and even weapons in the hands of Dutch merchants. They used their accumulated wealth and reputation to open the Bank of Amsterdam, where merchants' goods needed to be priced, trading companies' securities had to be quoted, and even the final figures of loans from kings and emperors were determined here. Now it belonged to Louis, the King of France, although the Duke of York believed that he should have the right to get a part of it, but after Louis's envoy said only one sentence, he decided not to waste time and words here in vain, and hurried back to London, hoping that when he returned, he could catch the Queen giving birth, so that he could be the first to witness the birth of his nephew. Louis thought maliciously, the box that was open now alone would be enough to pay all the expenses of his 2 wars against Flanders and the Netherlands. As he promised, all the soldiers who participated in the Battle of Amsterdam would be able to return triumphantly with their purses filled with gold and silver coins. Oh, I forgot to mention that Colbert and his subordinates were coming quickly. Louis thought to himself that this de facto finance minister would be ecstatic. He was also one of the secret witnesses of the king's mortgage of Fontainebleau. During the whole process, he looked like he would faint at any time. Since that day, the last few hairs of our respectable Mr. Colbert fell off. Fortunately, Paris had begun to worship wigs at that time, so he was able to maintain his dignity in front of the courtiers. Although war can easily make a king bankrupt, the benefits are undoubtedly considerable. The problem is, although the Marquis of Louvois knew that he should not disturb the king at this time, he still had to ask the king how he wanted to deal with those merchants and bankers who might come faster than Colbert. A large part of their assets were invested in the Amsterdam Bank and the Stock Exchange. Now that they all belonged to the King of France, they must be very anxious. Louis could deny it, which would destroy thousands of merchants and bankers, and cause heavy losses to many more people. After all, the total trade volume of the Dutch East India Company accounted for half of the world's trade volume. But would Louis do that? No, he would not dry up the pond to catch fish. If it was just for the territory, the Netherlands was not worth his desperate gamble. But the problem was that he could not just open the door of the vault and let people exchange money as they pleased. The Netherlands had now lost all its credibility, and the Bank of Amsterdam was just an empty shell. If he gave in, it would form a terrible run on the bank. I'm afraid that the precious metals here would not be enough for exchange. After all, there was still money circulating outside. He could not even open the stock exchange. Once it was opened, the value of most securities would fall as madly as the tide receding from the dam. Let them go to Paris. Louis leaned over and grabbed a handful of gold florins from the box, then opened his hands and let the gold florins fall between his fingers. For a moment, a clear and moving voice was heard, "Go to the Royal Bank of France to exchange their bonds." The Royal Bank of France is a behemoth standing on the corpse of the Bank of Amsterdam. In 1672, the King of France conquered the Netherlands, and the Netherlands became a member of the French provinces. Before the fall of the Netherlands, Dutch parliamentarians and officials planned to flee with government assets and establish an exile government in the colonies. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to escape, but also General Ruyter, the last hope of the Netherlands, died in the battle to assist them. As a result, all the wealth of Amsterdam belonged to the French King Louis XIV. At that time, countless people tossed and turned for sleep. They didn't know whether the money they deposited in the Bank of Amsterdam could be cashed. You know, the kings of history, let alone such spoils of war, even if they borrowed from merchants, once they could not repay, there would be delays and denials. In history, many banks have gone bankrupt because of this. King Louis XIV of France was known for his kindness and generosity among his people, but this was not the case with his enemies or the people of other countries. He once said something that left a deep impression on people: "A king who cannot be hated by the people of other countries will not be a good king." And his subsequent actions seemed to confirm this statement, so those people at the time despaired and thought that their money would never be redeemed. What surprised people was that this king not only seized the Netherlands, but also took on the problems left by the Netherlands. On the 14th or 15th day after he took Amsterdam, the Royal Bank of France was established in Paris. All those who had held Amsterdam bank bonds and bills could exchange their debts at their discretion. This discretion was quite subtle. It directly involved the relationship between France and other countries. Countries that were friendly to France or even allies, such as Britain and Sweden, could undoubtedly exchange their debts at will. Other countries that were neutral in this war, such as Portugal and Russia, could exchange part of their debts at an uncertain time. As for the princes of the Holy Roman Empire, Denmark, Switzerland, etc., their bonds and bills were probably the so-called Schrödinger bonds and bills. The king's ingenious ideas did not stop there. The newly established Paris Stock Exchange was willing to take over the stocks issued by the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, which belonged to the Dutch East India Company and the West India Company, but the price was regrettable. Then, there was another way, which was to exchange them for French royal industries in proportion, such as glass, ceramics, and dyes. The result can be said to be a happy ending. Those worried stockholders no longer had to worry day and night, and the King of France owned the Dutch East India Company and the West India Company, two fat chickens that lay golden eggs. The Dutch, or more accurately, the people of the French Netherlands province, once said with great annoyance that the Netherlands was plundered twice by Louis XIV. This statement is absolutely correct. Chapter 243 Cold. 1672 was the first monument erected in the long and glorious journey of the Sun King. Louis XIV fulfilled his promise. The French soldiers' purses were filled with gold and silver coins. They were as satisfied as their king and eager to return to Paris. The defense of the Netherlands would be taken over by Captain Vauban. For this young man, this was a great challenge and reward. Although he had talked with Viscount Turenne before, Viscount Turenne would be the governor of the 3 provinces of the Netherlands in France, but Viscount Turenne would return to Paris with the king first. At the triumphal ceremony and celebration banquet, he would be the closest minister to the king, half out of Louis XIV's sincerity and half out of the need for the future. After all, Viscount Turenne would stay in the Netherlands for several years, and during these years, the king would give him power, just like giving the power of Lorraine and Alsace to Duke Philip, so that he could calmly face the inevitable endless conspiracies and rebellions. The king had to drive his trust and respect for Viscount Turenne into people's hearts like hammering nails into wood, in order to avoid suspicion and fear between the monarch and his subjects. Otherwise the 3 provinces of the Netherlands could only be said to be a powder keg that could explode at any time. Viscount Turenne knew the king's intention very well, so on the way back to Paris with the king, he appeared beside the king more frequently than Madame Lavalier. Madame Lavalier once even joked that she should give up her title of the first royal lady. This made everyone present laugh, but objectively speaking, although such behavior was excessive, it was effective. Just look at the number of Dutch merchants and parliamentarians who came to bribe Viscount Turenne, which was almost the same as Madame Lavalier. How many people came to visit you today? The king asked Viscount Turenne during dinner. Viscount Turenne quickly put down his knife and fork, bowed slightly politely, and said, 9. Then I win. Madame Lavalier smiled happily. I have 12 here. How dare a firefly compete with a moonlight? Viscount Turenne complimented without losing the opportunity. But I remember that Viscount Turenne won the first 2 days, Louis said. Besides wanting to buy back the shares of the East India Company and the West India Company, what else do they ask for? It's the same old thing, Viscount Turenne said contemptuously. These merchants may think that they can buy back even the Netherlands. They want ships, those we captured in the North Sea battle, as well as routes, charters, etc. By the way, Your Majesty, there is an envoy from New Amsterdam, where the governor stationed there, Peter Stuyvesant, is willing to offer his loyalty to you, but in return, he hopes to continue to keep his position and power. Didn't he offer New Amsterdam to the Duke of York in '64? After the Treaty of Breda, the Second Anglo-Dutch War, he took it back, so now New Amsterdam is still New Amsterdam, not New York. Oh, I remember now, those Dutch parliamentarians wanted to go to New Amsterdam. I didn't investigate it deeply at the time, but it seems to be true. The governor seems to have his own plans. Louis gestured slightly, and the waiter on the side took away the plate in front of him and brought a piece of tender roast lamb, which was one of the king's favorite meals. He poured mushroom sauce on it and said casually, a foreign country, maybe that's his plan. Yes, I heard that some Dutch people have established a provisional government in the Cape of Good Hope. If you allow this envoy to come to see you. No, Louis said dully, I'm really fed up with businessmen, especially Dutch businessmen, he said. Money has given them too many illusions. Now is the time to break this fantasy. Mr. Viscount, you don't need to give any answer to the envoy. When we return to Paris, the envoy of Charles II should have been waiting for a long time, and perhaps there will be envoys from Austria, Denmark or Brandenburg, of course. The latter depends on when the Duke of Luxembourg and the Prince of Condé can make them change their minds. As far as I know, His Royal Highness and the Duke are able to handle it well," Viscount Tyrone said. This was not an empty statement. Louis XIV's army was like a thunderbolt, which not only destroyed the Dutch psychological and physical defenses, but also put Leopold's alliance in a dilemma. If they gave up their original plan, all the money they spent on this war would be gone. But if they sent troops, they would have to face 90,000 French troops who were almost unscathed. They did not even go deep into the Netherlands, but instead defended the border between the Netherlands and the Holy Roman Empire to prevent the coalition forces from sniping them. They moved now, but looking at the number of people and momentum, it was obvious that it was completely experimental, just to confirm whether the French army was pretending to be strong. However, they would definitely be very disappointed. Louis never thought that stationing troops in every city meant that the Netherlands had been completely conquered. Only by clenching your fingers and fighting can you have strength, and only by not dispersing the army can you form a deterrent. They will inevitably be hit head-on. Not to mention now, even in the future, for the 3 provinces of the Netherlands that Viscount Tyrone will manage, the king also believes that the power should be concentrated on the most critical cities, rather than paying attention to every place and every person, and let them fight each other. It's not that Louis despises the Dutch. Since they are all businessmen, the best way to rule is to impress and divide them with interests. You know, when Louis went to war with the Netherlands, some Dutch people complained that the Dutch government was too tough, and the French king imposed too high taxes on Dutch goods, which affected their business. Although it sounds ridiculous, they don't seem to know what war is, but this is not bad news for Louis. Louis plans to implement different tax systems in the 3 provinces of the Netherlands, including Flanders, according to regions and cities. Cities and provinces willing to surrender to Louis XIV will be treated preferentially, while those places and people who are resentful will have to taste the bitter wine they brewed. Merchants are indeed disgusting things, Louis said as if talking to himself, but in the face of power and interests, they are a very useful tool. Viscount Tyrone and Madame Lavalier looked at each other. It was not uncommon for the king to be distracted when eating or chatting. Madame Lavalier personally took a portion of pan-fried salmon to the king and interrupted his thoughts. "Thank you, madam," Louis said, and then continued the previous topic. Mr. Viscount, you know, we already have Nova Scotia and Quebec, so which part do you think we should lean towards in the negotiations? Are you talking about the Dutch colonies? Your Majesty. After receiving an affirmative nod, Viscount Tyrone drew a map in his mind and then counted carefully. The first Dutch colony was in Batavia, and then they went west from Batavia and occupied Sumatra. Later, they seized the Spice Islands from Portugal, and also Malacca and Sicily. It is said that there are also some islands in the Far East. You mentioned the Cape of Good Hope before, as well as the New Netherland, which is New Amsterdam. By the way, they also obtained some small islands in South America. If you want to seek wealth, said Viscount Tyrone, then there is no doubt that the Spice Islands, Malacca and Sicily are the real treasure houses. The Viscount spoke slowly, and while speaking, he piqued the king's expression. His understanding of colonies came from his uncle, Prince Maurice. In fact, the monarchs of Europe were not so keen on colonies at that time. They were still seeking Europe and the routes that could bring gold and silver. But out of the sensitivity of a soldier and a politician, Viscount Tyrone hesitated for a while and said, "My personal opinion, Your Majesty, may not be mature, but I think we should continue to seek America. As far as I know, it is a very vast territory." You are right, except for one thing, the king said after a few seconds of silence. Mr. Viscount, the problem is its amazing vastness. Sir, we don't have so many people. Upon hearing this, Viscount Tyrone sighed and said, "You are right. Indeed, according to the king's census figures 3 years ago, France has only 20 million people so far, and according to the calculations of the scholars, the area of America may be as large as 62 Francis. Even if all these people were put into America, they would be as sparse as the peppercorn sprinkled in the soup by a stingy hostess." Viscount Tyrone continued to sigh regretfully, "But your idea is still invaluable." He heard the king say this. "I will write it down in my little notebook." "It is a great honor," said Viscount Tyrone. "In addition, Your Majesty, you should have your meal. Your fish is almost cold." "You are right, any waste of delicious food is unforgivable," Louis said. He looked at Madame Lavalier beside him. While they were talking, Madame Lavalier did not touch the fish on her plate. "Don't wait for us next time, you know, madam, men are always careless," he said, reaching out and personally pouring a little lemon juice on the fried fish for Madame Lavalier. Madame Lavalier enjoyed the king's attentive service, which used to belong to the queen or the queen mother. Her silver fork pierced the crispy fish skin and the soft fish meat. When she lifted the fork, she first smelled a strong sour smell, and then the fishy smell of fish, which indicated that the delicious taste was about to come. She thought so, but her stomach churned violently the next moment. She stood up from the chair at an almost unpredictable speed and quickly disappeared from the side of the king and Viscount Turenne. Louis and Viscount Turenne both had wives and children. Given that Madame Lavalier looked very healthy recently, and Viscount Turenne remembered that this lady had conceived several times before, he immediately guessed that Madame Lavalier might be pregnant. She had been with the king for the past few months, and there were no queens or other women around the king. Sure enough, after the royal doctor examined and inquired about Madame Lavalier's recent condition, he was basically sure that Madame Lavalier was pregnant. This was good news, and the king and Madame Lavalier both gave him generous rewards. But a moment later, another royal doctor specially summoned by the king broke this warm and affectionate illusion. The person who came was Varro Vesalius. Varro Vesalius was not only a doctor, alchemist and potion master valued by the king, but also a wizard. Under him, there were a magic potion team of varying numbers, ranging from 12 to 24 people, loyal to the king and working for him. Madame Lavalier, who had worked with him several times, knew it all too well. Madame Lavalier's body, which had been burning with joy over her pregnancy, suddenly turned cold, especially her heart, which was so cold that it seemed like it was about to freeze. She looked at the king pleadingly, and the king gently but firmly pulled his hand away. "Madam," he said, "you promised me." "Your Majesty, you can't." "I will keep my promise, madam, and you should keep yours too," said the king. "This is her child. As long as it is not a werewolf, whether it is a boy or a girl, it can get what I promised." Louis looked into Madame de Lavalier's eyes. "But if we are destined to be teased by fate, madam, we can only bear the punishment from him. Your Majesty. They will take good care of you, madam, until the child is born." Louis said, "Now, although you are a werewolf, let us pray to God together." Varro Vesalius witnessed it all, including Madame de Lavalier's madness and grief after her dream was shattered. He can no longer say that the king is wrong. Since he became the king's royal physician, he has seen too many tragedies and comedies, and he has a deep understanding of what kind of person Louis XIV is, or what kind of existence a perfect monarch should be. Personal emotions can never affect the king's political, military or political decisions. His concession to Madame de Lavalier is also because after the victory over Flanders and the Netherlands, if there are some unexpected events that are unfavorable to the king, His Majesty may also be able to control them firmly. Madame Lavalier must have known this, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope. It was the king's tenderness and enthusiasm over the past few months that gave her an illusion. But the king's meaning was clear. He always remembered his agreement with Madame Lavalier. Vesalius shook his head, returned to his room, sat down on the desk, opened the drawer, and took out the portraits of his wife and daughter. The king was always tolerant of useful people, and the portraits were sent to him every year. His wife became more and more secluded because of her unfading face, and his eldest daughter had become the Marquise of Montespan, with a son and a daughter. He was a grandfather. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Necessary Decision. No one knows how much wealth Louis XIV finally seized from the Netherlands and Flanders. People only know that Colbert, the king's most trusted finance minister, stayed in Amsterdam for a full 30 days before he was finally able to escape and return to Paris, and his department officials stayed until Viscount Turenne returned to Amsterdam and assisted him in completing his subsequent work before they were able to leave. It may have taken more than a year. Ironically, there were even Dutch caravans among them. When they were still sailing on the sea, the Netherlands no longer existed. They were in a dilemma, but in the end they had to return to Amsterdam or The Hague. What surprised Viscount Turenne was that there were even 2 large ships full of spices, with the value of the goods being around 200,000 livres. If they arrived in Amsterdam a few months earlier, Or if Prime Minister Witt or William II were still in Amsterdam, France might really have to return empty-handed this time. After all, 200,000 livres, in the hands of a decisive monarch, could completely control the war situation, at least delaying the war until the coalition forces of Leopold I formed a threat and oppression against the French army. But that was all later. At that time, Louis XIV was still on his way back to Paris. After the Battle of Amsterdam, the Duke of Orleans was asked by the king to return to Blois first. It was not that the king had any suspicion of his brother, but he had been worried about the development of smallpox vaccine by his doctors and medical researchers in the letters he had received before. He could not feel at ease unless he saw it with his own eyes, but as a king, he could not easily set foot in such a dangerous place. But because this matter was so serious, he believed no one except Philip. It is no exaggeration to say that if this incident happened 100 years ago, it might very well be hailed as a miracle. The Duke of Orleans returned to his brother with good news. Since the medical school was in Blois, it would most likely be handed over to him. The young duke was in high spirits. He said to his brother, "What a huge income this will be." The king couldn't help laughing. Indeed, apart from the religious and political trade-offs, this was also an incredibly profitable business economically. Apart from other things, there were also many kings who died of smallpox, such as William II, the father of William II. It is said that he died of childhood smallpox. Every time smallpox broke out, it would take away hundreds to tens of thousands of people. Although not as despairing as the Black Death, it was as terrible as a devil. Especially now, in the whole of Europe, only Blois has a prescription for treating smallpox, to be precise, a vaccine. They used human and cowpox fluid to make the vaccine, which was successful. The people of the three villages would probably not be able to leave the Blois Valley for many years, or even half their lives, just like the craftsmen who were detained on the island by the Venetians to ensure the secret of mirror manufacturing. However, they did not need any sympathy. They could spend the rest of their lives in their homes with food and clothing, which was much more comfortable than the farmers or craftsmen who had to work hard all day for their own stomachs. The thugs who dared to attack the king's royal physician did not have such preferential treatment. They were now in the underground prison of the Blois castle, waiting for them to have endless experiments. This behavior was not uncommon at this time. Not to mention in Blois, even in Paris, the materials used by medical students for practice were mostly criminals, some alive and some dead. Perhaps it was because the Duke of Orleans had been away from the king for too long. From the moment the king met him, to the meal, to the bedtime, the king's ears were almost filled with his voice. It was not until Louis told him bluntly that he needed a quiet sleeping environment that he stopped unwillingly. "Where is my nephew?" he asked. "In Paris," Louis said. "I'm talking about the Duke of Colonna," said the Duke of Orleans. "I asked him to go back to Gala Island." Louis took the robe handed over by the Duke. The wizards of Gala Island performed well in the war against Flanders and the Netherlands this time. I asked him to go back with my reward, and also asked him to select some wizards from Gala and Calais. They will work in the new provinces of France later. After recruitment, they will need detailed examination and selection. Do you want them to replace the wizards of Flanders and the Netherlands? I can't give those dark wizards a chance to make a comeback." Louis said, "Flanders and the Netherlands, no matter inside and out, I hope they belong to me, and only to me. Little Lucy is only 12 years old this year," said the Duke of Orleans. "Shouldn't you let Marie do this?" "Little Lucy still has a lot to do later," Louis said. "Although this job is important, it's good that there is still a chance to start over." In the Netherlands and Flanders, no matter how serious the mistakes were, Louis had a way to cover them up or suppress them. But in France, not to mention others, even Louis might not be able to tolerate it. "Will he attend the triumph?" "Probably," Louis said. "By the way, there's something I think you probably already know. Philip, you're going to have a new nephew or niece." "I don't know if I should be happy about this," Philip said. "I don't agree. If I must say something, Philip, I am Madame Lavalley or something." "She doesn't believe you," Philip said unhappily. The king had actually promised to settle her people in Vincennes, but Madame Lavalley always felt that she had too few chips in her hand. That's what he thought. "Put yourself in her shoes," Louis persuaded. "Philip, they are werewolves after all, dark creatures. Once I or my heir changes my mind, they will face a catastrophe. Moreover, when it comes to exploitation, I am the initiator, not her. I have never given her love, so how can I ask her to love me? That's what she said, and maybe she thinks so. What else? Louis said, not everyone can accept a naked deal. With a high-sounding name, she won't have to suffer so much. Philip shook his head with pity in his eyes. Of course, it was not for his brother. He was angry at Madame Lavaliere's excessive demands, but now he felt sorry for her again. The king did not seem to think that she had any real love for him. He just didn't want to believe the promise he had made before, but a child of blood could always change many things. But Philip knew that this maid who had been hiding behind Princess Henrietta was indeed sincere. Princess Henrietta was his wife now, but she had almost become Louis' queen. So Louise might have concealed it from anyone, but she could never hide from Henrietta. Women are always very sensitive to enemies in love. Madame Lavalier, who is mentioned by the two most distinguished brothers in France, was leaning against the window at this moment. This was Amiens, a big city on the Somme River. The king and his entourage stayed in the castle here. This castle was built in the 13th century. It was majestic and tall, and the courtyard was covered with the green grass. Knowing that Madame Lavalier was accompanying the king, the dignitaries here not only presented many precious gifts, but also sent the Amiens people's favorite puppet theater troupe, hoping to win the smile of this distinguished lady. But how could Madame Lavalier have the heart to watch the puppet show now? Looking at the window, which was only 10 feet above the ground, Madame Lavalier even wanted to jump out of the window and escape into the night. I don't think that's a good idea. Madame Lavalier was startled and turned back suddenly. The person who came was Varro Vesalius. I advise you not to do this, Vesalius said. We are indeed sent by the king, but if you insist on doing it, he pointed out the window, guess, if you really walk out of here, will the king regret it and want to regain your trust, or will he sever the contract with the Serbian werewolf? He won't, Madame Lavalier said weakly. He loves children so much. As long as you walk out of here, whether you give birth to a human or a werewolf, he will not recognize him. An illegitimate child who is not recognized by the king, madam, his fate will not be much better than that of your people. He paused. Madam, you are very lucky, you are a person who has never suffered. He raised one hand and interrupted Mrs. Lavalier's rebuttal. When you were with your father had a status among humans. He was an officer. After you became Princess Henrietta's maid, you still had food and clothing, not to mention, the king promised you to become his lover, the first royal lady. You may have suffered some torture, but you have not lived a real hard life like those inferior people. But I have. Viceroy continued. I have, madam. I used to be as naive as you, thinking that I could take care of my own life and even the life of my wife and daughter with my own talents. You may not know that when I first met the king, I didn't even take this mortal seriously, although at that time I was so embarrassed that I had to borrow money from my student, Miss Mancini. No, it should not be said to be borrowing, it should be said to be begging, but I didn't realize it at that time. But hunger, cold and illness are not the most terrible. Do you know what is the most terrible thing about being a powerless person? That is that you can never control your own destiny. When you endure, when you are silent, when you suppress your anger in your heart again and again, you think you can live peacefully, even if it is extremely bitter and cold, but as long as those people, those powerful people change their minds, you will lose everything you think you can get for granted. Are you talking about your own business? I'm talking about the lesson I've learned. There is nothing that people must abide by, laws, or morals, Mom. When misfortune comes, you will find that you are so fragile and incompetent. The king has been very kind to you, but that doesn't mean he can't be cruel to you. You don't want to lose this child. If he is unfortunately a werewolf, have you ever thought about it? You know that once you lose the king's protection, a werewolf in the surface world will be a servant of the devil, a priest of the Inquisition, a human soldier, or even a stupid serf will pick up a hoe to drive him away. In the other world, think about your father. So are you persuading me to watch him die? If he is indeed a werewolf, I am indeed persuading you to let him die. You are also a father. Precisely because I am a father. Vasily said unwaveringly, I once hated my wife and my daughter. I gave up everything for them, but in return I got their ruthless betrayal. But then, later I understood, madam, even if I dug out my heart, a promise without power to support it would only lead to disappointment. Wizards, mortals, werewolves, it's the same. I let them suffer hopelessly, so I cannot refuse the pain they brought me. But it's not your fault. It's my fault, Vasily said. I could have avoided it, at least avoided the suffering they suffered later. When the Mancini family decided to end my engagement with my wife, I should have realized that even if I gave them a dose of poison, it would be better than taking them out of the inner world and wandering hard and blindly in the completely unfamiliar and dangerous surface world, of course. He smiled. This is also a selfish act. In fact, it's because I don't want to lose them. The behavior of the Mancini family is a humiliation and a whip to me, but for them, it shouldn't be too bad. It's just another engagement. Haven't you ever thought about taking them back? My other identity is secret, Vasily said. The daughter of the imperial physician and the daughter of the duke are two completely different concepts in the court. I hope to get my daughter back, but I hope she can be happy even more. Look, he continued, you can take your child away, but you have to think about it. A dozen years later, or even a few years later, even if he can keep his life because of what you did, he will definitely hate you. When he's hungry and naked, trekking in the jungle, sleeping in the wilderness, eating insects and mice to survive, without a surname or identity, his half-brother can wear fur clothes, call friends, follow countless servants, lead hunting dogs, ride Arabian horses. When he raises his musket, it may be your child he is pointing at, and he will never know that he has a werewolf brother. At this point, Vasily sighed, if you think Her Majesty can't do it, then you can continue to do what you want. Chapter 245 The war ends, the war begins. Varro Vasilius's admonition to Madame Lavalier was not entirely out of pity. He might have sympathized with the lady, but more of it was to complete the work assigned by the king. Even so, he still did not dare to relax his vigilance along the way. No one could understand this king more deeply than him. As he said, Louis XIV might not torture or execute those who disappointed him like Nero or Henry VIII, but he would never use them again. For those of them who were not scrutinized in terms of their status, losing the king's protection and trust would only make life worse than death. Fortunately, his words played some role. Although Madame Lavalier was still afraid of losing her child, she made a painful compromise after several hesitations. Vasilius was not threatening in vain. Oh, maybe this is the tragedy. After she calmed down, Louis would sometimes come to accompany her and the children, eat together or work while Madame Lavalier did some needlework. However, such days did not last long. After they entered Artois, they were only 10 days away from Paris. This was because the king sympathized with her having a child and slowed down the march and stayed in the town as much as possible. The night before entering the province of Paris, Madame Lavalier raised her head and looked at the king's face in the candlelight. He was so handsome and so cold, but she still couldn't restrain her love for him. Louis, she said. What, madam? Louis asked. He didn't have many documents in his hand. In order to protect his eyes, he rarely read documents at night, but these had to be dealt with as soon as possible. When you were in the Louvre, sometimes you would do things at night, or just read. Madame Lavalier gestured with an almost imperceptible smile on her face. At that time, you were usually accompanied by Miss Marie Mancini, of course, when she was still the Duchess of Colonna, and occasionally the Duchess of Montpensier, and Princess Henrietta once or twice. Perhaps you don't know that I have peeked into your room countless times, imagining that it was me who was accompanying you. Louis put down the document. I'm not sure, he murmured. When did you fall in love with me, madam? I don't think I'm the kind of person who will be favored by too many women. He opened his hands. Look, madam, in fact, I am a very boring person. When I was just a child of 5 or 6 years old, I was the King of France. Although Cardinal Mazarin and the Queen Mother have undertaken all the heavy work for me, I know very well that these will be handed over to me one day. I know I have to learn from history, from the Bible, from the people around me. I rarely play and I am taciturn. I think if I were not the king, the Duke of Orleans, my dear brother, I should be more worthy of your love. Can I think that you are questioning the reality mixed in my love? I'm not blaming you, this is human nature. Then you underestimate yourself, sir, said Madame Lavalier, and you underestimate us, too, although people say that we are shallow and simple-minded, and we like young, beautiful and eloquent people as much as we like gorgeous dresses, shining jewels and singing birds. No, they are wrong. We admire the strong more than those ostentatious decorations. I was not a strong person at that time. The strength of the strong lies not in appearance but in the heart, said Madame Lavalier. Even if you still needed the protection of the bishop at that time, you still remembered to protect the weak hiding under you. Madame Lavalier did not remember when she had the arrogant idea. Perhaps it was because of Princess Henrietta. Princess Henrietta is now the Duchess of Orleans, but at the beginning, Whether at the request of her brother and mother or out of her own heart, she hoped to become Louis' wife. She and her maid talked a lot about the king. When they were still children, during the difficult years in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, although the French royal family was also in a very bad situation, at that time, Louis did do his best to help Princess Henrietta and her mother, who were even more helpless. It was also from that time that Louise developed a curiosity about a kind-hearted majesty, and boldly came into contact with a king at a Red Child Market. She knew that her appearance was mediocre, at least not in line with people's preferences for women, but it would be great if Louis was the kind of hypocritical or frivolous person, so that she would not like him in the days that followed, or even fall deeply in love with him. I want to say that I'm sorry, Mom. Louis couldn't help feeling a little guilty after realizing that Madame La Valliere's feelings for him might not be just for the tribe or something else, as he thought. I'm a slow person, Louise. You just prefer to invest your emotions in your mother, your brother, your country, or your ministers, your generals. Madame La Valliere said quietly, I'm too greedy, Your Majesty. I ask for too many things. But, if you are still willing to pity me, Your Majesty, Madame La Valliere said, can I ask you for one thing? Go ahead, Louise. Louis said, as long as I can do it. If, unfortunately, we are really fooled by fate, said Madame La Valliere, then please let me and my child go with you, Your Majesty. The last conversation with Madame La Valliere made the king look gloomy for the first time, but Madame La Valliere chose a very good time. A large number of people appeared on the roadside the next day. They flocked to the roadside, shouting long live France and long live the Sun King. Such a scene had never happened during the last triumph. Judging from the attire of these people, they should be just ordinary farmers and craftsmen, not Parisian citizens. The messy and mixed hues and composition also show that they all came here to greet the king by themselves. Their faces were flushed red and they kept shouting. When the king pulled open the curtains and waved to them, if there were no musketeers beside the king's carriage, perhaps they would untie the king's horse, lift the carriage above their heads, and carry it all the way to the Louvre. They followed the king's carriage and army all the way to the small town where the king was staying, and then left with regret but satisfaction. There is no need to say how the dignitaries in the city flattered them, and the soldiers who stayed outside the city also received an extremely warm and pleasant reception. Everyone wanted to hear how they defeated the Spaniards, Flemish and Dutch, and perhaps even the Austrians and Turks. In short, on the second day, if it were not for the strict discipline of the king's new army, many soldiers would have indulged in the gentleness of the country and would not have been able to move. Looking at these people, it is hard to imagine that 20 years ago, they almost sent Louis and his brother to the guillotine. Louis remembered what Madame La Valliere said. In fact, it is not only women who admire the strong. Any ordinary person will subconsciously tend to powerful existence, whether it is God or a king. They are eager to draw strength, gain benefits, and peace of mind from these beings. This is understandable. However, as a mortal, not God, the expectations that Louis will bear may be so heavy that he will have difficulty taking a step forward, but this is exactly the path he has chosen for himself. He must go on, and he cannot fall or give up. For France, for himself, for the people he loves, and for those who love him. The citizens of Paris were undoubtedly the most fanatical in this torrent of love for the king. Without waiting for the officials' orders, they eagerly repainted their houses and scrubbed the streets clean. They scrubbed, no exaggeration. Every family bought a large number of candles in preparation for the future masses and processions, and they also bought the latest styles of clothes, men and women. They constantly exchanged the news they got from various places, and estimated the time when the king would return to Paris by counting on their fingers. Some people even ran out of the city every day to greet the king. Perhaps some people still remember the first Arc de Triomphe erected by the king on the Boulevard Queen. The location of this Arc de Triomphe was almost at the opening of the circus. Some people thought that this location was too strange. But after the second Arc de Triomphe was built, people realized that the king's ambition was obviously not something that could be satisfied by just Flanders or the Netherlands. At such a distance, the king might be able to build 10 more Arc de Triomphes. The citizens of Paris certainly talked about it with great relish, and the expressions of the envoys who were waiting for the arrival of the King of France in Paris became increasingly ugly. The alliance established by Leopold I ultimately failed because of their slowness, or in other words, they misjudged the degree of trust that Louis XIV had in his generals. It can be said that Louis XIV suppressed the impulse and desire for conquest that a young king should have, and completely handed the battlefield over to the Prince of Condé, the Viscount of Turin, and the Duke of Luxembourg. The French army stabbed directly into the heart of the Netherlands like a dagger. When Amsterdam fell, there were still Allied troops in Leopold's coalition that had not yet arrived. Although when Louis XIV triumphed, they tried to march on the border and threatened the French army in order to force Louis XIV to hand over the Netherlands and even Flanders, but as Louis XIV and the generals agreed, the main force of the 120,000-strong army was actually on the border between the Holy Roman Empire and the Netherlands, just to guard against those who took advantage of the situation. Before the king arrived in Paris, the battles between the Duke of Switzerland and Luxembourg, Denmark and Sweden, as well as Austria and Brandenburg against the Prince of Condé continued, but Leopold's side failed to achieve any victory that could change the current situation. Firstly, this part of the French army was almost waiting for the opportunity to tire out, and secondly, they were fighting on enemy territory. The Marquis of Louvois' local supply, plunder, system not only made it impossible for the Flemish or Dutch to support France's enemies, but also forced them to rely on the French, unless they could endure hunger for several consecutive months until the fields had a harvest that year. Although Leopold was extremely angry, he could do nothing about it. Therefore, as the war reports gradually decreased, more and more envoys came to Paris. Some were originally stationed in Paris, but later temporarily evacuated because of the war, and now returned. There were also respected royal relatives or dukes who were sent as special envoys. Their purpose was only one: to divide up a part of the spoils from France. For example, Flanders, the Netherlands, and the Dutch colonies. Britain, as France's largest ally, was naturally the leader. The archbishops of Munster and Cologne were also interested in some of their cities or towns bordering the Netherlands. The Archduke of Austria, Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire, even sent envoys to ask for part of Flanders territory with confidence. The envoy of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of William III. His wife was William III's aunt, but he did not want to seek justice for William III, but tried to marry the Bourbon royal family. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Orleans was already 10 years old. In order to become an ally of France, the Danish envoy came to beg Louis XIV for forgiveness and help. Their king Christian V unfortunately died before the fall of Amsterdam, and his son Frederick IV saw that the situation was not good, so he wanted to marry his sister to Louis' eldest son, Crown Prince Louis the Younger, and promised a dowry of up to 1 million livres, or it should be said that it was to destroy the alliance between Sweden and France. The Swedish envoy also arrived. Louis couldn't help laughing when he saw him, because the envoy was none other than his future son-in-law, Charles I. The king was 17 years old this year, between adolescence and youth. Although his face was still childish, his body was like an adult, or in other words, stronger and taller than an average adult man, so much so that Louis couldn't help but associate him with a bear, as if to match his body shape. His words and deeds were frank and honest, which was unique to Northerners. He was not annoying, although the refinement and comfort of Paris sometimes made him feel at a loss. Louis' eldest daughter, the future wife of the king, was 12 years old this year. She was ordered by Louis XIV to receive her fiancé. Although the young couple had only seen each other's portraits, they had been corresponding for several years, mainly Princess Elizabeth. When they met, they were not very unfamiliar. It was the difference in physique that made Queen Teresa frown. "Never mind," said Louis XIV. "I will keep my daughter until she is 20. Queen Teresa rolled her eyes disrespectfully at Her Majesty. Chapter 246. The war ends, the war begins. 2. Jean was a bathmaid, a new profession. After King Louis XIV openly expressed his emphasis on cleanliness and his hatred of dirt, bathing once again became a fashion in Paris. The reason why it is not called a new fashion is that before the 14th century, people in France were also keen on soaking in boiling hot water. However, due to the rampant spread of syphilis and the Black Death, these bathrooms, which were regarded as points of disease transmission, gradually disappeared. As for those overly extreme behaviors, such as saints who insisted on not touching any water for decades, so that dirt armor formed on their bodies, let's not talk about it for now. At this time, the nobles who had the conditions used white cloth towels to wipe their bodies, used perfume to cover up the odor, and constantly changed clothes to keep clean. But after the king rebuilt the Richelieu house, now the residence of the Duke of Lorraine, and the Louvre, some guys with a keen sense of smell followed suit and added or renovated private bathrooms in their homes, which was not cheap. Although most people only hoped to have a common topic with the king, the comfort of the bathrooms and sanitary facilities was beyond doubt. In recent years, not only have the construction teams of Mr. Leviau, the architect of the Palace of Versailles, often appeared in the private residences of the Duke and the Bishop, but even the special salons, clubs and hotels where famous ladies gather have made great improvements in this regard. On the streets of Paris, when Mr. Fouquet was still the king's financial director, one of the projects he was responsible for was the construction of public toilets. It was modeled after similar buildings built by the ancient Romans, with 3 neat rows of holes arranged in a U shape, where people could greet each other, spit and exchange opinions on current affairs. The sewage was directly flushed from the Seine or the Duke's Canal. The Duke of Orleans was not happy about this, into pipes buried under the streets and introduced into the wilderness outside Paris. At first, people were not used to it, especially the drunkards who were drunk at night. They were used to being casually washed. They would just pull down their trousers and have a great time, and thus an important position was born, that of night patrollers. They would carry sticks and whistles, and when they saw such idiots, they would rush up to wake them up, and then decide whether to fine or do labor. This profession continued until 300 years later, and no matter how loudly the human rights activists shouted, they could not take the sticks away from the patrollers, because they, like many other professions, were employees of the Sun King, an intangible political and cultural heritage, and their wages were paid by the royal family and could even be inherited by their descendants. They were the pride of the French people. Oh, of course, there are many professions like this. For example, there are the cleaning ladies in the shared toilets mentioned above. They are all old ladies in their 50s or 60s, but they are strong and tough. Although I said above that there are always people spitting and blowing their noses in the toilets, they have to be sneaky, because once they are discovered by the ladies responsible for cleaning, they will rush up fiercely until you pay the fine obediently or clean up those things yourself. But you also know that since it is open to civilians, it is difficult to keep it absolutely clean. At least the smell is always inevitable. So Jean was very satisfied with her new job, especially since she was lucky enough to find a job in a women-only bathhouse, rather than a toilet or a men's bathhouse. Just like before the outbreak of the Black Death, those men's bathhouses soon became another place for beauties to trade with customers, and even if you just worked as a servant in it, it was difficult to keep your innocence. After all, the bathtub had to be refilled with water from time to time, the books, food and wine needed by the customers had to be delivered to their doorsteps, and the soft couches in the nap area were hidden behind curtains. Who knew what happened in there? So even though the female workers in the men's bathhouse could not only get 3 times the salary of those in the women's bathhouse, but also get a lot of rewards, Jean still stayed peacefully in this women's bathhouse called Venus. The Venus Women's Bathhouse was originally a 3-story hotel. Now it has been transformed into a comprehensive place with bathing on the 2nd floor, resting on the top floor, and selling some goods that women like on the ground floor. Most of the women who come in and out here are businessmen, government employees, or families of low-level military officers. They are not so poor that they cannot afford the cost of bathing, but they are not rich enough to add bathing facilities at home. The faucets and pipes they need are all brass, and the bathtubs and toilets are precious ceramics. It is also a considerable expense to connect the pipes in the home to the public pipes. Of course, a monthly payment is required for water supply, and the same is true for drainage. But just as men would use the bathroom as another place for recreation, so would ladies. In addition to occasionally meeting their lovers here, they would also gather together to talk about the latest fashions, accessories and entertainment in Paris, rumors that might be true or false, or laugh at a companion who is not present. Perhaps the evaporation of water vapor would make people intoxicated like alcohol. Jean had heard a lot of shocking gossip here, and today was no exception. She ran briskly through the bathtubs, while she pricked up her ears. A businessman's wife was complaining about her husband's powerlessness under the cover of steam, while another clerk's wife was asking where there was an effective abortion prescription, and the people around her were laughing at her husband for being too jealous, and a lady was persuading another lady to accept a man who had been married 3 times and was ugly but had a rich dowry. A kind daughter-in-law. Jean hid her smile behind her sleeves and poured a large glass of iced lemonade for a lady who was always very generous. The lady's surname was Gall, a noble surname. Perhaps because of this surname, her husband was promoted by the Marquis of Louvois to be the manager of the military station and would leave for Flanders soon. However, what made her sigh was her lover, an officer, who was also about to follow the Viscount of Turin to the Netherlands for garrison. In the bathtub beside her was Mrs. Gerard, whose husband was also an officer. She was encouraging Mrs. Gull to find another satisfactory lover. "After the king returns to Paris," she said, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes seemed to open up in the water vapor, "are you still worried that there will not be a strong enough pony to ride? You are so beautiful and young, you can choose one as you like." Mrs. Goller took a big sip of lemonade and turned to lean over the bathtub. "But I heard that many of those officers are farmers from Versailles. Oh my God, do you still care about this?" Mrs. Gerard shouted hypocritically, "What you are pursuing is love, not marriage." "I need to think about it," said Mrs. Goller. "I can't let others laugh at me for choosing a farmer as my lover." "What if that farmer can enter the Palace of Versailles?" said Mrs. Gerard. "Those talkative guys will be jealous with red eyes." "Versailles?" Mrs. Goller asked in surprise. "Isn't it the Louvre?" "Why do you think so?" said Mrs. Gerard. "The last celebration banquet was in Versailles." "Many people say it should be in Paris," said Mrs. Goller. "My husband and my good husband think so too." "Do you believe me or them? They never left Paris. I mean, they didn't participate in that battle, but my husband was in it, following the king," Mrs. Gerald said proudly. Mrs. Goller looked unconvinced. After all, if Mrs. Gerald's husband had really made great contributions in the war against Flanders or the Netherlands, she would not be talking to her here, and she would at least have a private bathroom. Although the bathroom was filled with steam, Mrs. Gerard seemed to have guessed Mrs. Goller's suspicion. She snorted contemptuously, "If you don't want to hear it, forget it." Mrs. Goller certainly wanted to know, not only for her husband, but also for her lover. She quickly ordered little Jean to get wine and cakes. Jean hurried to the kitchen, got wine and some small cakes, and ran up quickly. Fortunately, Mrs. Gerard was also waiting for this bribe. After drinking the wine, she confessed that her husband was injured in the battle against the Netherlands, so he had a chance to enter the Palace of Versailles to attend the victory banquet. According to him, this banquet may last for 15 days or more. He was scheduled on the 6th day, but the king might come to greet them. But this is Paris. Although Mrs. Goller was not keen on politics like most ladies, the pride of Parisians still made her unable to help but say this. "The king prefers Versailles," Mrs. Gerard said pertinently, "and no one can change His Majesty's mind now." Louis XIV would not change his mind. After the Battle of Flanders, he held a high mass and a victory parade in Paris. Although the banquet was held in Versailles, the public statement at that time was that Versailles was larger than the Louvre and could accommodate what he called every Frenchman. But in fact, it was his first victory, and the king still could not guarantee whether his willful behavior would arouse the dissatisfaction of the Parisians, so he had to make some concessions. But after the battle against the Netherlands, the throne of the Sun King was unshakable. In this case, Louis XIV would not hold any ceremony or banquet in Paris except the High Mass. This was not a momentary impulse or youthful vigor, but a dual consideration based on politics and economy. When he was 14, he decided to build a new city to replace the turbulent and fickle original capital, Paris. In the past few years, the most important thing was this victory, so he would definitely hold a parade ceremony and a grand banquet in Versailles. He believed that at this moment, no minister or noble would dare to interfere with his will. Sure enough, not to mention the court, even the Parisians who had always been the most contemptuous of the royal family only quietly, occasionally, and complained a few words. Under the light of the Sun King, these thugs who once dared to rush into the king's bedroom could not help but tighten their courage. They also realized that they had such a powerful, cold and arrogant ruler, and they didn't even know whether to be sad or happy. Louis stayed in the Louvre for only a few days before setting off for Versailles. On both sides of his carriage were the musketeers and guards in distinctive armor. Behind the carriage was a huge motorcade, including the Queen Mother, his younger brother, the Duchess of Montpensier, the Prince of Condé, the Prince of Conti and many other nobles. Later came ministers and generals such as the Duke of Luxembourg, the Viscount of Turin, Colbert and the Marquis of Lewis. Behind them was an even longer queue, and at the end there were even walkers, more than when Flanders triumphed. Tens of thousands of people crowded the Boulevard de Versailles. According to Count d'Artagnan, Parisians could be said to have come out in full force. Louis looked out the window and suddenly remembered the time when he was 10 years old and was awakened from his deep sleep by Bishop Mazarin and hurriedly fled from the Louvre to Saint-Germain-en-Laye. At that time, the streets were full of burning bonfires and crude fortifications. Pairs of violent and restless eyes were spying on the king's whereabouts from behind the overturned carriages and dirty wooden boxes. Compared with the werewolves that appeared later, they frightened Louis even more. These people were like greedy and despicable hyenas, and a little flesh and blood would make them completely crazy, but in name, they were the people that Louis wanted to protect and care for. Paris. Louis shook his head gently, leaned back, and slowly closed his eyes, as if leaving a nightmare behind. Mrs. Gerard anxiously climbed up the window to look out, because her husband was injured in the battle against the Netherlands. Therefore, in addition to the king's reward, they could also enjoy some privileges, such as occupying a good position in this endless queue, but it is conceivable that this good position could not get beyond the officials and nobles. She felt unwilling when looking forward, but satisfied when looking back. It was just because there were too many people. When they arrived at Versailles, it was already dusk. Mrs. Gerard got out of the carriage in a hurry and almost fell to the ground. She had been sitting in the carriage for too long and her legs were almost numb. This time, the king did not set up any obstacles on the way to the Palace of Versailles. Even though he won a great victory in the Battle of Flanders, he had to use the funds in his hands to prepare for the war against the Netherlands. The Palace of Versailles only completed the decoration of the new gallery and the central hall. The other rooms were still empty. But after he captured Amsterdam, the gold of Amsterdam, after paying off the loans of merchants, also allowed the king's designers to complete the final decoration of the Palace of Versailles. 1,800 rooms were enough to receive the guests invited by the king. As for those uninvited guests, they could also be warmly entertained, but they were not eligible to stay overnight. But for most people, this was enough. Some people who had participated in the last grand event could not help but shout excitedly. The real Versailles, which was revealed in full, was completely different from the fragments they remembered. It was not a palace, it was a new city. Chapter 247, The War Ends, The War Begins. 3. The Palace of Versailles in later generations had another name, the Palace of the Sun, because it was not only the Palace of the Sun King, but also because it shone with extremely bright light both during the day and at night. These lights came from the gold and silver foil decorated on the wall moldings, statues, door and window frames, and the sunlight and candlelight reflected from the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. In order to ensure the splendor of this palace, the royal family and the government had to pay a large sum of money every year to repair the gold and silver foil damaged by wind, rain and sun, and this fee was almost never in arrears, except during the 2 world wars. At that time, the royal family and the government spared no effort to defend the huge legacy left to France by the Sun King. In order to ensure the seemingly endless military expenditure, the repair and maintenance of the Palace of Versailles was stagnant for several months. Then on a day of artillery fire, a poet happened to pass by the Palace of Versailles and saw that this magnificent palace, like a giant, also showed some vicissitudes of life. He couldn't help feeling sad, and his mood was transformed into a short poem published in the Paris Morning Post. At first, not many people paid attention to it, but from that day on, people living in Versailles found that people were coming to them one after another. They brought common tools, instruments, paint and a small amount of gold and silver foil, and restored the original splendor of this giant without being hired by anyone. More and more people came, and reporters also came. After their propaganda, the French, who could only survive on potatoes and corn, took out their last bit of gold and silver, forks engraved with coats of arms, girls' hairpins, bases and handles of ceramic kettles, even wedding rings, and dentures in the mouths of the elderly. These were all turned into the armor of the giants, and no one knew whether these efforts would turn into a pile of rubble tomorrow. The bombing of Paris would not be over by then. Later people learned that the enemy general had indeed received an order to bomb the Palace of Versailles. At that time, the Palace of Versailles was no longer a simple building or a work of art. It could even be said to be the spiritual sustenance of France and the Allied forces. As long as the Palace of Versailles shone, the Sun King seemed to be able to protect his people for one day. However, the general resolutely refused the order, saying that he did not want to be the center of all mankind. The order was soon transferred to another general. Although that general surrendered, the bomber crews sent out suddenly became sluggish. The bombs they dropped either destroyed farmland or damaged canals. Anyway, the Palace of Versailles stood safe and sound until the end of the war. The French government only needed to repair and dredge the artificial canal before it could be reopened to the public. Surprisingly, although the French government was the victorious party, They not only awarded the Louis XIV Medal of Courage, which was specially set up by the Sun King to encourage those non-war people who did not directly participate in the war, such as armaments, logistics and transportation, but had a great relationship with the success or failure of the battle, to those who had contributed to the renovation of the Palace of Versailles, whether for free or by donating gold and silver, or their descendants, and announced that they and their descendants could always visit the Palace of the Sun for free. But also gave the same preferential treatment to those soldiers who were found to have received orders to bomb the Palace of Versailles but did not execute them. Although this also caused a little controversy, the general public, especially the French, still believed that this move by their royal family and government did not bring down the reputation of the Sun King. You know, the Sun King sent one of his biggest enemies to be king. At this time, Louis certainly did not know that 300 years later, his descendants and government would be able to do such a strange thing, and they gave him the first big part without hesitation. He now only felt satisfaction and excitement. Mr. Leviau, the original architect of the Palace of Versailles, originally envisioned expanding Louis XIV's hunting lodge into a U-shaped building, and then extending wings to the left and right. This idea was not incorrect, but it could not satisfy Louis XIV's appetite. His original idea was that this new palace would be used to replace the original political and economic status of Paris. Louis XIV's hunting lodge might be meaningful, but even if we ignore its smallness, relatively speaking, its location also caused a lot of constraints for future generations if they wanted to expand the Versailles area with the new palace as the center in the future. So the king pointed out another wider place. At that time there were still swamps and dense forests. After several years of burning trees and draining swamps, a huge open space was finally leveled out. The soil excavated from the canal project that was ongoing at the same time was transported here and compacted into a high platform. This artificial hill is about 300 feet high, and it takes 700 steps to climb up from the hill. Although there is a platform every 30 steps for rest and to look at the distant scenery, it is enough for people who are usually not active enough to gasp for breath. Therefore, there are winding ramps on both sides of the steps. Those who have obtained the king's permission can ride in a sedan chair, but there are still few people who have this privilege. Prince Conti is one of them, and there is also Philippe, Duke of Orleans. In fact, Philippe can walk up on his own feet. Just like Prince Condé, they are all soldiers after all, but the Duke of Orleans has always been the most hated guy in Paris. Unlike Prince Conti, who quietly admitted that he was physically weak and sat in a sedan chair to enjoy the beautiful scenery, the Duke of Orleans' big hat decorated with diamonds and feathers is as eye-catching as a flag. When he saw His Majesty the King standing on the terrace, he waved his hat desperately to his brother. The Queen Mother sighed. "You should ask the Duke of Orleans to restrain himself," she said tactfully. "After all, this is a formal occasion." "I think it's good for Philip to do this," Louis said. "Mother, all I do is hope that you can be free from scruples." He glanced at Philip, who had jumped off the sedan chair and ran towards him happily. Although this is just the beginning. Louis only thought this was the beginning, but for many people, he was already standing in the hands of the goddess of victory. The king received kings, dukes or envoys from various countries in the center of the Palace of Versailles, at the intersection of the cross, in the hall that was once used to celebrate Flanders' great victory. This hall has been ordered to be the Hall of the Goddess of Victory. On the high platform where the gilded Goddess of Victory stands, the king favored by her stands under a canopy, dressed in gorgeous clothes, wearing a crown and holding a scepter. When he called himself the Sun King, many people laughed in secret, but now, who does not think that this title compliments the king? The first to come forward was of course one of France's most powerful allies, King Charles I of Sweden, who was allowed to come within a step of the king, pay his respects and kiss the king's hand, like the Dauphin of France, as had been described long before, and the same would have been done if King Charles I of England had been present. The King of France was qualified to do so. As early as 996, Robert the Pious, the King of France, had achieved an equal status with the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. When Henry V demanded the surrender of Louis the Fat, the obese king immediately summoned tens of thousands of soldiers in St. Denis, which scared Henry V away. His brief reply of "Bah, Germans" has been passed down to this day. After Philip II defeated the coalition forces of the Holy Roman Empire in England, Pope Innocent III confirmed that the King of France does not recognize any secular authority higher than him. There is no need to say more about the outstanding achievements of Philip IV, the handsome man. Louis IX, also known as Saint Louis, publicly said that the King of France who ruled France because of royal blood was better than any emperor elected through election, because the Capetian dynasty had an endless lineage and had been passed down for 11 generations. 14th century jurists wrote in legal documents that the king is the emperor in his own territory. Of course, all of the above can only have a real deterrent effect when France's national strength and military power are superior. After Charles bowed his head and kissed Louis' hand, he stepped aside to make way for the subsequent Danish King Frederick IV. He also kissed the king's hand respectfully. Then it was the Portuguese regent Pedro II. He was born in 48 and has a good appearance, but the expressions of everyone who saw him changed subtly, because his mother-in-law was the granddaughter of Henry VI and his lover, and the wife of the current King of Portugal, Alfonso VI. To put it simply, Pedro II not only seized his brother's power, but also took his wife for himself, and in a sense, Louis XIV is the Portuguese queen's uncle. Although there were not a few kings who married their sisters-in-law, the most famous of whom was King Henry VIII of England, such a scene was still a bit embarrassing. After the three kings, although Pedro II is still the regent, we all know that when he will become king depends entirely on his own wishes. There were dukes and electors. The envoy of England was none other than the Duke of York. He was pale, and seemed not to have recovered from the grief and anger of being deceived and fooled by his brother. After saluting, his eyes unconsciously fell on the Duke of Orleans beside the king. For a moment, he secretly cursed in his heart that the brothers would have an irreparable rift in the future because of their feud. After the Duke of York came the Archbishops of Munster and Cologne, and after them was also a religious prince from Rome. He was very annoyed that the Duke of Orleans had arranged him as Archbishop of Cologne and even Bishop of Munster, but he could do nothing about it. Before the war against the Netherlands began, it was France that needed help from the Roman Church, and the bribe from Louis XIV was extremely generous. Even so, the Roman Church was hypocritical, constantly urging Louis XIV to fulfill his promise as soon as possible, that is, to persuade Charles II to restore the Catholic faith, while at the same time flirting with Leopold I. Before Amsterdam was captured, the bishops of Rome unanimously believed that the King of France would fall into the quagmire of the Netherlands because of his greed. In addition to Leopold I, those who wanted to take advantage of the fire also included this group of sanctimonious bastards. They were full of hatred for France. Originally, they might have been able to threaten them with the underworld, but since this unscrupulous king successively bribed the priests, vampires, werewolves and wizards of the Inquisition, they no longer had many cards to play. The cardinal stepped aside and the person who came forward was Jan Sobieski. People were still a little unfamiliar with this name because he was just a great nobleman in Poland. The grandfather of this great nobleman's mother was the commander of the Polish royal family. He inherited his maternal bloodline. While having military talent, he also had courage beyond ordinary people. He did not take the two previous kings of Poland, whether it was the former King John II who had abdicated to the monastery, Casimir, or the newly elected Michał Krabet-Wisniewski, seriously. He worked tirelessly to make himself the King of Poland. His wife was a Frenchwoman, so he had been trying to win the support of Louis XIV. Soon followed the envoys from Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, Brandenburg and other countries. They tried their best to act calm, but everyone knew that they must be extremely frustrated, especially the envoys of Carlos II and Leopold I. However, no one dared to speak out on such occasions. Compared with them, the Russian envoy was at ease. He was commissioned by the Romanov Tsar to explore this prosperous country and its ruler, especially because Sweden had allied with France, and the relationship between Russia and Sweden was not very good. In addition to these people, there was another unexpected guest. That was the envoy of the Ottoman Turkish Sultan. If Louis XIV and France were like the rising sun, then the Ottoman Turkish Sultan was like the setting sun. Although it was dim in color, it still had a huge body which was frightening. Their sultan was at war with Poland not long ago, so Jan Sobieski glared at him and couldn't help but feel heavy worry in his heart. After all, the alliance between France and the Ottoman Turkish Sultan could be traced back to the time of Francis I. The last person who was allowed to come forward was the Swiss Confederation ambassador. Switzerland and France have always had a long-standing employment relationship, and Swiss people are not uncommon in the French army. It's just that after Louis XIV came to power, the king encouraged the French to protect their country rather than hiring foreigners. Therefore, the proportion of Swiss people in the French army dropped significantly. The Swiss parliament suspected that this was France's intention to separate from Switzerland, or even a precursor to aggression, so they stood against France in the previous war. Their bet was undoubtedly made in the wrong place. What was even more ridiculous was that when the envoy from Basel was signaled to leave, he still had the audacity to ask, "Your Majesty, the glorious Sun King," he said, "there are envoys from the Netherlands waiting for your summons." Louis XIV, who had half turned around, paused for a moment, then turned around, with an elusive smile, and casually tapped the ground with his cane. After the crisp tapping sound, in the silent hall of victory, people could only hear Louis XIV's voice, "Holland." He said softly, "What Holland?" No one dared to make a sound after that. Everyone bowed deeply or knelt to see the powerful ruler off from the hall. Chapter 248. The war is over. The war is over. 4. Some people may doubt how such a person could make such a stupid mistake, but you should know that the ambassador of the Swiss Confederation is a Basel native. As a federal country, Switzerland was not as democratic and advanced as people thought in the 17th century. First of all, like the Netherlands, each region had its own laws and ideas, and even beliefs. Only the 6 agricultural states implemented the People's Assembly system, which means that all male citizens can participate in political meetings, but senior administrative officials are still those wealthy citizens. The nobles ruled places like Bern, Rosen or Fribourg, and the residents had no decision-making power, just like any feudal territory. And the handicraft-based areas such as Zurich, Basel and Schaffhausen were controlled by guilds, and the government members were strictly controlled. Almost all of them were guild leaders. This is why the ambassador spoke so abruptly. Obviously, the important tasks entrusted to him by his government and the country could not be compared with the bribes given to him by Dutch merchants. The people present hid their sneers and sarcasms under their mask-like smiles. The last deep purple red in the sky was disappearing, and the full moon rose. Now it was time for a feast. In the drawings that later generations can see, the floor plan of the Palace of Versailles on the high ground is in the shape of a Latin cross, that is, a cross with short horizontal beams and long vertical branches. This shape often appears in religious buildings, that is, Catholic churches, and it evolved from the basilica architecture of the ancient Romans. Although it is old, Louis overturned Levieux's first design because this architectural shape is the most solemn, majestic and bright. You can also say that he built his new palace like the ancient Romans built a Pantheon, and this is not groundless, because His Majesty named the various halls and important rooms of this new palace after the names of gods. Just like the Bacchus Hall where the guests entered in neat rows, this hall is located on the left side of the beam of the Palace of Versailles. The entire hall can accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 people for dinner at the same time. The entire hall is decorated mainly with plants, mostly grapes, and animals. The murals on the left and right sides and the ceiling depict myths and legends related to the pleasure-loving god. Compared with the pictures in the Grand Gallery that narrate the achievements and exploits of Louis XIV, the paintings here are more likely to make people fall into an atmosphere of joy and luxury. The king, the queen mother, his younger brother, the Prince of Condé, the Prince of Conti, the Duchess of Montpensier and others were naturally sitting behind the long horizontal table at the front. Behind them was the scene of the parade of Bacchus, the god of wine. They faced the group of dining tables that stretched from one end of the hall to the other. These tables were covered with starched white linen, and the tableware ranged from gold to silver, from glass to ceramics, depending on the king's favor. If the nobles were still a little numb during the first Versailles banquet, then today, there were more vicious glances directed at Viscount Turenne, Colbert or General Schomberg. Their positions were second only to royal family members and cardinals, which made many dukes and marquisates indignant. They whispered to each other that the former should not be so favored by the king. One was the second son of the Duke of Sedan who was deprived of his territory because of rebellion, one was born a merchant with the king, and the last one was a foreigner, although the king had granted him permission to become his subject. Below the earl, more people were on pins and needles, because among them were many officers of civilian origin, such as Mrs. Gerard's husband. These people and their families were rude and vulgar. They couldn't believe that they had a seat at such an important banquet. Some people wanted to shout loudly, but were stopped by the people around them. Although they were far away from the king's long table, they could still see the king's gorgeous clothes, almost the same regulations as these officers, even if the material and decorations were different, but the sapphire blue coat, bright red shoulder straps and collar, and decorations on the chest and shoulders. They could not understand the military rank system implemented by the king in the army for the time being, But those shining stars and small suns, and the shaking golden tassels seemed to be silently but proudly announcing something. That man should have been thankful, because after the king raised the cup and thanked God for his blessing, he thanked his generals and soldiers without reservation, and his voice, under the blessing of magic, easily penetrated the entire hall, and the officers around them all burst into tears. The king put the golden cup to his lips, and there was a shout like thunder. All the generals, officers, and some soldiers who had fought bravely and made outstanding contributions stood up, as if they were charging the enemy on the battlefield, shouting "Long live," while slapping the table, thighs, or stamping their feet hard. The hard boots made a loud and neat click on the smooth marble, and several people who did not expect such a thing to happen fell down suddenly and fell under the linen tablecloth. The king was a little surprised, but soon smiled. The continuous shouting of these strong and loyal warriors was like waves hitting the rocks, and gradually, the people around them had to stand up, first the officials, then the princes and lords, and finally the reluctant envoys. They deliberately insisted on not shouting "Long live," damn it. They were not Louis XIV's soldiers. But the frenzy that was swirling in the hall did not subside after a few minutes. Instead, it became boiling. When Cardinal Mazarin shamelessly joined the ranks of those shouting for an ordinary man, even the Austrian ambassador could only move his lips and shout awkwardly and humiliatedly. It was not because they were cowardly, but because, in this madhouse, an ambassador said so after returning home, it was difficult for those who did not fit in to persist in those eyes that were first suspicious and then gradually became sinister. Regardless of whether this was their argument, after everyone in the hall had voluntarily or been forced to pay respect to the king in this way, Louis XIV drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and he threw the carved glass wine glass with a gold base into the middle of the hall. Now, his voice resounded throughout the hall. "Everyone," in the sudden calm, he laughed and said, "As I promised, let us enjoy this beautiful night." The butler at the side immediately seized the opportunity, picked up the clarinet decorated with golden lilies and played a few notes. According to tradition and etiquette, he should shout "Let us enjoy the meat given by the king," and then play the clarinet. But the incident caused by those rude soldiers in front of him shocked him so much that he almost forgot his duty, and the king also said what he should say. His depression was probably expressed in those few sounds of the clarinet. The Duke of Orleans noticed it and sat down. He was also one of the shouting and laughing. Louis thought he had shouted too much just now, and he even nodded his glass, indicating that the waiter beside him should pour wine for the Duke. Anyway, the feast could finally begin, and countless delicacies were served one after another. Ever since Louis made his first protest, the meals in the French court have become increasingly fresh, exquisite and delicious. Except for some envoys who had no appetite, everyone present could be said to be satisfied and full of anticipation, satisfied with the dishes they had just enjoyed, and full of anticipation for the next delicacy: soup, bread, roast and boiled meat, pies, berries and preserves, biscuits and cakes. I will not elaborate on this here, just talk about the fruit baskets presented to people. There were gooseberries, blackberries, raspberries, and cherries of this season, as well as pears, peaches, plums, apples and citrus fruits that should not be produced in this season, and guavas, watermelons and pineapples that many people had only heard of occasionally. In front of the juicy and colorful fruits, some people tried them boldly, some retreated in fear, and some wanted to hide some to take back and share with their families. The waiter on the side followed bon ton instructions and pretended not to see them. Those who could enter the salle de Bacchus were carefully selected, and the king would not be stingy with such a small favor. Although the banquet started much earlier than the usual dinner time for the nobles, by the time the banquet ended, the dark sky was already dotted with diamond-like stars. The king stood up and the people followed him, guided by officials and waiters, through the Hall of Victory and headed for the Hall of Venus on the right. As the name suggests, the hall guarded by the goddess of love and beauty is a place where people can show off their graceful figures. Unlike the Bacchus room, which is decorated with creamy white marble, cinnabar velvet, mahogany floors and wall panels as the main colors, the Venus room is mainly decorated with mirrors. Lebrun proposed to the king that one side of the wall of this hall should be inlaid with the mirrors, and the other side should be all floor-to-ceiling glass windows. In this way, at night, the mirrors can reflect the candlelight, making the hall as bright as day. During the day, the windows can bring the outdoor sunlight and beautiful scenery into the room. After thinking about it, the king came up with another idea. What the guests see now is that the walls on both sides of the hall are large mirrors. These mirrors are not fixed on the wall, but embedded in the frame. They can be opened inwards, and the outer glass windows can be opened outwards. The cost of this will almost double, but the shock it can cause will also double. Mirrors facing mirrors, the infinite reflection effect not only brings brighter light, but also makes people dazzling, as if entering another glorious country. The 300 feet long and 40 feet wide hall has mirrors and glass, as well as gold foil-covered door and window frames, picture frames and pillars. The dome is a ceiling painting related to Venus. Lebrun boldly painted the king's several lovers, from the most unpredictable Lady Milady, to Lady Lavalier, who has been in love with him for 10 years, and the Duchess of Colonna, Marie Mancini, who was far away in Calais and the king never forgot, as goddesses in different scenes, not Venus, because Venus's lover is not the sun god, and the king's official painter is not crazy enough. Under the dazzling lights, even though some people have criticized Lebrun for being too accommodating to the king's preferences, his impeccable skills still make these three undoubted goddesses vivid and moving. There was always a sharp eye in the palace. After whispering for a while, some people focused on the real three goddesses. At today's banquet, the king's three lovers were all present. The king's first dance must be with the queen, but the second dance was almost a declaration of who is the one he loved most. In the past, it was always Madame Lavalier, but today the king walked towards the Duchess of Colonna. Many people knew that the Duke of Colonna was just a husband in name only. Marie Mancini once occupied a very important position beside Louis XIV, and the king's eldest son should actually be the little Duke of Colonna. They looked at the little Duke of Colonna who was right next to the throne, and probably guessed that the king had specially invited his mother to dance in order to appease his eldest son. When the little Duke of Colonna saw this scene, he did have a vague look of joy. Yes, this was a reward he got after mustering up great courage and begging his father. In recent years, Marie Mancini has become more and more moody. Even though the young Duke of Colonna repeatedly advised her that Louis might not be able to take care of Calais, Gala and them in recent years, it had little effect. If Marie Mancini was just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but she was a witch and the female lord of Gala and Calais. If she did anything, it would definitely not be explained away by ordinary jealousy. But when he looked at his mother, he couldn't help but show a little embarrassment to Queen Teresa and Prince Louis, who were right beside him. Queen Teresa just smiled at this. Compared with Charles II, who had more than a dozen illegitimate children, or even her father, Louis XIV could be said to be a pious and restrained monarch. She never lost her husband's respect, and her husband's illegitimate children never threatened her son. Philip IV's illegitimate son Don Juan José was still the regent of Spain. However, people were more interested in watching Madame Lavalier. Not many people knew that she was pregnant. According to the custom at that time, noble ladies, even queens, could only make their pregnancy public after 3 months of pregnancy. Royal wives needed to be more subtle. It was a rather vulgar behavior to show that they were pregnant directly, and they had to get the king's permission. Otherwise, even if she dropped a baby from her skirt in public, people would just turn their heads, close their eyes, cover their ears, and pretend that nothing happened. Madame Lavalier's expression was not very good, especially when the third piece of music sounded and the king was walking towards Madame Lavalier and stretched out his hand, but was grabbed by the arm by the Duchess of Colonna and pulled to her side. Chapter 249, The War Ends, The War Begins, 5. Maybe it's because your mother has never suffered, Lady Milady said with a smile. The person walking with her in the moonlight was the young Duke Colonna. Lady Milady was also considered one of the king's guests. However, from what Duke Colonna had seen in the past few years, this witch and spy seemed to be more enthusiastic about her career rather than begging her father for love. This was also the important reason why Duke Colonna was willing to confide his troubles to her and seek solutions. Milady stopped and sighed, thinking that she could no longer touch the little Duke's head casually. First, it would make Duke Colonna despise, and second, she should keep a distance from the king's son. Milady had been on Gala Island for more than 10 years. Compared with Marie, who was not so good at conspiracy, she was half a teacher of Duke Colonna in terms of governance and management, and she taught by words and by example. The little Duke Colonna was not spoiled by his mother to the point that Louis had to give him up, and Milady played an indispensable role. Can you tell me more? Duke Colonna asked in annoyance. Let's go up a little bit, said Lady Milady. So they bypassed the holly maze and walked along the outer perimeter of the palace to the elevator that could reach the highest point. As mentioned before, the Palace of Versailles is a Latin cross in plan view. Then, You can say it is a 3-story building, or 5-story, because it also has a semi-basement, which is almost as large as the hall above. The hall on the first floor is the Bacchus Hall and Neptune Hall on the left, the Venus Hall and Mars Hall on the right, the Winged Victory Hall in the middle, the Victory Gallery in front, and the Jupiter Hall and Juno Hall in the back, which are the places where the king works and holds meetings. The second and third floors are suites of varying sizes, only a small part of which are occupied. Among them are the rooms that the king specially reserved for generals such as Viscount Turenne, Duke of Luxembourg and Captain Vauban, as well as the rooms for the Minister of Finance, Cole Bell, the father of Marquis de Louvois, the current Minister of War, as well as the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and others have their own rooms. Princes like the Duke of Lorraine, who are willing to kneel and swear allegiance to the king, also have their own rooms. Some envoys also have rooms, but this room is only reserved for them during celebration banquets. However, the third floor is only for members of the Bourbon royal family. Above the third floor is a spacious platform. In the center of the platform, where the cross is, there is a beautiful large dome pavilion. On the top of the pavilion is a gilded statue of Apollo, similar in size to an adult male. On the top of the guardrails around the platform, at intervals, stand marble statues of muses holding musical instruments, about 1/3 the size of the Apollo statue. The platform was specially equipped with 2 hydraulic lifts for the guests to go up and down, so that the guests would not have to crowd in the stairs and corridors and wait for a long time before and after enjoying the fireworks. This strange and novel machine also came from the king's bachelor of the Academy of Sciences, a man named Charles Pascal. Of course, he initially only proposed the law that fluids can transmit pressure, and applied it to water pressure gauges and syringes. This was in 1953. At that time, the king was instructing Descartes and Colbert to build the Royal College of France. Pascal was also invited, so he came with his family. The king was always very generous to these bachelors and rarely interfered with their research. So Pascal quickly took out a most primitive hydraulic lift, driven by a steam engine. The machine and the lifting channel were wrapped in oak and marble, and it looked like a lovely little room from the outside and inside. To us, this device is undoubtedly extremely simple, but to people in the 17th century, it is simply a kind of magic, but Milady and Duke Colonna both know that it is not. At most it is a kind of alchemy. At this time, the people had already dispersed, and when they arrived at the terrace, there was only silence with them. The evening breeze was slightly chilly. Lady Milady stretched out her hand, and the invisible cloak gently shrouded the two of them. "You know I don't have a good background, and it's even a bit shameful," Lady Milady said, "although a large part of it is due to my frivolous and stupidity. I naively regarded a powerful bishop as the man I met before, thinking that I could easily play with him. I was wrong. The price I paid was going to prison. You may not understand what the concept of mortal prison is, because the worst conditions of wizards in the other world are 100 times better than those of ordinary people. Mr. Duke, it's a living hell there. You will never imagine how much you have to pay in order to live, to breathe, to eat, to see the sun. Sometimes you can't afford it, and I was very lucky. I was young and beautiful at that time, but every night when I watched the last ray of light disappear, I thought I would go crazy the next day." She paused. "There you can see, hear, and feel all the evil in the world. In order to survive, everyone is struggling at all costs. There is no morality, no thinking." She shook her head, "only instinct." If another person said this, Duke Colonna would definitely say something comforting, but he knew that Madame Milady would never tell him these things for no reason. He looked at Madame Milady, who smiled and raised one eyebrow. "The problem you want to talk about is that your mother always has many unrealistic dreams for your majesty." "Well." Duke Colonna hesitated for a while, but still nodded. He was already 12 years old, and maybe in 2 or 3 years he would have to sign a marriage contract with a noble lady chosen for him by the king. Logically, he had reached the age of falling in love, but he still couldn't understand his mother's obsession. The willful behavior she made in the Venus Hall not only made it difficult for His Majesty to deal with, but also put Madame Lavalier in an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Duke Orleans immediately came over and invited Madame Lavalier to dance the minuet, and took the other's outstretched hand, otherwise Madame Lavalier would have become the biggest joke of the night. "I thought she had accepted the existence of Madame Lavalier," the Duke of Colonna said dryly. In fact, Marie Mancini could not compare with Queen Teresa or Madame Lavalier in terms of status. After all, the latter was the first royal lady recognized by the court. Even Madame Milady was more easily accepted by the people in the Paris court than her. But on the other hand, Marie also had things that the Queen and Madame La Valliere could not achieve. For example, on the island of Gala and Calais, Marie was the only hostess. "That's why I said that your mother, the Duchess of Calais, had never suffered," said Lady Milady leisurely. "If she had ever been in a desperate situation, she would have understood and known her own situation. She said, 'You are also very lucky. You were born the son of the king. His Majesty is willing to recognize you and give you a prominent and innocent identity and a bright future. It is difficult for you to understand. Lady Calais should have told you about the feelings between the king and her. Then you know that your father's life was not always smooth. He ascended the throne at the age of 5, and all government affairs were handled by the Red Man. Cardinal Mazarin and the Queen Mother worked hard. He didn't even have any power, and when he was 10 years old, the riots of the Fronde forced him to flee Paris overnight, fleeing from his capital, from his people. Such riots were not once, but twice. The second time was led by his blood relatives, Prince of Condé and Prince of Conti, and his uncle, the Duke of Gaston, deliberately waited for them to lose both, and then stole the crown. His Majesty fled from Paris to Saint-Germain-en-Laye, and then from Saint-Germain-en-Laye to Hurdle. When he was most embarrassed, he needed the Queen Mother to pawn his clothes in exchange for food and necessary expenses. I have heard some of it. But you are more focused on the glory of your Majesty now, Lady Milady gestured. Although it is too disrespectful and even blasphemous to use me as an example, I must say that the threat to the king's life at that time was no less than that of a prisoner in prison, but my little prince is the same in one respect. It is difficult for a person who is struggling under such pressure to have any beautiful thoughts. Even if he is relieved, his reason will inevitably override his emotions forever because of this experience. He may need comfort, but he will definitely want help and support more than empty words. Mother has done what he said. Duke Calais murmured. Not enough, Lady Milady said. She should also think from your father's perspective and think like a ruler. Maybe I shouldn't make such a request. Duke Calais said. It's not a matter of whether you make a request or not, said Lady Milady. You have to make the Duchess of Calais understand one thing, that is, love is an extremely luxurious thing. It can only be obtained after giving up many things, including power and responsibility. But the problem is that once they are lost, the flower of love will be destroyed by the storm. So, if she wants to get the king's love, she must let His Majesty eliminate all worries. How is that possible? Then most of them, said Lady Milady, or to put it another way, don't add new troubles to your Majesty. I think I can understand what you mean, said the Duke of Calais. Just like when you were in prison, you didn't care whether you could get love in order to survive, and my father, the King of France, didn't put love in an important position until he stopped conquering. That's right, Lady Milady clapped her hands, you finally understand what I mean. You have to explain the pros and cons to your mother, she should grow up. I hope I can do it, said the Duke of Calais without hope, she is too stubborn. If you ask me, His Majesty also has some shortcomings, said Madame Milady. In this regard, he is too indecisive. The indecisive king was in Madame La Valliere's room while Madame Milady was trying her best to persuade the Duke of Calais. The room of the first royal lady was second only to the suite of the queen and the prince's brother. There were 7 rooms, and her maids had already fallen asleep. Because of today's events, the king came to accompany Madame La Valliere. What he didn't expect was that Madame La Valliere didn't feel sad, because seeing her is like seeing another me, Your Majesty. She smiled palely. You should have told me earlier, Your Majesty, I am so ugly. It's natural that you don't love me. Who can fall in love with such a person? You haven't done anything wrong, Louis said calmly. I can't repay your love. Because that's not what you need, said Madame La Valliere, but let us love you anyway, Your Majesty. We can't fall in love with anyone else. She followed the king's gaze out the window. From the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see the holly maze and thousands of large and small fountains inlaid in green patterns. In each pool stood a brass gilded or marble sculpture, from Neptune, Roman god of the sea, to Diana, goddess of hunting and the moon, to Hercules, as well as monsters and goblins. Some of them could light fires in their abdominal walls, some could make chirping sounds, and some could pour out crystal-clear water columns from the arrows in their hands, their bulging lips, and overturned water bottles. It was the Grand Canal of Versailles that provided pressure and water for these landscapes. If you walked to the bedroom on the other side, you could see it extending from the foot of the Palace of Versailles to between heaven and earth. This grand canal not only existed for this palace, but also solved the drinking water and water problems for nearly 100,000 residents of Versailles. She suddenly felt relieved. Yes, both Marie and she were losers, because no one could be more worthy of His Majesty's love than this country. Your Majesty. What? No, nothing. Madame Lavalier turned around and said, "It's time to rest, Your Majesty. You still have a lot to do tomorrow." The little Duke of Colonna received the advice, or analysis, from Madame Milady. Although he was still heavy-hearted, he had at least thought of a way to comfort his mother. Just as Madame Milady said, before he could make France an unshakable and powerful country, Louis XIV's sight would never stay on Marie Mancini or anyone else. He had too many things to bear, so much that he had no time to care about his personal love. His mother could either continue to wait silently, or become the king's indispensable wing and claw like Madame Milady. Even if she could not get love, she could get His Majesty's trust. He thought so, but before he could knock on the Duchess's door, the heavy oak door suddenly swung open, and Mrs. Colonna stood behind the door with red eyes. "She's pregnant. Lucy, she's pregnant with the Louis child." Chapter 250. The Fourth Royal Lady. What people in later generations would talk about most is the victory banquet that lasted for 15 days in the Palace of Versailles. Although this was not Louis XIV's first great victory, nor was it the last, anyone would swear that the prosperity of France began from this day. However, in the records of the Roman Church and some bold and perceptive people, an incident occurred during these 15 days that almost made the young Sun King lose his mind. Louis always hated being awakened from his sleep, because generally speaking, awakening a king from his sleep was not a good thing. At the beginning of this book, he was awakened by Lord Mazarin just to escape humiliatingly under the stones and torches of the mob. During his 2 exiles outside Paris, he was awakened almost every time because the enemy's blade was close to his neck. This time in Flanders, he woke up to the curse of the black wizard Bosch. Now he was in the Louvre, surrounded by loyal musketeers and guards, but he was still awakened by panicked calls. The king held his chest and sat up. He saw his brother Philip rushing in with a serious expression. Pontom and Madame Lavalier helped him put on his coat, trousers and boots. "Who is it?" he asked. "Luciano." Philip answered, and the king's heart sank. Although he was on guard, given that he had rejected the Dutch and destroyed their only hope, it was only natural that they would try to bribe the Black Wizard to get something in return. But the people around the Duke of Colonna were indeed not as good as those around the king. The king walked quickly. It was true that the power around the Duke of Colonna could not even be compared with that of the Queen and the Crown Prince, but he himself was a wizard, and so were the servants around him. Moreover, his identity was too delicate. Generally speaking, no one would care about illegitimate children without inheritance rights. Louis was wondering how those wizards judged that Luciano was one of his weaknesses, and at the same time he was also guessing what purpose those people had and what means they used. He said that the Palace of Versailles was not only a palace, but also a fortress, a new city. The security forces here were in no way inferior to those of the former Louvre. Similarly, people from the surface world and the inner world were here to serve the king. The king was rarely timid and didn't even dare to say that word. Fortunately, Philip immediately shook his head and said, "He is receiving treatment." "Has the murderer escaped?" the king asked again. This time he didn't get an answer. He couldn't help but look at Philip beside him. Under the flickering light of the candle, his brother's expression became even more gloomy. "No," he said, "no, Your Majesty." Hearing his brother say this, Louis felt a little relieved. At this time, this long series of teams had already run to the suite of the Duke of Colonna. As the king's de facto first son, the Duke and his mother's suite was also on the 3rd floor, not very close to the king's suite, but not very far away. Louis saw that in addition to the musketeers, there were also wizards standing outside the door. He was a little familiar with some of the faces, and his heart was more at ease. Compared to the doctors of this era, the wizards' potions and magic were certainly more trustworthy. Duke Colonna's suite had 7 rooms, the same as Madame Lavalier's, but shared with his mother, so it was not too unusual. Louis glanced at the small hall at the side and saw that there seemed to be some people crowded in, but he paid no attention and went straight to Duke Colonna's bedroom. Duke Colonna was lying on his bed with the curtains around him rolled up high. Wizards were busy around him. Varro Vesalius, the king's wizard and royal physician, was pouring a potion with floating green smoke into the duke's throat. The duke was sheathing in pain, frowning, and constantly trying to spit out the potion. Just from the rancid and sour smell that people could smell, they knew how terrible the potion tasted. Louis's face changed slightly, because he remembered the smell clearly. After he was assassinated by a wizard in Dunkirk, he had taken this potion when he was treated in the other world. Vesalius's mentor once said that this potion was used for external injuries with curses. Is it Flemish? Or Spanish? Louis asked. Or Bohemian? Vesalius looked at the king. It was rare that he felt some pity for his majesty. It should be Italian. Louis was startled, but at this time Vesalius and several other wizards were waving their wands, making gestures, and throwing spell materials to do further treatment. The white linen sheets slipped off the duke, who suddenly struggled, and a shocking wound was exposed to the king. This wound was like a huge two-handed sword. From the left clavicle to the pelvis, although there was no blood, it was precisely because there was no blood to cover it that the rolled skin, soft fat, contracted tendons, and the white, cut, upward tilted ribs, as well as the beating internal organs under the ribs, could be seen clearly. It was just like a corpse being dissected by medical students. The king took a step back and wanted to fall. The prince's brother Philip immediately stepped forward to support Louis. Louis did not ask any unnecessary questions, such as what the previous sentence meant. He held his brother's hand tightly. Mancini. Under his plan, the Mancini family could be said to have become an empty shell with a false name. If someone in the Mancini family was unwilling to do such a bad thing and retaliated against him and Mary at the same time, it was not impossible. Louis only regretted that he was too tolerant before, but Philip's silence made him feel ominous. "Brother," Philip said, or rather, he was the only one here who could say, "It's Mary Mancini." How could it be possible? This was the first thought that came to Louis' mind, but he also knew that anyone here could betray him and deceive him, except Philip. "She's in the small hall." Philip helped his brother stand up, and could feel that he almost put all his weight on him. "If you have anything to ask her." Louis certainly had a lot to ask her. Was she controlled by some magic? Or was her mind taken away by the devil? Or maybe it was just an accident. Mary was in the small hall that the king had passed by. She was sitting on an armchair with her hands on the armrests. A closer look revealed that the translucent ropes were binding her tightly. After all, she was still the Duchess of Colonna and the king's spokesperson on Gala Island. Although the wizards held her down, they did not dare to be too rude. Louis walked slowly to her and sat down slowly. The servants brought more candles. In contrast to the bright light, the sound in the room was almost non-existent. Only low, chaotic and painful cries came from the bedroom. The king, who had undergone the same treatment, knew that the wizards had to remove the curse attached to the internal organs, muscles and bones before the wound could heal. His wound at that time was a penetrating wound, and the Duke of Colonna's injury was even more serious. He almost broke in two. "What did you do?" Louis asked softly. "Marie." He was confused and hesitant to get an answer. "What are you doing?" Marie looked at him with a scattered gaze, like a person who was drunk and was about to fall asleep but was forcibly awakened. "Maybe that was the case, Your Majesty," she shouted weakly. "It's me," Louis said. "Marie, what did you do to our child?" Marie looked confused. Her memory was interrupted and scattered. She tried hard to recall. She remembered. Her vision gradually focused. Your Majesty." She opened her eyes wide. "Someone told me that you made Madame La Valliere pregnant, and she had your child," she said cautiously. "Oh, Your Majesty, this is such a terrible nightmare." "This is not a nightmare," Louis interrupted her ruthlessly. "She did have my child." Marie paused. "How is it possible?" She shook her body in panic. "How is it possible? Your Majesty, how is it possible? You are lying, Alice. You are such a cruel person. You know this will make me sad. It breaks my heart." "I am not lying," said the king. This time Mary paused a little longer, and then, perhaps only a few seconds or a few minutes later, a sharp scream broke the silence in the room, and she jumped suddenly. Although she could not break free from the ropes on her body, she jumped in front of the king. The monks and wizards around the king all made alert gestures, but none of them were as fast as Louis. Louis kicked Mary out. Although Louis was not a warrior who galloped on the battlefield, just looking at Philip, Duke of Orleans, who had received the same training and education as him and was able to lead by example again and again, you know that he is definitely not a weak man. He is not only tall, but also strong. This time, Mary flew out with a chair and fell 2 or 3 steps away. "I'm tired of your nonsense, madam," Louis said. Some people who were familiar with His Majesty couldn't help but be slightly moved, because this lady was the second person who could make the king's words carry such a vivid emotional color. The first was Bishop Mazarin. When he left him, the king did not try to hide his pain and sorrow, and today, everyone here could hear his anger and hatred from the king's gnashing teeth. I just want to know one thing, did you do it? Did you use such a cruel spell on our child? On Duke Colonna, our little Luciano? I didn't mean it. Marie screamed, and then coughed violently. If she was not a wizard, this might have cost her life. She answered the king, and she couldn't help falling into deep confusion. She remembered that she had heard from a maid that Madame Lavalier had been pregnant for several months, but for some reason, the king had never made it public. But was this something that was not made public, or had already been made public? Mary didn't care about Queen Teresa, because she knew that Louis didn't love her, but only respected her. The only thing she could surpass Mary was her surname and bloodline, but what was Louise? A maid beside a princess, a werewolf. In the other world, she didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front of her, so Mary heard that the king chose her and made her his first royal wife, and she felt extremely painful and resentful. If it weren't for Lady Milady repeatedly saying that the king did so as a covenant with the Serbian werewolves, she was still entangled in anxiety and jealousy. It was precisely because of this jealousy and anxiety that she warned Louis that if a werewolf gave birth to a child, the child would definitely be a werewolf. As she expected, Lavalier's first royal wife was in name only. Marie could spend a whole summer happily with Louis in Calais like a real couple, with their children, while the werewolves could only run around like hounds released during hunting, driving out all the hidden wizards for the king, waiting in vain for the day to be abandoned and buried. But the change came so suddenly. Madame Lavalier had Louis' child. Even if she might have received some magic, or medicine, or promise, Louis was willing to let her have a child, which showed that Louis did have some pity for her, or even love. How could Mary accept this? She went crazy at that moment, and then, her memory was very vague. It seemed that the Duke of Colonna, who was also her and Louis' child, returned to their room. She asked him to join her in eliminating their future enemies, a child who should not have been born in a despicable werewolf. However, Luciano not only firmly rejected her, but also tried to control her with magic when she blurted out that even the queen's child should not exist. Then, she fought back. The king looked at her, no longer needing any more answers. "Don't let me see her again," he said in a very tired voice, his shoulders drooping as if he couldn't bear the burden. The next morning, the Palace of Versailles was quiet. Since the wizards had cast a spell to block sound and light in the room early in the morning, most people had no idea what happened yesterday. They went to the Grand Gallery, or to enjoy music and dance, as well as Mr. Moliere's new play. There were also many young men and women in the Holly Maze who were very excited and liked hunting. Versailles was originally the hunting palace of Louis XIV. Louis XIV bought a vast swamps and dense forests around it. From here to the Seine River, it was the king's territory. They could also ride horses from the Palace of Versailles to Limoges or the city of Versailles, where a large-scale commercial district had been formed, but it was mainly fur, herbs and agricultural products. The king was always very generous to the people of Versailles. The fact that a maid took temporary leave did not attract anyone's attention, or rather, people had not noticed her yet. She hurried to a house in Limoges and received her reward from a gentleman, a large box of gold Louis. She was just an ordinary kitchen maid, and this money was enough for her to live through the next life, a short next life, because before she could even smile, a dagger that came with a reward took her life. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.